Barbados and Nevis is actually going to be the correct answer.
Some Caribbean island. I wasn't
So
sure.
pretty tough one. Okay, let's move into round 3 here. All right, blue team.
Lesotho.
It is going to be Lesotho. Very nice, Ledley. Good job. We have a 1-1 scoreline now.
I was not getting
1-1 scoreline. Okay,
He's the best.
very nice. Let's move into round 4 if we want to throw up that silhouette. All right, red team.
Madagascar.
Madagascar is correct, Radusi. So 2-1 here, moving into our final round. We might get a tie here. We'll see. We'll see how blue team reacts. Let's go into our 5th silhouette. Here we go. Ooh, blue team first.
Rwanda.
It is Rwanda.
Yes.
Very nice. Okay,
Very
so
good.
we have a 2-2 scoreline. Probably pretty anticlimactic for our first game here. Round 5 here, inverted flag. So for this final round, each round here is going to be worth 1,000 points. So if you buzz in first, you take 1,000 points off of the opponent if you get the question correct. And if not, same buzzer rules applies. 5 seconds for first team that buzzes, and then 10 seconds for a steal. You're gonna see a flag, a country flag, and the colors are gonna be flipped to the opposite. So you're gonna have to tell me which flag it is. And that's how we're gonna settle street smarts here. So without further ado, you guys have your hands on your buzzers.
I am buzzing with excitement.
Let's hop into round 1. Let's go. I heard blue team first, I believe.
What the f is that?
Black, blue, red, blue.
What is it? what
That's time. Red team, 10 seconds for a steal.
What is
I'm not
black
sure.
triangle?
Is it?
It's like something in Africa. It's like Guinea something.
I don't know that flag.
That doesn't exist.
All right, that
No,
is
no
time.
idea,
That does not
What'd you say?
exist.
No idea.
All right, there's no answer for this
No,
one.
that doesn't exist. What is that?
It's
Oh,
my God.
Bahamas.
Oh.
Okay.
I was like, which flag has a
I'm
black
still not
black thingy on the left? There's no
okay,
flag on
so
there.
that means that red team's still with 5,000 points. Blue team still with 4,000 health there. And we'll move into round 2 here. Blue team first, I believe.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah. that's it,
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. That's incorrect.
Oh. Oh man, it's not Bangladesh. Like,
Yeah, dude, I thought the blue would be red.
um,
So what else would that be?
All right, that is time, guys, unfortunately. And the correct answer is actually Palau there. Palau.
oh.
Not Bangladesh. I mean, understandable answer, I'd say. But it is Palau. Okay, let's move into our 3rd flag here. 5,000 to 4,000 health
We're
still.
still trying. It won't work.
Here we go.
I have no
Okay,
idea.
blue team.
Okay.
Yellow.
There's yellow at the bottom.
All right,
Ghana.
that is time.
Incorrect.
That is time. Red team, 10 seconds to steal.
Throw out a European country. No, it's not Europe. What does the yellow turn into?
Could it be a no? No, that would be no. I have no clue.
Uh,
What is this?
Germany. I don't know.
Germany is incorrect, unfortunately. The correct answer is Armenia.
Oh, Armenia. I
Armenia
think
there.
Germany was pretty
Like
close.
this.
Which shows that our 4 players aren't too good at inverted flags, it appears.
it's the colors. Like.
Here's not. Okay, so that means our health still sitting 5,000 for the red team, 4,000 for the blue team. 2 left here. Let's hop into our 4th flag. Here we go. Okay, red team.
This one's easy. Come on, what?
Why am I seeing this flag?
It's like UAE or
That's
something.
time.
UAE.
That is incorrect. UAE is not correct.
It's Kuwait.
You're answering Kuwait. Kuwait is the correct answer. Very nice. Blue
I
team.
mean, it's easy when you don't need to invert it in your head because that's the only flag that has that thingy. So yeah,
means-
that's
which
easy.
means-
Yeah.
It's 4,000 health each. Going into our last round here. So this last flag is going to determine a winner and a loser. All right? Here we go. Let's show that last flag. Okay, red team.
So it's black and white, and then
And
Nasser.
Yemen.
That is incorrect. Blue team, 10 seconds for a steal.
It's not Egypt either. Estonia. Surely it's Estonia.
Lenley has said Estonia. Estonia is the correct answer. Oh, and blue team takes the win there. What a win for blue team. Absolutely clutch from Lenley there, the GOAT. Moving into round 4 here, which is going to be our imposter round. So, if you guys are familiar with old Zigzag videos, he has 3 images of one country, and then one image that's meant to blend in, and is the imposter country for that one. So, let's hop into round 1 then.
C almost looks like Ukraine to me, but the other one's a C.
Then A is not
Right,
the
time's
imposter,
up.
right? Because A is so weird. Because
Said the main country is Romania, the imposter is Russia, and we put that as C.
Okay, and blue team, we'll go over to you. What do you guys got?
I mean, we have the main country as Denmark. We switched from Bulgaria, interestingly enough, so we were very close to them, and then we went for Denmark because the forest looked Danish.
There's no way C is.
And then we said the imposter is D and Russia. So same imposter country.
The correct country, the one with 3, is Slovakia. Our imposter country is the United States. That's going to be 0 points for both teams on round 1. And let's show round 2 here for our competitors.
but like, I mean, these are like, these pines definitely, you know, could just. Oh, could be Uruguay. Wait. I have to say.
It looks like a long plate, but I don't know, maybe.
All right, 20 seconds left, guys.
Okay, so don't judge us, but we went with Spain as the main country, and we think that C, based on the like cloudy vibes and maybe like a little bit of pine trees there, could be Uruguay.
Okay.
This is right, we're not as confident as the other team, but we ended up going for Albania because 3 of them kind of match the Albanian vibe, and then we just went for France for D because that's the odd one out.
Can confirm round 2, once again, 0 points for both teams. Unfortunately, the correct country is Turkey, and the imposter country is Mexico. Okay, let's move into round 3 here.
I'm pretty sure D is
Actually, might have something. Okay.
because I've never seen that.
Might A could be that too.
No sense. Ace.
Gotta get to right in soon.
Weird.
Red team, you'll be revealing first. What do you guys got on your board?
All right, so we went with our main country being Vietnam. And we said our imposter is Bangladesh, and it's D, only because I just know like every Bangladesh like place. So yeah, I think I'm pretty confident it should be.
Maybe Bangladesh will be the main country and you don't get any points, but
That's true.
we went for Philippines as the main country, and we went with the imposter being D as well, and we said D is Panama.
No points, unfortunately.
That's insane.
It's pretty funny, actually. Lenley called it because the main country is Bangladesh. Our imposter country is Indonesia. Did
He
kind of know
did,
something there.
consider, like we did consider saying Bangladesh as the main country, but I was like, none of these look to me that much like Bangladesh.
0-0. Will we have 0 points to end off the game? We'll see. Let's move into round 4 here.
This is tricky.
Here's round 4.
I don't know. What is C?
What the heck? Those trees are crazy. Those trees look like the Japanese trees, but like in the wrong place.
But then this one's so weird. It can't be imposter because it's so weird. No, this will not be imposter as well. This will
Okay,
be
start
the
Red.
country.
All right, Lenley will be showing the board first. What do you guys got?
Here's a perfect answer for if you want to get 0 points, which is Mexico as the main country, Sri Lanka as the imposter being B.
Okay. And Red team, what do you guys got?
Okay, we ended up going with US as our main country, and then Thailand being the imposter, which is A.
There is going to be points for this round, which is interesting. And we're going to get 1 point for the Red team, who correctly identified which one was the imposter. They did not get the country right, but they did get it as the imposter.
guessed correctly.
So, 1 in 4 chance of getting that correct, I guess.
true.
The soil was too different.
It is Kenya.
That's
It is
crazy,
Kenya.
really.
D is Mombasa, and then C is in Aberdare National Park, I do believe. So that means that it's going to leave A as the imposter, and the imposter country is Nigeria for that one. Okay.
D.
That means the score right now, very low scoring, but it's 1-0 for Red team. All right, let's move into our last imposter. round here.
Yeah, I guess.
This looks Asian, like whatever this stuff is. Like, it looks like
It
Philly
is
or
crazy.
something.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
You say stop?
Stop. What
A,
is it?
A is the imposter.
I sort of like A though. A is the most orange out of them all.
Exactly, that's why it's the imposter.
So we went with Argentina as our main country, and we said our imposter is D, which is Indonesia. Or no, sorry, Philippines. We said Philippines. I don't know why I said
I saw
that.
Philippines written on the board.
Yeah, no,
and I
we
was
said
like,
Philippines. Never mind. I don't know why I said that.
All right.
You know what? That actually fills me with like a sliver of hope because like we have Argentina as our imposter. And our main country, we just put Colombia, which was totally random last second decision.
Okay. Well, I can reveal that there will be points for this round as well. And red team, you guys get 1 point for identifying the main country. So very nice. It is Argentina. Unfortunately, very heartbreaking for you guys because
Yeah, we
the
said
imposter
Argentina
country
the whole time basically.
is actually Colombia. So you guys switched it around. B is the imposter.
Okay.
Oh, you know?
That was tough. Let's see what's inside the envelope. This time, I'm gonna unwrap it very gracefully. Yep. Like so. Welcome to Nakamise Dori. Your mission, locate and purchase 3 classic Japanese things. Ningyoyaki, kokeshi, daruma. Find them all quickly. Go.
In this Japanese market, the teams will have to find 3 traditional items. The first team to bring the correct items back to the starting point wins the challenge.
Ningyoyaki? Can I have this, please? Cream? Okay, and then do you have kokeshi? Kokeshi? Yeah. Kokeshi, no. No, okay. Daruma? Daruma? No. Okay.
We can probably do this one in Japanese because we have the Japanese word. Could you tell us how to say where is? Toko.
Toko desu ka? Ningyo-kaki toko desu ka?
This way.
Okay. Arigatou gozaimasu.
We just gotta find places that sell food and ask all of them. Do you have kokeshi?
Kokeshi?
Yeah.
No kokeshi.
Do you know where?
Sorry, I
No?
Ningyo-kaki toko desu ka?
You have Ningyoyaki?
Yes?
Yeah. Can we have one? I don't know what's going on.
Kokeshi?
Kokeshi?
Yeah.
Kokeshi か。すみません。I'm not sure.
Daruma?
だるま。
Yeah.
だるまもね、the left side. It's
Left.
side.
Okay.
Left side.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Do you have kokeshi? Or these two? Okay.
So that's not food.
Not food. One of them was food. We thought it was food.
Toko kokeshi desu ka? Oh, yes. Could we buy this, please?
Let's have daruma. Daruma?
Yeah, we have it on the front side.
Yeah. We got all 3.
Sure.
Now we just gotta run back.
Surely we cooked.
Surely we cooked.
Oh, wait. What's the third one called?
Daruma. Daruma? Oh, yes. Arigatou gozaimasu. Let's go.
Okay, so now we're hoping that they come and they don't see us because we're gonna hide. And we'll be right here, and the second they're done, we'll be like, what's going on?
Even if we happen to lose, we did it in Japanese. Or you did it in Japanese.
Oh, you've repeated like the same 2 words over and over. Still.
If they were first, they would be standing right there waiting for us.
You know, I'm making sure I don't see them. Let's see. No!
Both teams are back. Now let's see if they brought the correct items.
The first item.
Ningyo-yaki.
Next was kokeshi.
Yes.
And daruma. 3 for 3. All right. Pressure's on you guys.
But here's the thing, people. We were first. A package of danyoyaki.
Ningyoyaki.
Ningyoyaki, sorry. I got them confused. Ningyoyaki.
Ningyo-kaki.
Mini kokeshi. And daruma. Yes? Correct?
What is your best South American city? If you see tuk-tuks, you're basically always going to be in Peru.
Yellow license plates in Colombia.
No yellow lines in Chile.
I think it's the Colombian cross, where you have the cross on the back of the stop signs in Colombia.
No idea. I always guess Spain.
It has to be the Argentinian dot in the license plates, which is interesting because it's actually a black background and white text. The effect of blurring causes that.
I just go for Peru and hope for the best.
We have arrived. Let us take a look. That's how you gracefully open the paper. This is the Sushi Chef Challenge. Watch carefully as the sushi master creates 6 perfect nigiri pieces. Your mission is simple yet challenging. Replicate them exactly.
はい、富田さん、今から寿司を握ります。マグロ、サーモン、これがね、小肌っていうやつね。
The sushi master has been working with sushi for 50 years. However, he doesn't speak English, which might confuse the players.
はい。はい。
はい。
わお。素晴らしい。裏と表があります。ぐるぐるぐるぐるぐるぐるぐるぐるぐる。へいお待ち。へいお待ち。素晴らしい。ありがとう。
As the sushi master finishes the nigiri and the temaki, it's time for the players to replicate them as best they can.
1 and go.
I'm so focused right now.
You are. You're way more locked in than me.
We're a bit behind, bro.
Oh, wait. Oh, shoot.
If I got served that in a restaurant.
I'll be complaining.
Done.
You're insane.
Well, it's a disaster.
Scheiße, Mann.
Oh, this is...
Okay.
Done. Like, yeah, bring that corner up so it's like, yeah, and you sort of have to like curl, squeeze it into a cone shape.
Done.
Third place.
This one. 第2位。Yes. 第1位が。Yes. My God.
Let's hop into game 3 here. This is going to be worth 1,000 health. We'll be spelling out GeoGuessr, which is appropriate. And so you guys will use your buzzers here. And whoever buzzes in first, after I finish reading the question, gets to answer the question. All right? Everybody good with the rules here? All right. We have G, largest city by population in the Brazilian 6'2" area code. Red team.
Goiânia.
Goiânia is correct.
Yeah,
That's going to
I
be
know
1 point for our red team there. All right.
It was a little spelling
Moving to
mistake.
our second one, E. Country that's home to cities like Lobamba and Manzini. I heard blue team first.
It's Eswatini.
Eswatini is correct. Very nice. So we got a 1-1 scoreline. Moving into our O question. O, third largest city in Denmark by population.
Oh, so.
If we can still answer.
Yeah, Odense.
Yeah.
Odense is correct.
It was. We need a VAR check on that, though. I think it was too early.
We can do a VAR check. But as of right now, we have a controversial 2-1 scoreline for red team. All right. G, U.S. state that shares its name with a Eurasian country.
Georgia.
Georgia is correct. The blue team picking that one up. Radu C, how do we feel?
Should have gotten that one.
It's all right. 2-2 scoreline now as we move into our U question. U, oblast that straddles both sides of the Volga River.
Ulyanovsk.
Ulyanovsk is correct. Very nice, Radu C. 3-2. We're going back and forth. Little ping pong action. Okay, let's move into our E question here. E, largest city that starts with E by population in North Rhine-Westphalia. Blue team?
Essen.
Essen is correct. So it's going to be a 3-3 scoreline. Luckily, no chance for a tie, hopefully. Let's move into our first S question here. S, only country in the world that's named after a woman. Blue team.
St. Lucia. There's Lucia in it.
St. Lucia is correct. Very nice pull by Lenley there.
Oh my God.
Very nice. So
My God.
4-3 to blue team.
How did I pull that one out?
No, I was not good.
All right, our second S question here. S, capital city of a Balkan country that's set to receive official Google Street View in the near future? Red team first.
Sarajevo.
Sarajevo is correct. All right.
R.
It all comes down to our final question, guys. 4-4. R. Suburb of Perth that is a popular holiday destination due to its beaches and proximity to Penguin Island. Blue team?
Is it Rottnest?
Was it?
Rottnest.
Rockingham.
Red team, over to you for a steal.
Rockingham.
Controversially, Rockingham is correct. I believe I heard Rottnest first from Lenley there.
I also heard
So I
that.
had to take that answer, unfortunately.
What's your best tip for Asia?
Hokkaido snow arrows and cabbages. I was gonna say snow cabbages. One more time.
Hokkaido.
The snow arrows and the cabbage in Hokkaido, so northern Japan.
If you see a Jollibee, go the Philippines. Kind of.
It's the Kabupaten names in Indonesia. So if it starts with Chi, CI, that's usually West Java.
The currency, of course, that is rupees.
Rupiah.
My bad.
If you see poles with black stickers, that means you're in Malaysia. But if you see poles with thin white stripes, then you're gonna be on the Malaysian part of the island of Borneo.
In Japan, the phone codes go from 1 in the north to 9 in the south.
As we move into our
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Waze, get real-time traffic info powered by thousands of editors.
The most special thing about the Waze community is its people, and it's the rich knowledge that you could never get anywhere else.
Explore and build a map used by millions of people every day.
I started editing the maps, adding whole cities, adding roads, adding everything, and the roads are perfect because I made it.
Every GeoGuessr player starts somewhere. This is somewhere?
Enough. Time to get into shape.
Download Opera GX with the official GeoGuessr mod. Hit the Geo Gym Hub to train your GeoGuessr skills with custom minigames. Grind every day to finally hit that sweet 5K. Download Opera GX with the GX GeoGym mod. Your setup wants you to win.
Welcome to Tempodrome, where we will crown the GeoGuessr World Champion 2026. Here's what you can expect. Here's where the heart of the event is gonna be. We will pop up a few food trucks and a nice beer garden, and you can watch all the group stage games with the entire community right here. Let's take a closer look. We're gonna have community talks, costume competitions, meet and greets with pros and creators. Guten Tag. We're gonna have a gaming area as well. It's gonna have chairs, I swear. A running club with Mikella to explore Berlin. Lots of prizes and giveaways. This is the small arena where the group stage will be played in the first 2 days of the event. Make sure to cheer for your favorite player because they are gonna need it. It will be intense. See you at the World Championship starting the 2nd of September here in Berlin. There will be a bar.
This year's GeoGuessr Wildcards are proudly presented by Red Bull, Alienware, Waze, Mikola, and Opera GX.
Hello everybody, good morning. How is everybody doing? And welcome in to the final event here leading up to the GeoGuessr World Championship in September. It's the Open Major, the final wild card, the final spot available for the World Championship will be decided this weekend. Guys, I'm your host, Project Bloom, joined by a beautiful lineup of amazing friends. I've got Jake, GC, and Jalochis here. We're going to be hanging out with you, walking you through the games, just having a good time. I'm very, very excited. Jake, I'll go to you first really quickly. How you feeling about the event today?
Very excited to see how this plays out. One of the coolest things about this tournament is that we're getting to see so many new faces. We've watched the World League, we've watched the World Championships, but it seems like every time we have one of those events, we know at least most of the players who are coming into it, but this time we know almost none of them. We haven't really seen them on the pro scene before, so it should be really fun to watch them play.
Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself. We're going to get to see some fresh new talent on the scene coming and competing here. It's going to be a good time. You are not going to want to miss it. This weekend is deciding the last slot. But guys, before we get into everything, I do want to do a quick thank you to Waze again really quickly. And if you would like to win a 4-day ticket to the GeoGuessr World Championship with flight, hotel included, it's what we're just talking about. We're all leading up to this World Championship. If you want to go there, you're not already planning on going, you can't pay, maybe you can win that trip. Just play the GeoGuessr game at geoguessr.com/Waze. It's a fun 10-round no moving challenge where you got to figure out where you are, but you also have to report what you see just in a gamified way, like reporting in the Waze app. So go check that out if you'd like to. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into this game. We'll talk about it a little bit more. Not game, but this event. Let's talk about it a little bit more. We do have GC with us today. We did not have GC with us the previous weekend, a couple weeks ago. GC, how you feeling, man?
I'm good, thank you, Bloom. Great to be with you. Hi to all the viewers. Going to be a great event. Final piece of the jigsaw, as it were, the last slot for the World Championship, as you said. And then, of course, as Jake said, some new faces, names we've maybe seen around in the community, but haven't really closely watched them play before, so that's exciting.
Yeah, exciting stuff, some fun hellos, and another thank you again to Opera GX. Gotta mention, it's the official browser of the 2026 GeoGuessr World Championship, and Opera GX has made a special GeoGuessr mod that allows you to follow along in the action, and you are going to be able to practice GeoGuessr skills in a very fun way very soon, and I'm going to give you guys over to Kay for a quick second to talk about that.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me on. So you go to opera.com/gx/GeoGuessr and then you install the browser if you haven't done it already. Once you're there, you can install the GX GeoGym mod. It will look like this. I've already installed it. And then you go to the GX corner. In the GX corner, you will see all the cool things about GeoGuessr and the World Championship. For example, here's the countdown to Berlin. You will also see a timeline over all the upcoming events. And then here you can scroll through all the players and see their stats. You can also go into a specific region and see what they're doing. Below this, you will find a calendar of past events, but also upcoming events. You can scroll through all the way to the very finals. And then below this, very soon, we will launch the GeoGym mini games where you can practice to get better at GeoGuessr in a very fun way. Below that, we just listed some old, really cool, highlighted clips from big streamers and influencers around the world. And apart from this, there will be more to come. Thank you, and download it today.
Shout out Opera GX, guys, sponsors, helping make esports happen. We love it. So yeah, that's really exciting stuff. Go practice some GeoGuessr, maybe get a little bit better over there, and follow along, I guess. Kind of today's the last weekend to follow along on specific stuff, but then of course during the World Championship as well. But guys, we're here for the Open Major. We're playing GeoGuessr. What is GeoGuessr? We got to go from the top. We got to talk about it all. Let's talk about how the game even works. Now, Gelotris, I haven't talked to you yet. So talk to me about how GeoGuessr works.
Well, of course, I got you there, Blue. GeoGuessr, how does it work? If it's your first time, welcome. Yeah, GeoGuessr, as the word says, you are placed somewhere on the planet. You spawned somewhere where it's Google Street View images, of course. And then you have the opportunity to, depending on the game mode, look around, move around, or you can just look at the still image. That depends on the mode. We talk about that later. But yeah, you make a guess on the map as we see in step 3. You have the map open, you can put down a guess, and depending on how much closer you are to your opponent, you deal damage.
That's it. And you mentioned game modes there really briefly. We can talk about game modes next. Jake, talk to me about those.
Sure. So today we're going to be playing best of fives. We should get to see some of each mode, but we start off with the moving mode where players are allowed to move freely down the road and go look for anything that they can find, things like languages, signs, etc. In the no move mode, which will be played in games 2 and 4 of the best of fives, the players can look around and they can zoom, but they cannot move down the road. And finally, if we get to that game 5 tiebreaker, we would play no moving, panning, or zooming, or NMPZ for short, where, as Gelotris mentioned, the players get just one still image to make their guess.
Always good fun if we get there. I think we'll get a couple today, but we're going to have to wait and see. Let's take a look at the formats that we're going to be playing in today. GC, talk to me about this.
So today we'll be playing a best of 5 format, running through those game modes in this order: moving, no moving, moving. And if we get there, no moving NMPZ as a tiebreaker. Health bar will be at 5,000. Round limit will be at 20. Multipliers, we've got some experience with this in the World League, but if you haven't seen it before, multipliers are now individual. So if you win a round, you increase your multiplier, thereby increasing the amount of damage you can do to your opponent. And this is round of 16, single elimination, knockout, match losers are eliminated.
Yeah, the system's going to be a bit cutthroat here. We can take a look at the exact bracket and how it will all play out. As you can see here on the left, round of 16. We've got 16 players qualified through gaining points through 4 weeks of competitive. So this is based off of performance in the in-game ranked system. Just an open major for anybody who is at the top of the ranked leaderboard to have a chance to still make it into the World Championship. And these are the 16 that got the most points through those 4 weeks. Pretty stacked lineup here. Some newer names to some of you, but maybe by the end of this weekend, it'll become a familiar face. It's been done before. Would love to see it happen again. And briefly also worth mentioning, with this round of 16 on the left, round of 16 will be entirely today. And then tomorrow we'll start with the quarterfinals through the end of the bracket. Gonna be exciting. We can take a look at the exact schedule so you can see when those matches are actually going to be happening. And of course, we are on a rolling schedule. These are some estimates for the times, but should be around 45 minutes-ish a match for a best of 5. If you'd like to plan out your day, you can take a look at this. If you have any particular people you want to watch as well, this is the order. You don't want to miss it. Don't want to miss it. Jake, any big standouts here?
Well, as I said, there are a lot of players we haven't seen much from before, so it's going to be fun to see them play. But we have seen a few of these players in the pro scene before. Yannick and Panos, or Pan for short, in the bottom right of the screen you see there. They were both in the World League last season, not this season. So it's exciting to see them play again. And for me, another big standout is the player KFL, which stands for Kiribati for Life, the Swedish player there. He, if anything, maybe is the favorite to win this tournament, in my opinion. He's such a strong player and has been for a very, very long time. He was the champion of the Moving Classic, which was a tournament that I held somewhat recently. And he's an extraordinary player, especially in moving, but in all 3 modes. I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, great shout out there. Jello, any contrarian thoughts on that front, or any other people you want to mention?
Yeah, I mean, if you have been following competitive GeoGuessr for a while, there's a couple names that should ring a bell. I mean, we have Panos, Yannick, who previously played in the World League, so they were very close to actually qualifying, maybe close, as you call it. But even being in the World League is already giving you so much experience and already tells you how strong of a player someone is. We also had, for example, Alpha, who got second in the last wildcard qualifier, so he was actually very close. He lost that one last year against Jamabi. So yeah, those are names. Salex was also in the previous World Championship qualifier wildcard. So definitely some names that we have heard before.
Yeah, Alpha was a big one I was going to mention as well, especially because of that second place performance and just being around for a while and showing some very serious skill in various places. But we have Hasuya, I believe I'm saying that correctly, versus 1K up first. Now, GC, talk to me about this one. We were talking about it a little bit before we actually went live here today, but let's talk about this one.
Yeah, Hasuya, very familiar name, I think, to people who are very ingrained in the GeoGuessr scene, somebody who you see around the community a lot, playing a lot of comp. Peak ELO, I think one of the highest in the lineup today, Gelotris, I think you mentioned that earlier. So yeah, very, very, very strong player, very experienced. 1K, I think somebody I know a little bit less about. I don't know if any of the other guys have experience maybe playing against 1K or kind of seeing what they can do. But for me, yeah, Hasuya, very, very familiar name. Somebody who I expect to be very comfortable across all modes.
Yeah, I've seen some hype for 1K as well, definitely. I think even just now in the chat, I saw some people getting hype for 1K, so that's exciting. If you have someone you're rooting for in this one, show them some support. I know these might be a little bit lesser known names to the wider audience, but maybe they'll get some new fans today. Now, hard to predict this one, I would say, because of obviously we're going in a little bit blind in some sense, but we're going to get a good vibe for how these players actually go, how they fare. I'm very excited to see it happen, and it seems like our players are just about ready. So without further ado, I'm going to send it over to my dear friends GC and Gelotris to cast this one for you guys.
Bloom, Jake, thank you very much for the introductions. We are just about ready for our first match, Hasuya and 1K. I'm joined, of course, by Gelotris. Gelotris, hello again.
Hello again, GC. First time doing this with you. I'm excited about that one.
It is, yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Definitely first time remote. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, first matchup, Hasuya 1K, you already mentioned. I mean, Hasuya is definitely a name I'm also familiar with, but I know very, very little about Hasuya. I mean, same goes for
gameplay-wise.
Of course.
Yeah. Gameplay-wise, I think we're going to learn some new things about both of these two. Of course, we will start off with moving in the best of 5 format. Gelotris, moving as a format, I think you go back a couple of years, maybe something not everyone was that comfortable with, but at this point, would you expect these players to kind of master the mode to some extent?
I mean, you are somewhat forced to, honestly. I mean, if you want to be at the top, you have to be well around it in all game modes. I've checked this one for Hasuya earlier as well. I mean, he has quite a decent amount of moving games in Ranked. It's definitely his least favorite mode, I would say, based on the games he played or the game amount. He's definitely more of an NMPZ player where he has the most games played.
Yes, 1K actually finding something quite useful here, found the right region in Ecuador, I believe, and just trying to use a sign to triangulate the location a bit.
Yeah, we have the Comunidad not always visible on the map. It's always hard to judge whether this information is to be found on the map or not, but always worth taking a look.
We
1K.
have them split either side of the Andes there. 1K taking the first, or sorry, dealing the first bit of damage there. Almost 1,000 health off Hasuya. Great information work, great map work from 1K to kick things off.
Yeah, we were in somewhat of a valley, so it's always hard to click middle in Ecuador. You kind of have to commit to each side, which kind of feels bad sometimes. But in this case, it was very rewarding for 1K. Getting a little bit ahead here as we go on to the next round. We are in Italy. Got some good signs for 1K.
Italy indeed. Tell us a little bit about these signs, Gelotris, in Italy. Are these sometimes a little bit inconsistent in terms of helpfulness or kind of scannability on the map, maybe?
Yeah, definitely Italy is like one of the countries where you have information given on basically every roundabout, every intersection. You will always have those little blue signs that will tell you which towns you can enter, sometimes a bit too many. But once again, it's hard to decide or judge if these are visible or not, or findable, I should say. They will always be visible, but to what extent? How far do you have to zoom in to actually find those town names? I wasn't familiar with any of those. It seems like the players are also somewhat confused, but once again, 1K just closer. So yeah, playing it smart, I must say. He did hedge for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, great start from 1K there. Already having that 1.5x, just increasing the amount of damage he dealt in round 2. So Hosuya already down towards 3.2k. We have a UK round here, I believe.
Yeah. You mentioned in round 3, this is not something you see usually, especially in moving games. Those usually go to distance. So I would say 1K has a very good lead here. And as you already also mentioned, we are in the UK.
Saw a village name of Little Rissington, I believe. Fish and chips every Wednesday. That's good.
Doesn't really put you in any region. I think those you get everywhere in the UK.
Yeah. Sorry to talk over you. We have a useful sign there for Hosuya. We should be. I think Hosuya zoomed more or less the right area. Cheltenham on the sign there. So Hosuya in the correct area of England now. Good work. 1K not too far away, just a little bit too far south. Not bad. Small hits. Yeah. Get on the multi. Get the multis rising a little bit there, Hosuya, but still behind as we go into round 4.
Round 4 it is. Off the bat.
Yeah, what do we appear to have?
It looks like the US, based off the sign just we had. Mississippi written on the side of the truck, I think, or was it Missouri? Actually not sure.
There was an area code on the truck, and we saw US State Highway 65 on the sign there as well. So a couple of things these guys can use.
Yeah, with the state given and the highway number as well, I think from that on, it's always worth going on the map and scanning for it. Hosuya went with that attempt. He found the state name given on a truck and was scanning for the highway number immediately. Or maybe even the city name. I think it was also given on the truck.
Both players in the right area, ends up being a little bit further south, meaning Hosuya will be closer. Leveling out the multis, still about 1.2k down on health.
Yeah, I think that was a
start from both.
Pressure play from Hosuya. I feel like he had somewhat of the right region down and just sent it out quick. And he didn't get punished for that. No, he did get rewarded. Next up should be...
Very confident.
Oh, that's
a Max East Paraguay lock.
Yeah.
On 1K.
I don't know how to region guess that one, but seems like Hosuya's on the opposite side. Not a big difference here, distance-wise, in Paraguay, to go from border to border. But it ended up
It's
to
just
be
outside of
Asunción.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there initially. It looked like Hosuya wants to guess down in the capital. Played it a little bit more safe. He's probably not too happy about that one, but also not too dramatic.
Yeah, but just leveling it out on points. A good play from Hosuya the last few rounds. It being Poland this time, and 1K. Wow, zooming straight towards these.
It does give a coastal vibe for whatever reason. I don't know, a lot of things going around, a lot of Edwards. You see a boat on the Edward as well. Makes you think that we might be somewhere along the coast.
Yep.
Having Oceanarium
as well. Yeah.
All these clues given should put us to coastline.
Ooh. Yeah, I think 1K has it because that banner there says the name of the town. I think 1K may almost be on the 5K.
It looks good. We're right next to the river.
And Hosuya less confident here, just kind of hedging the north coast, which is very fair. Actually, not too far away in the end. But our first 5K there from 1K, very, very good work. regains the lead, levels out the multis.
Yep, very, very beautifully played from 1K. I mean, we had an overload of information. It's really hard sometimes, especially if you are in a competition like this, to keep a clear head and go through every single sign and make sure you don't miss out on everything. And I think 1K played that pretty perfectly.
Yep, really, really good stuff. Especially the 1 minute time limit. Can seem like a long time, but when, as you say, when you've got conflicting info or different things competing for your attention, the time runs down pretty quickly.
For sure. Up next, we are in Iceland. Usually in Iceland,
beautiful coverage.
Want to get to a main road where you usually have pretty good signage with the road numbers, and the road numbering system is very helpful in Iceland. I haven't seen it on either side yet, but with that being said, Hosea reads one.
Perfect timing there from Hosea finding the road numbers.
Okay, isn't Akure already as well?
That would make sense with that land we had to the east. Great work again. 1K takes the 5K, but Hosea's right there as well.
One of the countries where it's not too helpful. Usually you're happy to see a big body of water on either side of you. To make it easier to scan for it. But in Iceland you have so many of those fjords.
True, it can just cause more problems than it solves sometimes. And Namibia, Geolectris,
Yes.
what kind of clues will they be looking out for here?
Correct. I mean, Namibia is one of the countries where you definitely use the car the most, the Google car itself. It contains some information. Sometimes you have like some little smudges on the roof rack. Sometimes you see it on the roof itself, on the back rear window. It's all about knowing the car in Namibia, because the country can look alike in so many parts as we see. It's way further northwest. So I guess usually a middle click is what you do in Namibia if you don't have anything confirming.
Yeah, and I think that's what Hosea had to do there. 1K just slightly better hedge towards the northwest and did quite a significant blow. Hosea now down on 1284 health and insta-sending Bangladesh.
And we have seen a pressure play from Hosea previously in the US round, and it seems like he wants to continue putting the pressure on 1K. Maybe not too familiar with Bangladesh and wants to play it out quick. And maybe it was a smart play. Maybe 1K could have gotten to information otherwise, because if he would have guessed up there and still had, that could have been game easily.
Absolutely, yeah. With the 4x multi that 1K has, Hosea's health looking very, very dangerous. 1K puts the pressure on this time, slightly towards the north of Portugal, which makes sense with this green landscape. Yeah. Hosea will go even further north, and wow. Going to pay off for 1K there. That could be almost enough. Wow.
Yeah, and Hosea's in a pickle now. Got not as many multipliers on his side. Only 236 health left. So from now on, it can look very rough. But he is in Finland now. And as we know, Hosea is from Finland. He would love to take his time on this one, but this time around, 1K is putting the pressure on him.
We have a split here, if I saw 1K's guess correctly. And that is going to be a big turnaround. That is enough for Hosea to flip the game. 1K there, trying to put on pressure at the end of, with Hosea low on health, trying to put the pressure with the insta-send in Norway. And it was, as you said, Geolectris, actually Finland.
Yeah, I mean, Kemi Beatty, you usually always associate Norway with the yellow lines, of course. If you have Nordic vibes, but yeah.
Timing-wise, for Hosea to get his own country there, I mean, completely saved him.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That's really what he needed. I think that was one of his very few win conditions left, how to turn the game around, I guess, to get your home country and be confident on the guess.
Yeah, 1K really was. Yeah, I mean, 1K was kind of dominating that game, but maybe just got a little bit carried away with trying to put on the pressure. Didn't really need to make such a quick guess. You can see why he did, but in the end, Hosea takes that first moving game and leads 1-0.
And it seems like we are back in Italy. Another first Italy round. This time around, I would say the vibes are definitely more southern. The architecture looks very southern with those yellowish buildings. You get them a lot in Sicily.
Yeah,
Also got a
see,
coastline.
coast visible to the south as well. Definitely makes sense from both players. It does almost have that almost Maltese feel to it. Some of the buildings and shutters.
And 1K worth mentioning for this game now, the no move game. 1K almost only plays no move. I've seen barely any NPC or moving track record on his profile. Seems like 1K pretty much only plays no move.
Well, he certainly didn't seem too shabby for the most part in the moving game, but again, maybe the lack of experience there in the final round just kind of caught up with him a little bit.
Most definitely, and we are in Brazil now. Still not high on Maltese, but definitely a country where you can pick up a couple points or lose them.
Yep.
Fairly hilly landscape.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting. Doesn't look like the eastern mountains, so I would definitely also say we are probably more west-northwest in the country.
Yeah, I'm no Brazil expert, but some of these palms I can kind of see the northern vibe.
Yeah, for me it's like I always call the state or the city names where you get those palm trees, and those are for me just like the para palm trees.
Yes.
And it's pretty fun. North
Indeed,
up there,
they
very
were.
strong guys from Osuya. Good
Yeah, and
commitment.
again, even having a 1.5x in Brazil, you can really deal some quite solid damage.
We move on to a round in Mexico. JC,
old coverage.
how fresh is your knowledge on Mexico, especially having the Gen 2 given here?
Yeah, knowledge is not too fresh, but this gives me could almost be somewhere towards the US border maybe, but see, can't read any of that unfortunately. Yeah, I would have thought very rare these days to get this kind of coverage now in Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, most common definitely towards the north of the country, but also based on how the city is built, the palm trees, architecture. I would say it looks fairly northern. But still a very big area to put a guest down in Mexico.
It's a long border. We've got both players relatively close to each other along the Texas border. It's actually, wow.
I mean, that was to be expected. Obviously, I feel like most of the time you recognize the northwestern border part because of the hilliness. This time around, we didn't really see it, so definitely managed to have both of them guessing in the east.
So was that Mexicali then?
Probably, yes. I mean,
yeah, I didn't notice any wooden poles or anything, which is often a good clue for that area, but yeah, sometimes the Gen 2 coverage is a little bit tricky along that border, but round 4 in Mongolia, we have both players locked into the same area, and it is just max north by the Russian border. Osuya building a bit of a lead.
both definitely recognized the type of coverage there of the capital. Go on over to the next round. Looks like Serbia. We have some Cyrillic on the building there. No antenna on the car. Both very good clues. We got those flat paper ballots, I call them, which you also commonly find in Serbia. Now, Serbia, a country where you guess north if it's flat and south if it's mountainous. I see a couple hills, so maybe you guess a little bit further south, north, south. Not too far south, though. I really like Kosuya's guess here.
I do too, yeah. As you said, just a little bit of elevation visible southeast, so probably want to go max north. Let's see, yeah, just a little bit further east there where Suya was, and a nice 500 to extend the lead to about 2,000 points.
Yeah, definitely also picked up decent points for Serbia standards there, especially given the default landscape.
And actually, the multis, Gelotris, building up quite significantly in Hosuya's favor right now.
Yeah, definitely. Not only health-wise, but also with the multis. I think Hosuya is in a very good spot here for this match, and he continues with the lead. And another big hit on 1k, reaching below 1k health now.
Yeah, very hard for 1k. Nothing particularly wrong with a lot of these guesses, but Hosuya's just been that bit closer and extending the health and extending the multis. Take those two things together and it just puts 1k in a very tricky position. And what do we have here, Gelotris?
I was thinking of Brazil again. I mean, we got some eucalyptus, got the front car.
Very unique landscape here, some of these hills.
Yeah, the rocky hills look a bit off. Usually, the eastern hills in Brazil are a bit more green. Or they are just a big chunk of a rock, but these look very clustered. But I would still think that we are somewhere in the area, but there's a big difference in the guesses. Once again, 1k doesn't seem too confident about his guess, but he's trying to turn this game around somehow. Hosuya playing it fairly safe with a Goya's guess, and it is the Minas Mountains. But they looked very, very different from the usual Minas Mountains you would see.
Yeah, they did.
So definitely valid to play it safe, especially in the position where Hosuya was, to just cover both areas where you get the mountains, securing the second win here. Still not over for 1k, since we are in a best of 5 format, but really, really looking well for Hosuya so far.
Yes, great start. Very comfortable in the end in the no move. In the moving game, 1k was definitely the stronger player until the final round and made a bit of a mistake that Hosuya capitalized on. So interesting to see this one will go a similar way. Kick things off.
In Norway, it appears. Back to moving.
Northern, maybe.
Definitely, yeah, has a northern vibe. I mean, those trees are very short. Got some snow-capped mountains as well. Feels like we are somewhere close to resorts or ski resort. A lot of Edwards here. Got some hikers running around with their backpacks. But then, again, I mean, all of the north looks beautiful in Norway. I think you can do wait, but we have short dash lines. Wait, are we in Sweden? I think we are. I didn't really check where they guessed now, but since Hosuya put his guess down already, I would assume he also figured out that it's actually the Swedish hills.
Yes, that would. Hang on, didn't really track their map zooms, but a very solid 4999 from Hosuya.
Yeah, definitely around where I would have sent Norway on no move.
Yep,
given the landscape. Up next
round.
I think. Yeah, I mean,
can we read that marker?
That would definitely help. I don't know if Hosuya picked that one up. I would assume so. It looked like he just passed the mile marker.
Did give me a slight Western Spain vibe. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I saw a lot of like those brick architectures that you commonly also found in the northeast, but the rest of the architecture doesn't really fit now.
Bit varied actually. Sierra de Francia. Okay.
So there's also a map given for Hosuya. Especially after having a region guess down, that might help and come in handy. 1k is really struggling finding the right information here. Got stuck in the town.
Yeah, Hosuya's map zoom very. Oh wow. Oh, that's the Sierra de Francia. Okay. Yeah.
Wow, a very strong region guess from 1k. I don't think he had really anything given.
Both players just, that's my strategy in Ukraine. Some country I've never been able to guess, so I will just insta-send middle and try and force my opponent to do the same. That's what both players went for.
Definitely a little bit different in the moving game. I think you still can get to an area code usually, but yeah, for no move, I fully agree. Just plonk it down and go next. And it seems like we are back in Serbia this time around. Very, very mountainous. We've talked about it earlier. With that given, you have to guess a little bit further south in the country. There are also some mountains in the west. But yeah, I think this definitely looks southern.
Agreed. I've been on a roundabout. Should be quite a few signs findable. I'd assume to be something within a reasonable distance that would say some big town names. Suya's locked, I think, correctly there.
He's in the western pocket, where you also definitely get a mountainous landscape like this. 1K seems to be confident of the area too. He's zoomed in very far into the map, lining it up, got the roundabout to the south, building up that beautiful 5K there.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, for somebody who, as you said, Geolectris, doesn't play much moving, he's done a pretty good job in a lot of these rounds, and he's winning this game comfortably again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also the previous games, I would say 1K played very strong. Just didn't get the right guesses down at the right time, and had that one mistake that did cost him the first game. But overall, I would say very decent performance from both of these players. Got a Chugoku transformer attachment there. So with that given, we know that we are in Chugoku. The next steps here is probably to find the provincial road number somewhere. Seems like 1K is reaching this time, doesn't seem too helpful.
Phone code 085.
Area code at least.
Shimane seems to be going for. Both players pretty close to each other. 1K just slightly closer again. 10 points there, but more importantly, just extending that multi. Hosuya doesn't really have much to his name in terms of damage or multipliers yet.
Yeah, and
again,
this time around, I would say it looks like Norway again. I'm being a bit more cautious this time, but yeah, we have long dashed lines. I must say, landscape-wise, it looks very, very similar to the previous round in Sweden. So I wouldn't be surprised if we are somewhere along these lines. Hosuya seems to be in that area, but so is 1K.
Both players have the 81, which they seem to be looking in the right area for. Ordered kind of north to south within the country, these roads.
They both found the 81 now. It's about lining it up. I mean, we also had a town name given, so you can scan along the 81 until you find the town name. Hosuya locking it first. You passed the 15-second marker already, but still feels good to locking it in early. Seems to be confident, but one road off, still in the 5K range.
10K. Shout out Toby.
Shout out Toby, he loves those. And
So
the counter rush.
Yeah.
The Maple Tree leaf there.
Escasoni, it said, fire department. At least we have a town name. Both players going from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, we have a short bar on the top of the pole, which you definitely commonly found in Nova Scotia, or in the eastern lines of Canada in general.
Water, I believe we had coast south, yeah.
Yeah, with some land on the other side as well, it appears.
Yeah.
So we are in somewhat of a bigger bay. I would say it's definitely findable. There's only a couple options in Nova Scotia with that. I really like where Hosuya was zoomed in the western, northwestern lines.
Yeah, me
could
too.
also
Ooh.
just be one of the bays of Cape Breton.
1K had it. 1K's on it. Oh, they're both on it. Wow, well done. Tying
Beautiful.
it
Both
around
got there in the
again.
end.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely something you can find just based on using the body of water, the land of the other side. with only like a couple plays, maybe 4 or 5 roads you have to scan along to find that town name. And we got a quick send from Hosuya, maybe putting on pressure on 1K this time around, knowing that 1K represents Australia, but wow, for a good reason. For a very good reason. I mean, put as much pressure as you want on him. That was a beautiful guess.
That is some plonk. Hosuya there just looked like a small shake of the head. Nothing you can do when your opponent's guessing like that when you've tried to put some pressure on.
Definitely. This time around we are in Thailand. We got some Thai script. Usually in a moving game in Thailand, if you don't read the script, I think area codes are the most helpful things to look out for. I mean, obviously, sometimes you have a couple signs written in Latin, as we have here, Lokpuri.
That's big, yeah, that's a
sign, and 1K is making good usage of that, but Hosuya also around once again. Okay. That's just a very strong guess again.
Yeah.
Given that he had just a couple seconds left.
Seems to have a very good instinct for just kind of seeing a sign with a couple of different things on it and just kind of instinctively triangulating where he should guess. Been quite good so far this match at that.
Yeah, and now we have the infamous Sulawesi fences. Always with the colored top, all in a very similar size and shape around the houses. Very, very good indicator for Sulawesi. He got a sign which definitely gives a Kabu pattern. I cannot read it. It's Bengaya. It's the eastern. Yeah, okay. 1K is there. I don't know how you call that region. But the Peleng Island is where he's on, I think.
Seems as though 1K is a solid guess. And yeah, that will be. I mean, given the multis, that is enough. Almost a perfect game there, dropping 8 points in a relatively long game. Very impressive from 1K. 2-1 overall now.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very beautiful performance from 1K. Barely did any mistakes. Played it out beautifully. Got the right information most of the time. And even if he didn't, I mean, I remember the Spain round, the Australia round, even without having any signs, he also made some very, very great guesses, just being that good no-move player, which can also come in clutch most of the times.
Yep. Impressive. Good standard shown so far. 2-1. Nice and close. Hosuya has a chance to win in this no-moving game, and if 1K wins, then we'll go to NMPZ for the decider.
Yeah, would love to see that in the first match already. Yeah. Last time around, we barely had any NMPZ games, so I wouldn't mind getting a couple. No move, and it looks like the US. The vegetation doesn't look too sudden. I would say we are like more in the northern half, northeast. I don't know if we are as far as me saying that we are in New England. I think we are a bit more inland than that. But I could see a Pennsylvania, West Virginia, somewhere along these lines, maybe a hilly Ohio.
Yeah, agreed. I don't mind this kind of Indiana, Ohio area they've gone into. Got Front Lake there as well. But yeah, both players settling south of the lakes.
Yeah, I didn't notice the license plate with that. I definitely like their guesses way more than going further east.
Both ending up in Indiana, and it's actually just it's on the border there between Illinois and Wisconsin.
Yeah, very interesting to see hills like that over there along the Lake Michigan.
Yeah, so Spain again, both players with a very similar zoom. I think, okay, yeah. Reading the bins there, I think they found something.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of text written on the bin. Would be surprised not to have everything given on there.
Yep. Did a good job of finding it nice and quickly though, both players. 1K with a slight lead. maybe that's been slightly less useful.
Seems like we are back in Finland, if I'm not mistaken. We definitely have the
so.
5 stripes on the pedestrian sign. Usually you would get only 4 in Norway and Sweden. But I'm afraid it could also maybe be Estonia, but the architecture, everything else does look like Finland, definitely. Got some shorter plates on the car as well, I think.
Yeah, I think we'll follow Hosuya here as well. If he feels that it's Finland, I think we'll trust him on that one.
A very northern guess.
Yeah.
Big difference between both of their lockdowns so far. Hosuya not clicking it down, but definitely hovering around the northern parts. Doesn't seem too confident, playing it a bit safe. Seems like they both end up in the somewhat rough same region, and it's even further south. Definitely around where you can't blame Hosuya at all. I mean, urban Finland can just be rough. Definitely the strongest from 1K.
Yep. Steady start from both though, but now we have a very big country in India. Hosuya's gone straight for the Rajasthan lock.
Yeah, we have the boxed car, if I saw it correctly. The boxed cars in those western, northern, southern surrounding states of Madhya Pradesh. Which, I mean, it does look kind of dry, so Rajasthan could be a valid guess, and it, turns out to be there, a bit further north. Hard to region guess, especially given that we were in a very urban environment once again.
Yep, solid still from both players. Hosuya just clawing a little bit back here. Again, has the chance to win the match in this game. You have a very mountainous location here. Gelotris, any thoughts on this? This seems a bit challenging.
Yeah, it is definitely challenging. Given the Gen 2 camera again, I am considering either Italy or like northern Spain.
Yep, I wondered about Spain as well, actually. Pyrenees are... We have a Greece and a Corsica at the moment, which...
Yeah, I mean,
again,
all valid, I think.
Sense.
All of a sudden, I mean, even on the France side, I think that's valid to be on the Pyrenees. I didn't really see Greece, but it...
Unbelievable.
Wow.
What can you do against that?
I mean, not only getting the country right, but he was in the right mountain range. That's not only on the right mountain range, he was also like very, very close to the actual location. That was incredible from 1K. I mean, we've seen some very, very impressive guesses from 1K after his fumble on the first round. I think he recovered from that. Most definitely.
Yeah, extraordinary. As you said, even getting the right country there. I think Greece was not really top of my mind there at all. But he was bang on, and we go to NMPZ. Exciting.
Now we get the still images in NMPZ. Got Italy here. Some, I mean, would you consider these as Rome trees on the right? Maybe.
Yeah,
I would definitely guess south of Rome with that. I think I would start in Rome.
Wow.
And then Sardinia, close to Sardinia. I guess in hindsight that makes sense with the mixture of everything we had. Can really place it anywhere.
Yep. Can be tough to get Sardinia sometimes.
But we are back. We have the Italian bollard on the sign, on the side. Got also a sign in the distance. I would be surprised if they can read it. We can't, definitely can't. But there's also some cacti on the right side, which is also something you definitely find more southern in Italy.
Yep. Yeah, I could see this being Puglia, but both players going for Sicily, and it is. Wow, right on the coast.
Very, very south. Almost as south as it can be. Definitely had a southern vibe, but I wouldn't have thought that it's actually on the coast down there.
Yep.
The first Nigeria round. Got a lot of palm trees, so we should be definitely south, both playing it safe, going middle south. It turns to be very far southeast. There was some room to pick up points there, definitely, but also hard to commit for that.
Yeah. Solid play from both so far. Hosuya with a slight lead based on that opening round, really, in Italy. Now we have the famous road in Chile, the 9.
Yes, the Ruta 9. Very, very famous road. The concrete slabs with the strong yellow lines. It's a very saturated yellow as well. Got the overcast coverage, no trees, got the water along the road. Definitely one of those roads you see once or twice and will never miss again.
Maybe
Very,
the
very
most
recognizable.
Maybe the most iconic road, or at least up there.
I would say it is. I couldn't think of any other road that's more iconic than the Ruta 9. Really keen to see how it will look in newer coverage in Gen 4.
Yes.
It will, if it's still gonna be this recognizable. I would assume so. But yeah, it's a matter of lining up here, really. Trying to find the right angle, both on the right coastline, of course, but 1K a little bit closer there. Not picking up too many points, but the multi is going on his side.
Absolutely, yeah. Multis, very, very important in this NMPZ decider to just get a few multis to your name, because at any moment a difficult round can come up, and if you've got those multis, you can do huge damage.
This time around, we had a very sandy, deserty landscape in Namibia. Bit of the less saturated soil color, the very white soil color. Definitely something you see more up north.
And now we get what looks to be a tricky one with both players on 2.5x and 2x. Got Philippines.
We have a trike in the distance.
Okay.
That would put us in the Philippines. Also got that single insulator on the pole. Both given is most commonly found in the Philippines if we are talking about Southeast Asia. Region guessing is going to be a challenge here, though.
Yeah, not too surprising to see both players go middle there. I think, committing in that one would be quite bold. Relatively limited clues there.
Yeah, given the situation those players are in, they have the same multi, pretty much same health. There's really no point in committing for something.
Yes,
we have a lot of olive trees. Makes me think that we are actually far west. I really like Hosuya's guess. I think we are a bit further north than that, though. We still have copyright, which would also help for sure. But yeah, we should be more north with how lush green it was. But yeah, definitely a good clue for getting the west here are those olive trees in combination with the landscape.
Yep, for new viewers, GeoGuessr, our resident Turkey expert, explaining that one. Back in the US now, it seems, in round 8. Ohio and...
Fairly big distance. I mean, with 2.5 in the US, someone's on it.
Wow.
And Hosuya is... Ooh, that could have been... That was very close to being game there.
Great guess on the border there, Illinois, Missouri, and that's... Yeah, it's an exceptional guess from Hosuya, and 170 health remaining for 1k. It's the decider. We're in Namibia, not an easy country, NMPZ.
No, you would hate to see this if you were 1k. With 170 health left, a long off, but what am I seeing? What is 1k doing? Oh my god.
I'm speechless.
Did we have a pinpoint? I don't think so.
I'm lost for words. What just happened? Hosuya's back. Hosuya's now down below 1k health.
Hey,
1k.
I take everything back I said. I think he loved to see that round. I think he did love to see it round.
I genuinely cannot believe what we've just seen there.
That's incredible. Argentina now.
And now this decides it. They're quite
this will
far
definitely
apart.
decide it. It's in between, but Hosuya just a little bit closer. They're closing it out and winning the game.
Wow, that was a roller coaster. I mean, that was a really, really high standard from both players. Hosuya doing enough to edge it there in NMPZ, but wow, 1k. Commiserations turned up and played brilliantly. Just didn't quite do enough to win the match.
There was no point in this match on any game mode where I could really tell who was winning this game. It was such a back and forth. Great gameplay from both of these players. I was really impressed with both of these players. Very, very even match there.
Yeah. Incredible stuff.
What a game. We're back. Jake and I are back to talk about that with you guys, because what? Like, it was just insane. I mean, you guys were putting it perfectly there. It was just so back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But I just had no idea what was going to happen there. But yeah, GG's. Hosuya moves on just barely in the NMPZ. Wow. Let's talk about Wazer of the match. I think we know what it's going to be. I think it's going to be that Ukraine, right? They both guessed so fast on that. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
There it is.
No surprise.
What were we saying, Jello?
I said no surprise. I mean, that plunk off was very valid. I mean, both GC and me agreed that you just want to plunk a Ukraine round down, especially if you're not a moving player. But yeah.
Yeah, funnily enough, that's faster than any guess we had in the entirety of the plans a couple weeks ago. So makes sense though. That was just like, oh, there it goes, it's over. So makes sense. But let's go ways over to the match. I have maybe like 4 or 5 or 6 or okay, wait, I'm actually gonna stop myself. I'm not gonna do 6 or. But anyways, I have a lot. I have many, but I wanna let Jake go first.
Yeah, I mean, hard to pick out a moment. That was a crazy match. Couldn't have asked for much more in that best of 5. I think, I mean, Hosuya ended up winning the match 3-2, and really the end of that first moving game, where 1K made a mental error on that Finland round that ended up, he ended up guessing in Norway. I mean, you know, if he wins that round, he very likely wins the game given how far ahead he was. And I think, you know, that could have swung the match in his favor. So an unfortunate mistake there caught up to him in the end.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I think that was very indicative of the game we saw, where it was like 1K either so on it or was making a little mistake like that. GC, what about you?
I have to give it to 1K for giving us that incredible last minute drama with the 5K NMPZ in Namibia. That takes it for me.
Yeah, that was unreal. Jello, any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've done this so far to go with the same moment as someone else's, but I have to just agree with GC. That was just incredible. We didn't really have any pinpoint, no nothing. There was nothing in the distance. It was NMPZ, which is already hard enough to line up a road in NMPZ. But he managed to 5K that round. I don't know how, and I'm just so impressed that I also have to go with that one for sure.
Yeah, fair. I like it. I might also mention the Greece. I'm just remembering that as well. The Greece was crazy. A lot of great moments, of course. Many to choose from, but I like what you guys are saying. I think those are some of the most consequential moments there. Guys, let's take a look at the bracket here. See where we're at. Or I should say schedule. Sorry, schedule. We did have just that first game. Hosuya taking the 3-2 over 1K. Again, massive props have to be given to 1K. That was such a close game. Hosuya, as the 3 seed over the 14, does end up moving on there in NMPZ, which to my understanding I did learn is his favorite mode. So cool to see that. A very fun way to start the day. I hope it stays on that train. Next up, we've got Emma versus KG, which is going to be a very, very exciting one as well. I do know a bit about these two players here too, so it's going to be a fun one. To my understanding, Emma is also an NMPZ main, or at least favors NMPZ, so maybe she ends up getting there. Would be very fun to have 2 NMPZs to start, and then KG coming up here. Been hearing KG's been locking in big time on moving recently as well, but a very well-rounded player all around. So I think this is going to be a very fun one. Before I give it to our lovely casters again, I'll let Jake have another opportunity. Any specific thoughts on this one you may have, or just things you want to chat about?
Not too much more, to be honest. In addition to what you've said, these are 2 players that I personally don't know all that much about. I have heard some support for Emma among my friends, so it's exciting to see her play. We'll see how she can do. But yeah, as you said, KG getting better at moving. I think a very balanced player overall. Should be a force to be reckoned with, but I think this will be another close match.
Yeah, agreed. Actually, I'm remembering now Jamabi, when he made it through play-ins in his interview at the end, one of the big people he thanked was Emma. So it would be kind of cool if Jamabi's good friend Emma makes it through as well. We'll have to see though. It's a cutthroat competition here this weekend. 16 players, 1 makes it through. So Emma, KG. Who have I not talked to enough between GC and Gelotris? Who am I sending it to? GC, do you have thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, shout out Emma, somebody I know is just a very, very, very nice character in the community. Somebody's been around few years, always grinding a lot. Gameplay wise, haven't caught up too recently with what she's capable of. I know she said maybe she hadn't grinded as much as she'd have liked to in the run up to this, but I think over the years, a lot of practice, very, very good NMPZ ability. So hopefully our second match goes to NMPZ as well, so we can see that.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of NMPZ hype for Emma, so we have to get it, right? We just have to. Hopefully the scriptwriters put that in there, but I'm gonna have to wait and see. And Gelotris, finally to you. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, something that stands out to me from Emma is that the most game modes played are moving and NMPZ. I think that's very, very unusual. Usually, you have no move as the second most played game mode after NMPZ if you are an NMPZ main. She has moving and NMPZ both played the most, which is very unusual, but I like that. I like that, having love for both moving and a stand image. So yeah, I wish that we get to an NMPZ game again here.
Yeah, I feel like there's very few people who do that, like main moving and then NMPC, but not no move. I don't know. I feel like that's definitely a rarity. But yeah, I think the players are getting ready. I don't think they're ready yet, but hopefully ready soon, I would presume. But guys, we have some time, I think, so we can kind of just hang out and chat. I mean, back to overall thoughts. I feel like we got to mention some of our favorite players here this weekend in general. Anyone we didn't talk about, maybe worth just mentioning as we have the time? I'll open it up to any of you.
We mentioned Salix briefly, but somebody who I think has a lot of ways he can hurt you as a player. I think a lot of Indonesia expertise, quite good at moving as well. So I think Salix is somebody we can see something from.
Yeah, I agree on that one for sure. Also, I'm remembering we forgot to mention Kent. We were talking about players who have been in the World League, and we mentioned Yannick and Pan, but Kent is also in here. Big shout out to Kent. I actually had to meet Kent in October, IRL, which was very fun. He came to TwitchCon San Diego to hang out with me and Zigzag. So that was cool. I'm excited to see how he does as well. Very good guy. I believe finally our players are ready. So apologies for we had to take a little moment there to just hang out with you. Hope you enjoyed anyways. But it's finally time for Emma versus KG. I'm hyped for this one. I know people at home are as well. Get some support in for the player you are rooting for, and I'll send it on over to GC and Gelotris.
Thank you, Bloom. Thank you, Jake. Back in the commentary booth with Gelotris. Emma the Eel against KG. UK against Japan.
It's going to be an interesting one. I was looking at KG stats, and I noticed that there aren't that many games compared to some of the other participants. So I would assume KG is someone who likes to practice on their own, probably a grinder, reading to docs maybe, or just enjoys playing on their own rather than playing the comp game mode.
Yes, and we've got a few Japanese players in this wildcard. Obviously saw a few of them through the World League, and more than now in the wildcard. Great community, producing a lot of strong players at the moment. Kick things off in the moving games.
We are starting in Quebec, it appears. We have that Quebec highway road number sign. Couldn't really catch the number on it. 117. I believe it's a very long road, the 117, if I'm not mistaken, if I think of the right road. Let me double check that on my map.
Good knowledge, if you're right. I'm sure you are.
Surely.
Surely. I can see the
have it in my
116.
mind. Okay, it appears it isn't the road that I was thinking of. Anyway, but some of them are definitely in Quebec. One of the biggest provinces in the world, Quebec.
Yep.
Doesn't appear like it, if you think about it, because most of the stuff is only happening in the south, but it is a giant province, and there it is on the western side. First points from the match going to Emma.
Great start. Yeah, one of the biggest provinces in the world. What are the other ones, Gelotris, if we can think of them off the top of our head? I think Western Australia would be up there.
I'm actually not sure. Probably. I mean, China has giant ones. Xinjiang, the most northwestern one, is definitely also up on the list. I'm not sure if Tibet is also on the list. Probably.
Maybe Para, Amazonas, Saka Republic. Anyway, beside the point, we are now in round number 2.
Number 2 it is, and it looks like we are in New Zealand, with the yellow dashes driving on the left. Body of water to the south. To the south is interesting. I'm actually not sure. I mean, the mountains don't really strike me as southern islands. So it will lead that we are maybe on the North Island. Really didn't see any fences. Usually you want to see fences. Those help in New Zealand.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Great guess from Emma. We didn't really see her moving around very much. She was kind of looking around at the direction of the water and lining things up, and actually nailed it. Great stuff.
Yes. Seems like she pretty much played at no move. Just using the body of water there. In our first Vietnam round. Definitely a country we did tend to see a bit more frequent lately. Today, this is the first one.
Yeah, we had it. I mean, through the World League, through the APAC World League, Vietnam was one of those countries that just kept on coming up. We do see it a lot.
Yeah, definitely a country also where you have a lot to learn. Besides the district names, I think there are also a lot of regional polls. Very, very different landscape throughout the whole country. But most importantly, you need to know your place names in Vietnam. You have it given pretty much everywhere. Very
beautiful moment when the updated Vietnam coverage dropped a little while ago. Anything else notable coverage-wise recently, Geolectris?
I mean, Georgia got released the first coverage, I mean, it was known for a long while that Georgia will get Google Street View images. We've seen the cars driving around there, but it took some while. But finally, we get to see the beauty of that country. And Emma keeps dominating here in this game, I must say.
Yeah, very impressive. Just not really looking for info too much, but just ending up very close. Assam, it says here now.
Yeah, would help. Second next to Assam, Lunding. Might be a place name if it's written right after Assam, but doesn't necessarily mean that it is a place name. Oh, it actually is. Emma found it.
It says game is under review. Let's see what that's about.
Yeah, some tech issues occurred. Apparently, let's check what it is.
Okay, game is under review. Give you updates as soon as we have them, but just hang tight.
Yeah, let's talk about the game so far. What happened? I mean, I must say Emma's playing flawless so far. Really played the rounds very, very well. Got the right information quick. Also, very different types of informations. I mean, not always a place name given, but also I look back at the New Zealand round. She recognized Lake Taupo. Got the right city with that. Very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, very impressive. Nice guess in Portugal as well. And I think just as those multis have been building up, that lead has just increased. There was no kind of massive moment, but just steadily taking health away from KG, who's now below half.
Yep, first game in. She did build up her way to a 2.5x damage now. KG on 1.5 with half HP so far. It's looking very good for Emma.
Still under review. Just hang tight. We'll be right back with you. Geolectris, what do you think KG needs now to flip this game on its head?
Yeah, well, I was looking at some of KG's stats, obviously, but I couldn't really find much out of that. It just appears that NMPC is the least played game mode, so I would assume that he wants to end this game quick. But for this one specifically, I guess, as always, a big rural country, a big country with a rural location, is something that could switch things up. I feel like Russia, Canada, Argentina, those are the countries usually that you need. Maybe the US.
And we have South Korea now. We seem to be pretty urban. Be one of the largest cities I'd have thought. Maybe a slightly smaller one. Oh, Emma and
Jeju Hover, yes. I mean, those signs are really hard to use usually, but we got the road number 1132, which is the road Emma is on right now.
Yeah.
But it also continues towards the east, I think. If I've seen it correctly. I've definitely seen it west of Jeju City.
Yeah, KG now and Jeju. Good from both players. I would absolutely have forgotten to think of Jeju here.
Yeah, definitely. Hard to get in an urban environment. I mean, usually you want to see those volcanic rocks, which we didn't really have here. But yeah, it was on the eastern side. Really hard to make a decision here on which side you want to send on the 1132.
Yep, good from both, but actually, again, another round with Emma. And if we look at the multis, we really start to see this stacking up in Emma's favour.
Seems like we are in Germany. We got the bollards, the black bag of signs. A couple place names.
Any of them ringing any bells for you, Gelotris?
Not really, no. Maria Lach. Maria Lach is... I've been there, actually. Only 2 kilometers from here. It's in the Eifel National Park. That's pretty much along the pocket towards Luxembourg, like east of Belgium.
Okay, so Emma, somewhat in the right area, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. That's roughly where Maria Lach is. I've been camping there.
Yeah, I can see the park actually on the map. I think that's the one you were referring to. So Emma, I think closer than KG here. Oh, very, very nice indeed. Actually, with the multis, that's going to do most of KG's remaining health.
Very small town. I didn't expect it to see it on GeoGuessr at some point in life, but here we go.
This is a confident performance from Emma so far, I have to say. Just seemingly kind of finding everything without too much trouble and committing to things without making too hard work of it. Very good to see.
Most definitely, I would agree with that one. Got some area codes here, not the helpful ones, unfortunately. Can be really rough to get to the right things in an urban environment in South Africa.
Yep.
The info is usually given on very little signs, or you really have to go all the way out to the main road. Sometimes you have some construction signs, which are also fairly helpful, but Emma is plumping it down in the capital, KG, a bit further east towards Eswatini.
Yeah, interesting from KG to be going east. And it does pay off, yeah. Great stuff from KG.
Wait, and it did say that on the sign he had earlier. I was looking at one.
Yeah, nice work from KG to get a foothold back in the game a bit there. Very good guess in South Africa. And now we have Kenya, I believe.
Yep. Should be Kenya, definitely. Also fairly urban, but... We have Kitale.
It says Kitale,
so
yeah.
On the A1 maybe, saying something about the maintenance of A1 between Kitale, Sibaga, I mean a couple town names, so you have to definitely guess along the A1, maybe in a town that goes through the A1. There are a couple to choose here. Now it's about lining it up. KG got a little bit extra time here. Emma plonked it down pretty early. turned out to be on the eastern side. I mean, it was some information about the A1, but we didn't really necessarily mean that we are on the A1. But definitely a valid guess to guess along it, of course.
Yep, nothing massive there. Both players in the right area, but yeah, KG's health now just a little bit lower, 229. Santa Catarina there with the SC abbreviation. Emma.
And another very quick send. I didn't even catch if she found the road number or not. But I would assume so.
Yeah, maybe. Or she may just be thinking, you know what, there's a 50-50 chance I do enough here to... I get closer and do enough to end the game. Let's see. It doesn't pay off that time.
Yeah. Didn't pay off, no. Puts her to half HP now. Not something to stress about, but... You don't want to give up any multis to KG after having a lead like this.
Yeah, it was, Emma's still in a very strong position, but that's exactly what KG needed, really. Another round like that, things could start to get interesting.
Yeah, seems like we are back in the US, I would assume, by the looks. Now the hunt
like
begins.
New England, or...
Yeah, definitely gives off more coastal vibes as well with the vegetation.
Yeah, there's a name there, Ammangasset or something. It sounds very kind of Massachusetts or something around there, maybe. So have to...
KG briefly found an area code. I don't know if you can make usage of that.
On Long Island, maybe. Maybe that's right.
Could be. I mean, we passed a lot of signs. I would assume that they have something, but still a big difference between their guesses. KG is on Long Island.
Was correct, and that's enough.
And that will be
what a turnaround. Wow. What a turnaround.
That's exactly why Emma really needed to put that extra time in, I feel like, on the Santa Catarina round.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I think at the time, I can see why it felt like the right thing to do, but you just never know what's coming up.
Yeah, it was a gamble. It was a gamble for sure, but not in her favor this time around.
No,
a
sometimes those
bit
pay
of the
off.
patience.
Yeah, good tenacity from KG there, though, just to keep focus and capitalize on those moments. Tough for Emma, who was playing very, very well up to that point.
Now we go over to the no-move game. First moving game out of the two.
Yeah, and as we said, Emma mostly practicing moving and NMPZ, kind of approaching GeoGuessr from both extremes. I think moving at an NMPZ can definitely cover a lot of what you need for no move, knowledge-wise, but no move is its own game mode, so we'll see how that approach works out here.
Yep, and KG, as I said, isn't really the comp grinder, not too many games, but still worth mentioning, he has the most games played on no move, so this should be in his favor now, on paper, to win the no move game. But we'll find out soon. We got a Panama round, it appears. Tropical vegetation and dry season at the same time is something you see a lot throughout the whole country in Panama. Kind of hard to read and guess that one. Both playing it safe.
Yep. Off to a start in no move. Not a huge difference between them in round one. Now round two. Ooh, yeah.
Mexico.
Lovely Mexico round.
Corn doesn't help too much in Mexico. I feel like you get corn in a lot of places. Most commonly found in the central vicinities, though. And around CDMX as well. I would say we are a little bit further north than that, though, with how... Is it dry? Would you consider this as dry? I mean, it looks very green, but also some of the vegetation doesn't look so lush.
It's one of those slightly seasonal ones where it's kind of dry but green at the same time. Hidalgo from KG, which I think makes some sense, and Emma's not too far away from there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple places that I do consider here, and they are very far from each other. But mostly I'm thinking of the central parts of Mexico.
Ooh, very, very nice color guess there from KG. Strong start. Very good.
Yeah. Yeah, very strong guess considering how hard the location was.
Yep.
And we are in Russia. Looks very rural. A lot of birch trees. Makes me think of St. Petersburg area.
Yeah, both players look on the main Karelia road.
Yep. Also, the kind of hilliness I think fits for that area of the country. Elevation like this you usually get towards the Urals maybe, or even further east in the Altai Mountains. But besides that, I think the northwestern parts also make sense. KG trying to find a lineup here on the main road.
Can't quite get a picture of how far apart they are. Actually, not very far apart at all. KG slightly closer again, building up the multi. Yeah, not quite the start Emma would have wanted to this game. Hasn't really done anything too wrong, but just KG building a very comfortable lead and has all the multis in his favour.
Yep, really rough game for Emma here. And it continues to be somewhat rough. I mean, we are in Romania, and once again, it is very flat with tile roof, so you kind of have to consider the western flat parts or the southern flat parts.
Yep. Bit of a gamble from Emma there. I think she was guessing that sign said Satumare, but that could. Let's see if this pays off. Because I think we saw the last few letters of the sign, and it does pay off.
Oh, it was, yeah. And we are actually downtown. I mean, we had a sign towards it, so it makes sense to guess in a city next to it. You wouldn't consider clicking downtown if you have a sign leading towards it, but still, giving her good room to pick up some points or deal damage towards KG.
Yeah, no, it's a nice way to see a player picking up points, just seeing a partial name and just kind of gambling and committing based on that. Very good. India again.
Yep. Trident pulse here should put us in Karnataka, I think. The trident poles are very, very commonly found there. It's almost 98% or something. In Karnataka. Still a very big and weirdly shaped state, which makes it kind of hard to guess. And we are like right on the border to Andhra Pradesh.
With the round win again. I mean, health is relatively even, but KG has just been winning more rounds. So as the rounds go on, we'll be dealing more damage.
Yes, and once again, not too easy off and around. We should be in Australia with these bollards. But after getting the country, it's really, really hard to make a region guess here. I feel like, GC, what do you think? I mean, it's very generic, no?
Yeah, it is. It is. Got somewhat lightly coloured sandy soil, which could point towards a couple of areas, but very hard to be confident, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of sand gets a bit more in South Australia, but this time around it doesn't look as sandy to really confirm it.
Yeah.
You really can't tell the elevation as well. I mean, it looks flat, I would say, but you can't say it confidentially.
Yeah, this is the kind of split I would be worried about if I were playing this round, just kind of considering that kind of inner Queensland and wow.
Ooh, wow. That is
almost
big.
Almost enough, despite only having, well, very few multis to a name. Completely flips the game around there. KG down to 337 health. It was actually Victoria in the end.
Yeah, really, really hard to pick a state there. But not only the right state, but also a very good region guess within Victoria from Emma there. Getting her in a very good lead here. I mean, the multis don't really matter anymore, I would say, with KG having only 337 health left. You don't need that much multi on your side to close out the game. Let's see what the approach for Emma is now, if she's still going for that pressure play and closing out quick, or if she will play it slow and steady to secure the win this time around.
Yeah, the thing that's in KG's favour, though, is he won another round, so those multis are really quite high, so one good round could turn things around again. Got that M sign in Gelotris, which
Swedish M, and it's very hilly, but also very rocky. Usually this rockiness I associate with more of the southern parts in Sweden, but with this elevation, I think we are further north, still considering more the eastern than the western mountains here for some reason. I don't know, it doesn't really strike me as the western ones, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, scary round, lots of things to think about, like the rockiness, but difficult one to have confidence in, I would say.
But definitely a round that's maybe what you like to see for either of these players. I think there's a good room to turn it around, but there's also a good room to close out the game.
He's actually ended up on the Norwegian side of the border there, and is a lot closer. And as we said, those multis are enough.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Oh, you love to see it. Whoever
It's
you're
amazing.
rooting for.
Yeah.
Does happen. Wow.
Frustrating.
I didn't expect that.
No. I think for Emma, that's a frustrating way to have lost the first two games, and now she needs a reverse sweep to stay in the wild card.
Yeah, 2-0. KG only needs one more win from now on in this best of 5 format. Putting KG in a very good spot now. I must say, starting off this match, or this match up, it looked very good for Emma. She was playing very consistent, very strong, didn't give KG any room to make any plays. But looking at the scoreboard now, that was not something I expected. 2-0 for KG now, as we go on to the next moving round.
Again, though, I think that game underlines the effect that the new multi-system can have.
Wait, what's happening here? What's happening here?
Oh, hang on.
We have a country split
Excuse
in the
me,
moving
wow.
game. First. Wow, no. You do not want to start off a game like this if you're behind 2-0, Emma.
Yeah, that's not how she wants this one to go. Wow, that will take some coming back from. I had not quite appreciated what was happening there with the country split. Too busy thinking about multis, but as you said, Gelotris, big problems now for Emma. Starting in round 1 of the second moving game, down to 1200 health. Uphill battle in France.
France it is, and I want to say that the road has a slight red tint in it.
Red road, yeah.
And it is quite hilly, so I think both does check out for the Dijon area. Shout out to Zigzag here, the inventor of the red road metas.
Yep. With D87, but not easy to find unless you know which department you're in, of course.
I would definitely consider scanning in those areas, maybe more towards the east and south of Dijon with the hilliness.
Emma needs to open the map here. Clicks Dijon.
She goes for it. And it's a bit further south. Actually, far further south than I expected, but still, a Dijon click, I think, was very valid there. But I can also not blame to just click medal in France. You never know.
Yep.
Romania. Back at it. Last time it was no move, and Emma picked up some good points figuring out the town name up northwest in Satu Mare. This time around it looks a bit more central northern, I want to say. The vegetation looks very cold and it is very mountainous. I think that's something you see in the central north usually.
I would agree.
Romania.
This kind of architecture as well.
Yeah, I agree. It's very central northern, or maybe in the middle mountains as well. Something I do consider. We are on a main road, so you could move fast and hope that you get to a kilometer marker here, which you commonly find in Romania on their main roads.
Time.
It turns out to be a plunk-off.
Yep, it does. And Emma's a bit closer here. I mean, to win the match from this point would be one of the most incredible comebacks we've seen, but doing the right thing now, getting a couple of round wins, building up the multis. Can't rule it out, but if KG stays focused, expect him to be able to close it out. Let's see.
Yes, it looks like a Czechoslovak ballad. We have the arrows on the town signs, which will put us in Czechia. Got road number 201. The furthest town is Krivoklad. Doesn't really ring a bell, Krivoklad, but I would assume that it might be findable, given that it is 45 kilometers away. But then we are on a forest road, the road could be bigly, and 45 could not be that far on the map. We'll see, but for now both players are scanning for the road. We got the 201 on Emma's screen right now. KG is also at the 200, also on the 201 now. Does realize that the road goes a little bit longer than on that than where he initially saw it. And it is on the eastern side.
Yep, both players ending up very close there. KG gets a round win. Just kind of needs to stop Emma from building up too much of a multi. You'd expect him to be able to kind of chip away at her health enough, but it'll always be a difficult round. This time we have on the bin anything.
We had a couple cars without front plates, but now we passed one with a front plate. I mean, I was considering Quebec because it was very hilly off the bat and no front plates. The town didn't strike me as typical US town
agreed.
For some reason.
But I was about to say US, and then I think I thought actually it does feel like Canadian. 770.
No, it is. We have Southern Pines as well now. Vegetation helps a lot. Yeah, Georgia 293. Probably explains the no fronts, the hilliness.
1 second to go. KG, Atlanta, and it is just northwest of Atlanta, so that's enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's closing out the game. I did expect, honestly, a longer battle here. It didn't seem like a 3-0 type of game with how strong both of these players were. Especially having Emma going out without a win is a thing that you did not expect if you watched this game, because she played so strong, had so many great guesses, but just not at the right time.
Yeah, agreed. Such a shame for Emma. Started really strong, but just the games just kind of got away from her for various reasons. Shout out and credit to KG there. Very confident performance, actually. No real mistakes, just kind of chipping away. And we can welcome back Bloom and Jake to the booth. Guys, tell us about that game. Bloom, we'll start with you.
Yeah, man. I mean, what? Like, Emma really seemed like she was poised to take the first two, obviously. Like, it just looked like it was gonna be all her, and KG with just two absolutely insane comebacks. So what in the world was that? Lost for words, but it was very fun to watch. A bummer for the Emma fans. I saw a lot of them, obviously not super happy with that, but what I can say is that it seems like Emma will be a very, very strong player soon. Like, if she can maybe lock in a little bit of like impatience, possibly just guessing too quickly without giving herself the time to kind of think through some things, I think if that would be where I would point focus towards, and I think she could become a very, very, very strong player. But yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see if we get to see Emma in the next season. But yeah, we'll see. GG.
Yeah, agreed. Very, very popular player. We hope she'll be back competitively. Jake, let's talk about KG there. Any particular strengths you noticed there that allowed him to actually close it out 3-0?
Well, I mean, I think it was the consistency in the end. I mean, he didn't really make any huge mistakes. He was definitely behind in a couple of those games, but he kept his head, made a nice guess at the end of the moving game to take it in New York. And also had, maybe a little bit fortunate on the Norway-Sweden round that ended the no-move game. But I think in the end, he was very close distance-wise to pretty much all of the rounds, except maybe that one Australia round. But really, he was very consistent. And Emma had a couple of maybe lapses and mistakes that allowed him to take advantage, but he did that very well.
Agreed. Very, very solid performance. Let's have a look at the Wazer of the match. See who the fastest guess was made by. Aha! It was that round Gelotris where we had the split. That's our Wazer of the match. 5.7 seconds. We had the Philippines-Thailand split to kick things off in that moving game.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that. I think what happened there is based off the type of car that we could see, you can get that brake light, I believe, in the north of Thailand there. So I think she relied a little too heavily on the car meta there and just kind of went, oh, this car can be there, bang. But in the end, yeah, went KG's way.
Understandable mistake, I think. Way's moment of the match. Let's see if you guys have any. Gelotris, I'll start with you, actually, if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, I think Emma played the no-move round in Romania very, very smart with the half-hidden sign, figuring out that it actually did Satumare. It's also a guess where you have to commit very hard. It's like right on the border. She went for it all in. Got rewarded for that round, so I really like that one.
Great. Jake, moment of the match.
That's a great shout from Gelotris, to be fair. If I had to pick another one, I did kind of already mention it, but I do think that round at the end of the no-move game where KG was over the border in Norway but ended up winning the match on the Sweden round, it kind of felt at that point like maybe this is going to be KG's match. You know, it's like when you get that so-called Aemon, winning a round in the wrong country, it just kind of feels like things are going your way. So yeah, that's kind of how it ended up for him.
Bloom, you can either have the casting vote or maybe have another moment of your own.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd agree with Jake, or if anything, just sort of add in that Long Island one as well. I just think they're very indicative of what we saw there. Just like even the Long Island, it's not like KG had information and wasn't able to actually pinpoint it, but it was just Emma kind of missing that and hedging instead. So just very indicative, I think, overall of what we saw in that one.
Thank you, guys. So that's our Wazer of the match and our Waze moment of the match. A little bit more on Waze. So if you would like to win a 4-day ticket to the GeoGuessr World Championship in Berlin with flights and hotel included, check out the new the new GeoWazer game on geoguessr.com/Waze. It's a fun 10-round no-moving game where you have to figure out where you are. Also report what you see. So just like reporting in the Waze app in a gamified way, go and check it out at geoguessr.com/Waze. Guys, great to be with you all again. We are just going to look at the schedule again to see which match we have coming up next. 2 matches down in this wildcard. Next up, we have Alpha versus Orion. Alpha, a player who we saw last year, I think somebody mentioned, got to the final of the wildcard. Thoughts, guys, on Alpha as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in on that. Yeah, Alpha's very, very strong. Second place at the Open Major last year, and we've seen Alpha play in a couple other scenarios recently as well, just random various community tournaments and things like that. Very, very strong player. We know France to always be a very strong region in GeoGuessr. Shout out Blinky, of course. We have 3 French people in the World Championship, I believe, if I'm remembering that, or is it? I forget. Maybe someone will correct me, but off the top of my head, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, anyways. So yeah, French. They're very strong at GeoGuessr. I think Alpha's going to have a really strong showing, the 1 seed going into this tournament. But one thing that's interesting is Orion as the opponent. So I believe the 16th seed, but Orion is very good as well. So I'm actually very excited for this match. I think it might be our closest of the day so far. But we'll have to wait and see.
Great stuff. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about our 2 contenders in just a second. We'll just cut to a quick commercial break. Stay with us.
Welcome to Tempodrome, where we will crown the GeoGuessr World Champion 2026. Here's what you can expect. Here's where the heart of the event is gonna be. We will pop up a few food trucks and a nice beer garden, and you can watch all the group stage games with the entire community right here. Let's take a closer look. We're gonna have community talks, costume competitions, meet and greets with pros and creators. Guten Tag. We're gonna have a gaming area as well. It's gonna have chairs, I swear. A running club with Michaela to explore Berlin. Lots of prizes and giveaways. This is the small arena where the group stage will be played in the first 2 days of the event. Make sure to cheer for your favorite player because they are gonna need it. It will be intense. See you at the World Championship starting the 2nd of September here in Berlin. There will be a bar.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Waze, get real-time traffic info powered by thousands of editors.
The most special thing about the Waze community is its people, and it's the rich knowledge that you could never get anywhere else.
Explore and build a map used by millions of people every day.
And I started editing the maps, adding these whole cities, adding roads, adding everything. And the roads are perfect because I made it.
Every GeoGuessr player starts somewhere. This is somewhere?
Enough. Time to get into shape.
Download Opera GX with the official GeoGuessr mod. Hit the Geo Gym Hub to train your GeoGuessr skills with custom minigames. Grind every day to finally hit that sweet 5K. Download Opera GX with the GX GeoGym mod. Your setup wants you to win.
That's the Opera GX browser. Welcome back everyone to the GeoGuessr Wildcard, where we will decide our final participant in the GeoGuessr World Championships in Berlin in September. Hello again to my lovely panelists. Hi guys, Bloom.
Hello.
Jake.
Hey, good to be
and
back.
Gelotris.
Right, hello there.
There we go. Next up, we have France versus Germany, Alpha versus Orion. Spoke a little bit about Alpha. Orion, Jake, anything we know about this player? Can you tell us much?
So, Orion, we haven't seen him in the pro circuit really before, but he is a player who's been in the community for some time, and we've definitely seen him pop up in several community tournaments and play very, very well in them. So I think a very strong player coming in as the 16th seed, as Bloom said, so definitely an underdog against a player like Alpha, but I think you should give him a run for his money.
Lovely stuff. Well, I think the players are just about ready to go, which means I can hand over to Bloom and Jake to take us through this match.
All right, thank you, GC. Yeah, guys, let's do it. Third game of the day, Alpha versus Orion, the 1 seed versus the 16th seed. But it must be said, I know a decent bit of the seeding did have to do with how much was actually played amongst the players. So putting Orion in 16th, I would say that doesn't necessarily speak to his true level of skill. And I think we'll actually see if that statement is true or not here in just a second here, Jake. Alpha versus Orion, I'm quite hyped for this one. You have any thoughts about how deep this one might go, Jake? What do you think?
Well, Like we said, I think Alpha is probably the favorite, but I think we could see a pretty close match here. I do think that Alpha's weakest mode is moving, if I'm not mistaken, and in a best of 5, when you do play 2 moving games guaranteed, you know, maybe that could be a little bit of a disadvantage for him. I don't know quite how strong Orion is in moving, to be honest, but especially if we continue through the tournament and if Alpha does advance, we could see him play maybe somebody like KFL, who's such a strong moving player.
Yeah.
That definitely could be a challenge for him.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see here on the round 1 in Romania. Some signage off the bat already for Orion, but Orion's moved past it pretty quick. Finally comes across 73C. Had a town name, didn't get a chance to read that, but good pathing for Orion there, already getting to multiple bits of info and finally finding a sign. Alpha's still looking a little bit lost.
Yeah, 73C, I think you said towards Kampulung, which is a knowable town. There it is. Orion has found it in the end. I'm not sure Alpha has much of anything, so this should be a good start for Orion.
Yeah, very good start, the 4998. Just good use of signage there. I mean, it's just what you were saying. A little bit of a difference there maybe in the moving ability, but only 1 round for us to really base that off of. Let's just keep it going and see what we get next.
Yeah, and especially given how strong Alpha is in no move at NPZ, this is going to feel like a very important game for Orion to get off on the right foot. See if he can do that. Here in Indonesia, players will be moving around looking for a Kabupaten or Regency. That's definitely the best moving clue that you can find. And especially in a large country, it is important to get as much information as you can. I'm not sure if there's actually any info here on these signs that Orion has. We'll keep on moving for now.
Yeah.
He's got some ads, but yeah, not much of anything for either player, it seems like, with just 15 seconds to play. Tanah Laut. That is indeed a Kabupaten. I think it's South Kalimantan, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Looks like it.
That is, I believe, the correct area. Alpha doesn't even have a pin down, and he's in Sumatra.
Oh, wow. In Sumatra, and Orion not able to get it precisely, but that's still going to be 3,000 points of damage even for a round 2. I mean, so far, it seems like we're seeing some better pathing for Orion. Could have been RNG on which direction each player went. We'll see if, you know, that ends up being a consistent factor we're seeing, because so far Orion getting to better signage in the first 2 rounds. Let's see what happens here on this one.
Yeah, if Alpha does have a weakness, it is in moving, and that is showing up here in this first game. So we'll see if he's able to recover, get some multipliers to his name, and claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, looks like players are going in 2 separate directions. Alpha moving south, Orion moving north. But basically nothing yet. We had a railroad crossing. That was about it so far.
Yeah, we're going to be somewhere in the Nordic countries here, I would guess maybe Sweden or Finland, possibly, with this very rocky landscape and these short trees. But a little hard to say. Could also be Norway. I mean, I haven't really seen any signage at all. So maybe this advantages Alpha a little bit more. A round that's, you know, closer to a no moving round, just guessing based off of the landscape. But really nice guess from Alpha there.
Looks like it does. Finally puts Alpha on the board. It felt pretty far north. Orion hedging a little bit more, but a very respectable commit there from Alpha.
Yeah, we see that no moving ability coming out from him there. A little bit more info heavy, I imagine this round should be. Looks like Kyushu pole plates there, so we should be on the southern island of Japan, Kyushu. See if there's any information to be had on the signs. Well, get to any good signs, that is.
Yeah. And that's the big question, but Orion does it again. Orion able to get there. The 95 and the 453. Ita Oto, Kawasaki, Otoji. Quite a few town names here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how helpful that sign is. I mean, they're prefectural roads, and they don't necessarily know what prefecture they're in, and I don't think he's heard of any of the towns there either, so yeah, Orion doesn't look too sure of himself. Both of them currently in the middle of Kyushu.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think maybe if you could find something that lines up with the town names. Doesn't seem like they can. It's further north of both of them. That is Orion closer. It's not much damage, but Orion extends that multiplier lead here.
Yep. Every little bit helps. You never know when even just 0.5 multis will make the difference. We've got roundabout here in Colombia, and we've got those classic Antioquia hole markings with the black, yellow, black there. So those are most commonly found in the areas around Medellin. It's not 100%, but it is pretty helpful clue generally for that area. We do have a sign pointing us towards Medellin. There are separate exits on the roundabout, but we've got, let's see, Pozos, Salgar. Not sure where those towns are, but both are looking around Medellin at the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to scan along with them, and I haven't found either, like, any of these.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't have them either. I mean, Puerto suggests, I mean, it means port, so it suggests that we're along perhaps a river.
Yeah.
You see all the Puerto town names on their screens, but neither one has... Oh, there's Puerto Salgar.
Oh.
Last second find at Alpha may have the 5K here.
Not the 5K, but yeah, very, very good guess and a very good find. Finally, Alpha using some info better. But very smart of them, as you were mentioning, to go on that big river there east of Medellin. You have a bunch of Puerto towns. Lines up nicely. We go on to round number 6 here. Alpha really needs more of a comeback if he wants to stay in this. But it's definitely doable. Obviously, we saw it earlier today. Some very low health comebacks are very possible in the game of GeoGuessr. So let's see what Alpha can do.
Yep, and it looks like we are in Belgium here. We've got some Dutch town names, so we should be in Flanders, the northern half of Belgium. See if either of them is able to narrow this down, maybe find one of the towns on the map.
Yeah, I think we had something ACHEL or something. I didn't read exactly what it says for like the town we're in right now, I believe. But regardless, yeah, Belgium, probably in the north, we're not going to be seeing too much damage.
It says Boodle NL, which might actually mean Netherlands, which is interesting. We could be near the border, perhaps.
Wow, yeah. But Alpha has a .be, so we're probably just like right there on the border.
It could be. Although who knows, maybe the NL is just deceptive. No, it is right by the border. Makes sense.
Yeah. Alpha gets another round on the board. That's 3 round wins to each respective player. So multis will be even now, but yeah, still, Alpha really needing a comeback on the health. Needs to deal some damage here on the round 7. Sign there, yeah.
Got the outline of Germany on that sign there. Orion is German. Ooh, there may be extra info because he is instantly sent Erfurt, and you have to imagine he knows something. But Alpha's got a sign, and we'll see if he's able to narrow this down in time. Göttingen is a knowable town, but looks like he doesn't know off the top of his head. He's pretty close to it, though.
Yeah, but it's Orion closer. Alpha, you could see, didn't feel super great about the information he had. Not enough time to pinpoint anything. Kind of hedges there in the end, and Orion is still closer on that. We go to round 8.
Maybe he knew the state, because Orion was in the correct state there. Maybe he was just guessing based off of that, hoping Alpha wouldn't get to a sign. But on we go here. Does that say Jalapa? I think that said Jalapa on that sign, which is a department in eastern Guatemala. And that is exactly where... Or no, did it say Jalapa or did it say Jutiapa? I wasn't actually able to read it.
I missed it myself. Orion does have a pin down. I
think he's in Jutiapa right now.
Yeah, I think so.
So that may be what it said. Jalapa is there just north of Jutiapa. They're both in the east of the country. But with health this low for Alpha, he does need to be careful. I don't see much here. Alpha is in Jalapa, and Orion is in Jutiapa.
Interesting.
I want to say it said Jalapa, but it was hard for me to read, so we'll see who's right here. I'm guessing one of them is.
Let's see.
It is Jutiapa.
It's Jutiapa, and that's 400 points of damage. Yeah, just the classic Jutiapa Jalapa mix-up, of course. So, you know, we all do that.
Ooh, Kazakhstan. Okay. Big country, big points here. Round 9.
Yeah. Oh, sign quickly for Orion. I mean, it's asymmetry in direction the players went in, so asymmetry of information, as you love to say. Orion's locked.
Send quickly. That's what you want to do in case Alpha doesn't see the same sign, and it looks like he may be going in that direction now, but there's a sign for Karaganda, and he's not going to be able to get to it, so he's going to have to make a phenomenal region guess if he wants to survive, and he's not going to be able to do it here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, and that's gonna be Orion taking the moving game. Very nice work from Orion. To be expected, as we mentioned going in. Alpha, not really the moving player. A very good player, but
Orion,
not moving.
Yeah, showing very impressive moving abilities in that first game. He seemed like always gravitated towards the right information and used it very efficiently, so again, Alpha, very strong player. We've seen him perform very well in moving in the past, but it's definitely his weakest mode, so Orion will be very high.
Oh, wow.
He is nervous, and I mean, can you blame him?
Yeah.
Such high stakes in a tournament like this, single elimination. I mean, you know there's really no room for error, but he certainly started the match off as well as he could.
And I mean, yeah, you're just barely making it into the 16th seed, just barely squeezing out the qualification just to even play, and then that puts him up against the first seed. You can imagine, of course, the nerves are high, but a beautiful start. No move here, though. You have to assume Alpha's going to step up to the plate much better here on the no move, but let's see how the first round goes. We're already halfway through.
Orion is in France. He's got a very specific zoom around Besançon here. Maybe just trying to scan the valleys and see if he can find anything that lines up with the city that we see to the west. Alpha, not really zoomed in at the moment, just kind of getting more of a general vibe, and it's just going to send it close to where he thinks it is, but we'll see. Orion's more specific scanning pays off. Not quite.
No, not quite. Alpha on the home turf with a very good start. We did lose the Alpha cam. Surely Alpha will come back shortly. But yeah, Orion not looking too happy about that round one.
Okay. Could be India possibly here with this camera quality, although hard to necessarily rule out something like Nepal.
Looks like,
Orion is thinking Nepal here.
Looking there, Alpha 2, but on the border. Can't actually tell if that pin is in India or Nepal. I mean, maybe Alpha doesn't even know and is just hedging the 2.
Yeah, Orion seems pretty set on Nepal. Definitely believe it. But not a lot to use here in a round like this. Yeah, both thinking Nepal.
Yeah, Alpha commits to Nepal there. Orion taking his time, getting the last pans in, considering it moving to India with 5 seconds left. Doesn't seem like he will, though. Hedges a little bit. Game under review. Now, this could be a camera issue, as we have lost Alpha's cam.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Alpha's side, because Orion looked pretty surprised. Still does.
Yeah. Think so. And I mean, wow, when you are the player on the other end of a tech issue, like, it's not your issue, it's just someone else. Yeah, it was just Alpha Cam, because now Alpha Camera is back. Just gotta pause it and make sure that comes back, I would presume. I haven't heard anything yet, but that would be my assumption there. Yeah, hearing from production, it was just the cam. They were just fixing Alpha's cam really quickly. No other issues, just making sure it works and getting back in. But if you're Orion, right, as I was gonna say, and you don't even know what the tech issue, you don't know why you're pausing, it can throw you off a little bit for sure.
Absolutely. No question. It can mess with the mental when you're kind of in a rhythm and you're trying to get into that sort of flow state. A tech issue can definitely get in the way, but it is a solid guess there from Orion, and he takes the round back and evens up the multipliers.
Yeah. Good work there from Orion. Very even game now.
Reese here, but yeah, I would imagine this is an island. We've got... Ooh, that's a quick guess, and him sending that
I like
confidently.
it. I really like it. That island you see off to the southwest lines up really nicely for Where Alpha did just guess.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and with him sending that confidently, it feels like he might have a pretty good idea.
Let's take a look. He does. That's a 4999 with the island lineup. Unreal from Alpha there. No reaction whatsoever. Which is an absolutely insane guess, and a quick one at that.
Yeah, near 5K on that round is so incredibly impressive. But we're seeing just how good Alpha is in the no moving mode. Not an easy round here. Thinking about the US. Both players here, both sort of in the Appalachian Mountains. Orion, I think, a little more northeast at the moment. Just trying to guess based off of the vegetation, sort of wintry coverage with these dead trees.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
In this particular location. Very barren. He's considering, Orion considering moving towards the Ozarks there, but it looks like he'll stick with the northeast, so fairly similar guesses again. We've lost Alpha's camera again.
Yeah, probably gonna pause again. Yeah, look at Orion again. Just the shock, the surprise, then you have to just wait and see who's closer, what's the score gonna be, what's going on. I wonder if Alpha's possibly using his phone as a camera, because the angle looked like kind of low down. Maybe the phone keeps like turning off or something.
Yeah, something like that. Or maybe he's just turning it off manually and just playing mind games. Who knows?
That would be crazy. I mean, we didn't see him go do anything to turn it off, but imagine doing that. Just messing with the admins, the nice admins. Shout out our admins, of course. Imagine just turning off your camera to mess with them. Tick, tick, tick. No, 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 no.
Yeah, it's like a goalkeeper in a penalty shootout standing on the line, like dancing and jumping and stuff, trying to doing anything to throw the opponent and break the rhythm.
True.
Hopefully we get him back soon here.
Yeah, we should. I imagine. No, nothing actually looked sus. We're making jokes, but not great jokes to be making. I don't think anything is actually suspect here. I think his camera's just malfunctioning. Which happens. Tech issues happen. We're playing from home. It's a bummer, but it'll get sorted. I like Orion's globe. I kind of want a globe. Do you have a globe?
I don't have a globe.
What?
Those are fun. Right? I know.
Jake Lyons.
All I have is
globe.
Google Maps. I know. Terrible. to get off
All
the
you
screens.
have is Google Maps.
Look at a real map for once. Yeah.
You should print out Google Maps and put it on your wall. You know, all of it.
Yep. That's the way to do it, I think. But yeah, a globe would be a nice thing to have. Maybe like a vintage one that has a bunch of like outdated country names and things.
Yes, that would be really fun.
It's fun to look at a globe and try and pinpoint what year it was made based off of the place names and things.
Yeah, I love that. I want a globe, like 100-year-old globe. You know what I'm thinking? It could be overheating of his camera because of how hot it is.
Oh, true. Actually, the heat wave that actually could be it.
Who knows?
Me. Because it did seem a little bit choppy at times. So yeah, that definitely could be the problem.
Well, we're back.
Here we go.
And it's Orion.
Well, so far the 2 rounds with tech issues are the 2 rounds Orion has won. So.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
true.
Maybe it's working in his favor. Who knows?
Maybe. Well, hopefully Alpha's camera will not die anymore, and we'll have a smooth game on our hands. Round 5.
Very difficult here. Thinking probably Southeast Asia with this vegetation, these palm trees, but really quite difficult. Alpha on the island of Flores in Indonesia. After considering it for a while, Orion still yet to zoom in. Definitely perplexed, but also in the middle of Flores. How amazing that they converge on the same place here.
Yeah.
This is just pure vibes, really. I think maybe, I mean, there's a couple wires, so maybe there's a pole visible somewhere, but I feel like the players are mostly just using the vegetation and the soil here, but yeah, it looks like they've got the same idea, and Orion doesn't look too confident with himself.
Wow.
And it is a lone bog, so right idea, but a little bit too far east.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, very difficult one. As you mentioned, there were some wires and things, but it looked like they were just attached to trees. They're kind of wrapped around trees, so very difficult round.
And you can just use nature's poles.
True. Nature's poles. All right, guys, you heard it here first. Trees are nature's poles.
Oh, gosh.
Now, Jake, this looks pinpointable. We have a Chile right on the coast in the Atacama Desert.
Yep. But the Chilean coast is famously quite long, so it can be...
That is true.
...difficult to line up something like this. There's a lot of different stretches of coast that this could be, but Alpha locks in something. He seems like maybe he's found a curve that he likes and lost his camera again, so that means Orion is going to win this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Let's see if we go under review again, or... Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Alpha. Rip Alpha's camera. If you remember anything from this weekend, remember that.
Yeah.
We mourned Alpha's camera.
His camera malfunctions. Malfunction is not playing with us today, but she's with us in spirit.
She is. She is with us in spirit.
Anything else we can point out in Orion's background? What's he got?
I'm actually to take us to chat really quickly. Somebody said, I'm French. It's so hot here that the motor of my coffee maker overheated and almost caught fire. His webcam may be melting. Smiley face.
Oh my gosh.
So sounds about right.
Yeah, the temperature's just insane right now in Europe, and lucky here in California, kind of shielded from all that. But I mean, Germany hit, I think, like 41 Celsius or something. Like just absurd numbers. Like,
should we take a look at like Paris right now? Paris, France. Paris, France is a nice 93 Fahrenheit, which is what, 34, 35? No, higher. It's like that's like 36. I'm gonna find out.
Off the top of my head, yeah, like
34
in Germany is currently 100 Fahrenheit.
Woo! Wait, so it's hotter for Orion?
Might be, depending on where he is. But
yeah. True.
And then I'm looking at Sevilla in Spain, which is currently only 93, but next week it gets up to 105. So, just, fun stuff all across the continent.
Yeah. Looks like the heat wave is ending, though.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
For now. Oh, his camera went off again. We had him back. Guys, we had him back. Yeah, I'm also seeing questions again about what Game Under Review is. Game Under Review, many people seem to, for some reason, always think that means the admin thinks someone's cheating. That has never actually been the case. It's usually just like a tech issue on someone's end, so they pause it. Oh, wait, new camera angle for
new
Alpha.
camera. This is huge news.
Wait, this is actually huge news. Is this just a new camera? This looks more like a webcam.
Did he just move it? Yeah, it does look like a webcam, though. It's facing him straight, so maybe this will be the end of the tech issues for now.
Wait, W camera upgrade mid-match? We're back. Oh, it didn't work.
Alpha this time winning the round.
Jake, it didn't work.
Ugh.
The tech issue did not work.
Now he's locked in. Now he's winning all the rounds.
Surely. I'm hearing from production too, actually. Alpha is pretty sure it was just his camera overheating. Sounds about right. But we're back, and hopefully we're back for good here. Hopefully no more pauses. We appreciate you bearing with us on that one. Obviously just need things to stay fair, need players to have their camera on, so thanks for sticking with us. But we're back. Round number 7, 30 seconds left to go already in Nigeria.
Yeah, not the most obvious Nigeria.
It's not.
But I think just based off the architecture, the houses in the distance, they have decided that that's where they are. But I think right now that Alpha's towards Abuja, the center of the country, and Orion is quite a bit further southwest. Alpha considering a switch. See if he sticks with it. If he does switch, maybe more of a hedge there from him.
Okay. Goes the way of Orion on that one.
Alpha will be glad that he made that switch, though. Doesn't lose quite as much health. A very, very even game thus far, and given how he played in the first moving game, Orion's going to be feeling like if he's able to take this no-move game, then he's going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll see Alpha about a 1,000-point lead right now. Wow, Alpha did just zoom in on Europe for a second there, but I think that was just a missed zoom, and we've ended up both players on the Vermont-New Hampshire border pretty much.
Same guess. Wow.
And it's a great one at that. Just a little bit further to the west there. Orion's going to deal a tiny bit of damage. Does get a multiplier increase on that one, which is definitely needed. Wants to make a comeback here if possible. Round 9, here we come.
So impressively accurate on that round. As we head back into the US, seemingly pretty dry. We've got some palm trees. It's an urban environment this time. No front plate on that one car. Florida for Alpha. I definitely could see that. Yeah. I was wondering if it could be somewhere in the west. Got a couple of front plates. I'm actually not sure here. What do you think?
Yeah, Oh, Alpha just moved to Texas.
Oh,
Orion's in Mexicali.
Thinking about Yuma as well.
Like
I mean,
almost. Wow, whoa.
Cars with fronts and a couple cars without. I don't even know what to make of this.
I don't mind it being more western, actually. Like, I understood the Florida call, but architecture feels a bit more... it's in Cali, like Southern Cali. I don't actually hate this guess. Houston... Is he in Houston?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, it's just California. I was gonna say those suburbs felt very like Californian, but trees felt south. An interesting round for sure, but Orion wins the no move, which was expected to be Alpha's game win, and now Orion sits one game away from taking down the 1 seed as the 16 seed to move on to quarterfinals.
Crazy. Very impressive from Orion so far. A nice guess in California to close it out. The first vibe I got was kind of western from that round, but we had some cars with front plates, some cars without them.
Yeah.
And it definitely wasn't that obvious, so I totally understood the guess from Alpha, but now he's got a mountain to climb, especially after losing that first moving game. Going back to moving in best of 5, he knows he needs a reverse sweep, so this is going to be quite the challenge for Alpha. As the number 1 seed, we'll see if he can make the comeback.
See what can happen here. Round 1, we're off on Namibia. Orion already going to line up the road.
Yeah, maybe some info. Not sure. What does it say? Waterberg or something? There's a nice sign for Alpha.
Yeah, very nice sign.
Gobabis is right there to the east of Windhoek. I don't know if he sees it or not. Now zooming in on the general area, there's a C22, C30, and looks like he's found the right intersection, as has Orion, so we could even see a 10K here, although the pinpoint doesn't look very easy. Well, maybe it is just that off-road.
Yeah, maybe.
Looks like they're in the same spot right now.
They sure are, because it's right. That's the 10K on the round 1. You love to see it.
Very nicely done by both there, showing their pinpointing abilities. Even if they aren't moving mains, they definitely know what they're doing. As we head in different directions here.
Yeah, again.
Alpha going west, Orion moving east. We've got an area code, looks like a 334. And it looks like he knows that. He's going southern Alabama.
Yeah.
Area code knowledge from Orion may come in clutch for him here. Alpha
but
256, that's
code.
a different code.
Is it? I mean, it feels like the south. Maybe it's also Alabama, though, just in the north.
maybe a North Alabama code. You see Orion, he's on the spectator mode, seeing that different code and getting scared, but it is Orion closer in the end.
Looks like Orion's code was the correct one. Interesting. That, I mean, if you're Alpha, that is not fun. You get an area code, it's in the wrong spot.
Yep. Ontario, bilingual sign.
Armstrong.
I think it said, and immediately.
Wow.
Orion zooming in and finding Armstrong, putting the pressure down on Alpha. Can he match it? I think he had the same sign, but
yeah,
he does get Armstrong. Nicely done. And you see Orion kind of just like, dang, thought I might have had him, but not quite in that instance.
And it is Alpha closer on that one. Not getting the pinpoint, not getting the lineup.
Well, that's
really
the thing.
Need to, I guess.
When you guess quickly, I mean, Orion, he knew where Armstrong was, and I think he made the right decision of going quickly, putting the pressure on, hoping that Alpha didn't know Armstrong, but Alpha was able to find it, and with the extra time that he had, he was able to actually click within the town and get that multiplier. So nicely done by Alpha. A little bit more precise. I don't think that Orion misplayed that round. I think he was just kind of unlucky with the way that it played out.
Yeah, round 4 now. Looking like, oh, we have a sign Dole. It's probably tiny. It looks like a South Serbia. We have mountainous, Gen 3 vegetation, no antenna. There's some UNC coverage here.
Yeah, for real. See.
Oh.
Shot. Interesting signs. These like blue signs are unusual. You're used to yellow ones in this
neck
of the woods, but both of them are going to converge on southern Serbia. I'd be very impressed if either finds the exact town, but Ryan's a good deal further west right now.
Yeah, I liked Alpha's guess more. I wasn't totally sure what made Orion think it was in that pocket. To me, it felt like we were going a little further down to North Mass or Bulgaria.
Yeah, and there isn't a ton of coverage towards the west there, so yeah, it is a bit of a surprising guess, but doesn't hurt him too badly here as we head into Sweden.
Wow. Whoa.
Wait, what? Whoa. I didn't think he had a sign or anything. I don't know what made him send. Maybe it's a bus stop? Oh, it's a Norrbotten. Yeah, that's a Norrbotten bus stop. So Norrbotten County is where Alpha has guessed 1 second, and it looks like Orion doesn't know the bus stop, so this should be big for Alpha.
Yeah, it is. Great guess from Alpha, 2,200 points of damage. A great find there with the bus stop. One of the first times in this entire match we've seen Alpha get and use a piece of information that Orion did not, actually. So props must be given on that one to Alpha. Good work for that. Let's see what can happen here on Turkey.
Yep, we do not have Gelotris right now. Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide a very precise region guess on this round, but see if there's any signage that comes up for the players here. A lot of pine trees here. Maybe thinking, well, I don't want to say anything, to be honest. I'm not really sure, but let's see if... Does that say Chevre? I think it does. Chevre is...
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a city. I have to say I don't immediately remember where it is. But they are both thinking we're towards the west of the country here. And both seem to just be hedging in the end.
Wow, and it's Alpha.
Okay.
1,500.
I don't even know what it is anymore. I'm questioning everything. It
We'll
didn't seem to be the name of a nearby town, so perhaps it was nothing.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and ask Gelotris after this. Surely he'll have some choice words to give us.
To what appears to be Hungary. Not sure we've seen Hungary yet today, but Ryan's got some road numbers there. Is it a dead end? Can he not move there? It looks like it might be a dead end. I don't know if he's able to see the road numbers there. They're in the distance on that small sign. Both of them towards east of Hungary. Yeah, Ryan continuing to move, so I'm not sure he was quite able... Yeah, he's trying to get to that intersection, but seems like there's a break in the coverage.
Yeah. Seems like it, but it is Hungary. Shouldn't be too many points, but Orion is in a tough spot right now where he could lose. Alpha is closer. It's not going to be enough to take Orion out, but Orion on 132 health. And, you know, if you're Orion, you're one game away from winning the match. You want to close it out if you can. You know that on paper, Alpha's expected to be winning the no moves over you. You don't want to have to go back to no move. But it's a tough position to be in right now. We're in New Brunswick. A lot of information here on these signs. Could get a pinpoint going. Let's see what happens. 40 seconds to go.
Ryan knows he has to be very precise here. Can't afford to drop a lot of points. Wants to make sure he stays alive, so he's going to be looking for these towns here. It's like right now they're in the same exact area, and Alpha has lined up the 5K. It looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, it does, but Orion's there too. Confirming with the extra time he has.
Yeah, should be a 10K here, though.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, you have information overload, so we get another 10K on the round number 8. One to start it off, another on round 8. Maybe we get another. It's technically possible. We'll have to wait and see, but lovely work from both of them. Can Orion stay alive to see a round past this?
As you said, I mean, even though Ryan is up right now 2-0, he's not going to be feeling comfortable. I mean, against the 1 seed, anything can happen, and it's so easy to just lose your concentration, and then a second later you're reverse swept. So he needs to make sure he stays on his game here, because Alpha is not going to give up easily. He does have a road number, the 3 here. Doesn't look like he's found it just yet.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised. Hasn't been able to find it. But Orion's on the 3 already.
Yeah, and Alpha scanning the north of the country, but he hasn't found the 3 yet, and Orion seems to maybe be pinpointing here.
Yeah. I mean, this could be some big points for Orion if Alpha doesn't manage to find the 3.
Yeah, I think this is the south of the country. I don't know why Alpha's so convinced it's the north.
Yeah, I don't know. Orion pulls out a 5K. It's not a ton of damage because Orion's multi is not that high, but it's 1,500 points, and that's good for Orion's mental there. At least we'll make it feel like it's still possible to be in this game, to claw it back. We get to another round of signs, but look at that. We're in France.
Oh, there's a sign for Espagne, which means Spain.
Oh.
So we're definitely going to be near the border somewhere with a very quick lock from Alpha. Thinks he's in the right area, but it looks like Orion's right there with him, so he may survive. Definitely not what he wants to see, of course. Alpha's home country with just 132 health left, but I think Orion will live to tell the tale here.
Yeah, definitely will. 18 points of damage. Keeps Orion above 100 health at least. But Orion would have loved a multiplier on that, if possible. And Alpha's just going to rack that up as we go to round 11. Alpha's now sitting on 5x. Orion at 3.
Yeah, and I think, again, Orion's comparative advantage is probably in moving, so, you know, you sometimes in situations like this, you might think about sending around really quickly to try and throw your opponent off, but against such a good no-moving player, that's probably not going to work. But we find ourselves in Bangladesh.
Sign here for Alpha.
It looks like Alpha's got a sign, and he's definitely reading it, so it seems like he does know how to read Bengali. Maybe that last word on the sign, I would guess, is the district, but not super sure. He doesn't look too sure of himself either.
Orion just heading into the map here, lined up the road and a river. A river. This doesn't look terrible, the colony.
Does he have info? Because he seems very confident in the area here. He's just using the copyright or something, but I didn't see any signs on Orion's screen. Yeah.
Orion did move it, but wow, Alpha's on it. Finally closing it out and taking a game in this best of 5. We go back to no moving, Alpha's preferred mode. Woo! Jake, it's getting spicy.
Yeah, this is getting interesting, and as we said, this is far from over, especially with how good Alpha is in no move and NMPZ. I think, after he went down 2-0, he was probably thinking the toughest game for me to win is going to be this next one, game 3, the moving game, and he just did it. So now he's got the momentum on his side. We will see if he can continue this and possibly pull it off. Back to no move we go.
Back to no move we go. Sign right here, 902. And is that Barrington? What does that say? I didn't get to read that exactly, but we're both in Nova Scotia. Barrington Passage.
Yeah, it does appear to be Nova Scotia. It makes sense with the way the poles look, the double yellow lines, etc. All indicative of Nova Scotia. I'm guessing the 902 area code is also Nova Scotia. Orion may be looking for Barrington Passage at the moment, but he's just gonna maybe do a little bit of hedging here.
Orion guessing New Germany, by the way. The German guessing New Germany in Nova Scotia, and okay, it's apparently directly on the water.
Yeah, no idea how findable Barrington Passage would have been there, but it's a truck anyway, so who knows how far they've driven.
True. I actually pulled up my map here on the second monitor. Barrington Passage is on the map. Pretty clear. It's pretty big, actually. But they weren't scanning in the right area, so nobody managed to find that.
We had Orion initially was in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but he's now switched to Bulgaria. And Orion also thinking Bulgaria definitely makes sense. Lots of Cyrillic script. Architecture looks pretty reasonable for Bulgaria too, so I think that should be where we are. See who's able to region guess it better.
Yeah, timer coming to a close. Orion not looking very confident. But it's very similar guesses in the end. It is Alpha closer though. Quick little back and forth to start us off. Both players on 1.5x multiplier now.
Yeah, Alpha again knows he needs to win this game, but he's done it many times before, and this is his preferred mode, so I think he'll be feeling pretty decent about where things stand after winning that moving game. This looks like Lithuania, although I don't know if there's any good info, although we do have some pretty tall buildings in the distance, which does perhaps suggest that we're on the outskirts of Vilnius here.
Yeah, both players thinking so, going kind of south of the city. Orion actually is going to switch to a different city, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. Get a pin down, Does not go Vilnius in the end. Yeah, it wasn't. Maybe thought it wasn't big enough to actually be Vilnius. Orion switches the guess, and actually technically is slightly closer on that one.
Is this possibly in Ireland, or is it the UK? I don't know if we see any backplates. Looks like Ireland with those yellow diamond signs there. But we've got some water here to the north, which might help the players out a little bit. Specific zoom there. I mean, yeah, we can kind of see it's like a bay because there's land to the west with water north, and then it kind of opens up towards the east. But plenty of bays this could be across the country, so not going to be easy to narrow down.
Yeah, man, just a couple bays, just a couple. I don't hate where Alpha is though. Kind of works, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty urban, although
it does. Yeah, I don't know.
Definitely got some houses here, but that's like downtown city.
Yeah, basically.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, no. Gonna be in the south of the country, actually. There in the end, both players making basically the same guess.
Surely Finbar knew the 5K.
Finn knew. He's been there.
I mean, that was County Cork, I think, so it wouldn't shock me if he actually has.
Yeah. To be honest.
Is Turkey here? It's like a white car. Yeah. Very far west for Alpha, which I think with this landscape, with how rocky it is, makes a lot of sense, but different idea here from Orion. Doesn't look too sure of himself. Kind of scanning on the south coast at the moment. Alpha looks very sure of himself. He's so zoomed in.
Yeah,
We're gonna
wow.
have a very big spread here, it looks like. Unless Orion makes a switch.
Keeping
He's
it
right
there. Keeping it there. Timer up. Orion not looking too happy. And it's Alpha with the 4960. What a guess.
Wow, and that's just the quality of Alpha on full display right there. You see why he's the #1 seed.
Yeah.
He zooms into a round that quickly, that specifically, it's hard to bet against him, but what a guess. That gets him halfway to the victory here in Game 4. But
Jake,
not there
you
yet.
know what this means, Jake. If Alpha pulls this off, takes us to NMPZ, we could have a reverse sweep on our hands. But Alpha's got to finish it out here. Round 6 zooms in southern Poland. We do have it's a bit mountainous here. Obviously can get some of that in the south of Poland. Orion thinking the same thing. Both players pretty close by to each other, but there's so little go off of. No signs, no nothing. Tough one, Jake.
Very tough. I mean, even getting the country would be impressive on a round like this. Not sure whether Poland would have been my first thought, but if it is Poland, of course the south makes sense with the hills, but yeah, Orion considering things like Slovakia, Romania, even northern Poland. Looks like they will stay where they are.
Yeah, they are both going to leave it there. It's actually just a bit outside of Katowice. That is 200 more additional damage dealt toward Orion there. And Alpha also raises the multiplier up. 2.5x to 2.5x though, as we head into round 7.
Yeah, is this looks like it, yeah. Got those bollards with the yellow at the top are indicative of Peru, but it's a mountain road, it's pretty green. But Peru can look so similar north to south, so definitely a tricky round. I want to say Orion's more north right now. Alpha sent central. This could be a big enough gap to make a very big difference. Yeah, Orion is definitely in the north right now.
Yeah. Oh, no, but moving it. Let's see. No, keeping it there. And it's, wow, it's way far south. That's 1,800. It's not enough to take Orion out. Orion on 301 health now. Can Orion make a comeback? It's going to be tough to do. Alpha finally looking like he's locked in a bit here, especially since the first 2 games of the match. We're seeing a bit of a different Alpha already. There's been a shift for sure. Round 8, can Alpha close it out?
West Kalimantan, I like that guess with the red soil and the symmetrical poles because the rest of the island would have asymmetrical poles, but I imagine they'll both converge on West Kalimantan, but Orion especially on 300 health is still going to be quivering here. He knows if his guess is even slightly worse, he will lose. Right now their guesses are pretty much identical. They're like really identical.
Okay, Alpha locked.
See if Orion makes a switch. I think if they stay here, both players will stay alive, but Orion still maybe considering something else. He does move further west. I mean, if it is east, that could make the difference.
Ooh. Okay. It's being south. Orion's going to get a multi on that, deals a tiny bit of damage. Stays alive.
I mean, he has won half of the rounds so far. It's just ones that Alpha has won in larger margins. Russia. Wow, is this really Russia? Goodness.
Wow.
This is a crazy Russia. But he seems, again, Alpha zooming in that quickly and that confidently. You have to imagine he's got the right idea here, but this is such a hard round. I've never seen anything like this in Russia before.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Ulan-Ude makes sense. But Krasnoyarsk works too, and yeah, it's just gonna be Krasnoyarsk. That's gonna be it from Alpha, and we get the NMPZ on that. I mean, it's those rounds where Alpha just has that confidence, zooms in instantly. It's hard to doubt him. looking like one of the top players, proving why he's the 1 seed after a slow start to the first match.
I mean, that's just recognizing the exact piece of coverage, essentially.
Yeah.
He's seen that forest road before and knew it was on the north bank of that river near Krasnoyarsk. I mean, that's just such an amazing guess, and it shows just how prepared, just how good he is at this. I mean, the amount of this game that you have to play to be that good and that confident on a round like that is really quite astonishing. So here we go.
NMPZ time. Looks like a pretty typical Uruguay to start us off. Not too much to mention there. Basically the same guess, but it is in the West in the end. It will be Alpha getting the first multiplier.
Yeah, I mean, we've been on reverse sweep watch this whole time. I mean, even after Orion went up 2-0, you knew Alpha wasn't going to go down quietly. Coming in as the 1 seed. Definitely putting up a fight, but yeah, it all comes down to this. Both, it's like on the same, pretty much on the same road here in southern Mongolia.
I think so, yeah. Didn't catch that exactly, but seems like it. Yeah, they are, and it's the road to Inner Mongolia.
That's interesting, actually, because the road angle, I think, was more towards the southwest, which is surprising for that road, because that mostly goes southeast.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to guess there on that round, but Orion a little closer. I'll be happy to get that multiplier up.
Yeah, it must have been just a weird little curve on the road.
Yeah, that, or maybe an off-road, but this... Yeah,
Sounds
I would
like
say
US,
eastern US probably somewhere, but never easy to narrow down an NPC on a round like this is so difficult. Both thinking Appalachian area, which I would definitely agree with. Orion a little more south at the moment, and now he switches, so he's between Tennessee and Maryland, apparently. Alpha on the border between Ohio and West Virginia. Moves towards Kentucky and sends it in. So
wow,
we shall see. It's rounds like this that can make a very big difference.
Okay, Orion leaving in Kentucky. It's actually very similar guesses, to be fair, but it's in Virginia in the end. Alpha dealing 600 points there on the NMPZ. But wow, I mean, Jake, this has just been such a close match. I mean, I was mentioning it going in. 1-16 seed was not a very accurate representation of how close this one was going to be. I'm happy we're all the way here in NMPZ. And a lot on the line.
Yeah, this really has not disappointed. Yeah, as you say, 1 versus 16 just makes it sound like it's lopsided, right? I mean, in March Madness, 1 versus 16 is like a guaranteed win for the 1 seed, but not so here. The quality of the players is just so high throughout that really anybody can take any match. Trying to line this up in New Zealand here. I think didn't quite catch where Orion was. I think he's a little more north.
He is,
now.
yeah. He's a bit like above Taranaki. I believe Alpha's south of it.
Yep.
Oh, but considering a pretty big switch. But will he? He won't. Guesses are going to stay there, and Alpha with the great region guess. Not able to line that up. Everyone was trying to, but nobody actually able to. But Alpha, very good region guess. Really looking dominant right now in the NMPZ. Only lost 9 health. As we now go into Chile on the round 5. We have some classic Chile pulls. Looks like the Atacama Desert. This is some older coverage from Gen 3. Now, where are you going to actually go on this? That road looks pretty good. They're on, like, the same road, I think, right, Jake?
They're in, like, pretty much the same place here, yeah. Alpha's the one to send it in first, but they both seem to have a pretty solid idea, so I imagine both will be close here. They seem to know something, so it's hard to bet against the pros when they both zoom in like that.
Wow.
That's insane.
I mean, is he on the right off-road? I think he is. Unreal.
Yeah, this is why you want to beat him in moving, because you get to know moving NMPZ and he just does this to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely felt like that second moving game was maybe Orion's chance, but has to be said, Alpha played very, very well in that game. Just going for King Island here.
Wow.
Orion is mainland Tasmania here.
Wow.
Correct to call it mainland, but
Yeah.
You know what
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. On Tasmania. And keeping it there with the timer running out. Central Northern Taz. Is the King Island guess going to pay off? It will not. It is Tasmania, and Orion actually had his guess over very close to the pinpoint. Moved it to a central hedge, but still wins the round.
Yeah, that's big for Orion, just getting around in his favor, getting his damage up a little bit. Gonna take more. What is this? This is California? No, okay. I like for some reason I thought for a second that like it could be, but
I see the vision. I see the vision.
I think Australia does make more
Yeah.
sense, but I just
Yes.
I just had I don't know.
Where in Australia, though, is going to be the question now. I mean, Orion considered Taz, and then I believe went up to New South Wales, Alpha in Tasmania now.
And a round like this could decide the game in a country as large as Australia. Now back to Tasmania goes Orion. I do like the guess, although it's, yeah, I mean,
Wow, Orion
definitely can't be
really
sure.
heavily considering switching. Doesn't. Keeps it in Taz. Is going to be happy he did so. Will be closer. 100 turns into 200 damage with the multi. We go to round 8. Wow, I mean, that would have been devastating if Orion switched it, actually, to New South Wales.
Yeah, he maybe could have lost the game right there. But on we go. Quick zoom into South Africa for both of them.
Yep.
South of Johannesburg. It makes lots of sense with the poles here. We've got the corn by the side of the road, which definitely found a lot in these sort of flat areas. Central South Africa.
Same guess. It's actually northwest of them. Orion getting another multi on the board. Wow. I mean, this is kind of was feeling like Alpha's NMPZ game, but with the last couple rounds, it feels a bit more even. Obviously, Alpha's still up in health by over 1,000, but still feels pretty close now.
He didn't find the town, did he? Because there is a town name on that sign. But
Yeah, there is. I don't know. He just went Galicia, insta send. Orion still taking the time to scan. 3 seconds left to do it. Not able to find anything. Timer's just gonna run out. And it is Galicia, and that's Alpha. Not taking Orion out, but it's a massive hit. Orion once again in this precarious situation. Such low health here against Alpha, and Alpha just stays so calm. He's not even phased. You can see it on the cam.
so close to completing the reverse sweep. Looking like Peru, based off the initial zoom from Alpha, Orion agrees. But Peru, I mean, again, a notoriously difficult country. Even just the smallest of margins could knock Orion out here. Pretty similar guesses, but Orion's a little more north, and this is all it would take. You can see. Oh man, I mean, so much on the line.
You have to empathize with him in this situation, because there's not much you can do about that when they're both making basically the same guess, but Alpha just a bit closer, does what he needs to do, and takes out Orion finally and successfully completes the reverse sweep.
Wow, what a performance from Alpha, showing why he's the 1 seed. An incredible comeback, and you have to feel for Orion. I mean, he played so well throughout that match, getting up to that 2-0 lead, getting so close to taking Alpha out, and you could see how stressed he was. I mean, you can't blame him. He showed his hand on screen, you could see it was shaking, you could see how stressed he was, how much this means to him, and you know, a single elimination tournament like this, there's just no room for error. There's so much on the line. There's only one spot at the World Championship up for grabs, so unfortunate for Orion to play as well as he did and end up losing the match, but very, very well played to Alpha.
Well, what a match that was. I mean, firstly, Credit to Orion as the 16th seed there, playing very, very well and taking it all the way. But Alpha, wow, I mean, we have to say it looked as though it was done and dusted. I think a reverse sweep is pretty rare. Gelotris, reverse sweep for Alpha, what can we say?
Yeah, I would say it's not a very big surprise. I mean, both players played very, very strong and consistent. There was no real mistakes I saw. It was just chipping away the health here and there from both players, really. I mean, Alpha, we were 2-0 in for Orion in the first two games. Even though Alpha played fairly well, I mean, it didn't look like he got stomped. So I think either of these players really deserved it. They played equally good, and really no surprise that it went all the way to Game 5 to NFBZ.
Absolutely no surprise at all. I think you're 100% right there. We did see a lot of rounds where actually both players making quite similar guesses, but over the course of the match, Alpha just able to kind of extend those leads and complete the reverse sweep. Bloom, it was a long match. Casting that one must have been quite a fun experience.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely did have a good time. There were a couple pauses in there as well that extended it, but we were locked. We were definitely locked in. I'm sure people at home were as well, because that was a very, very fun one to watch. Some nice back and forths, and then it was really just Alpha kind of finally locking in and stepping up after a slow start is kind of how it felt to me during the cast.
Well, yeah, you're right. It was a long match, but absolutely worth the wait. Let's have a look at Wazer of the match now. Wazer of the match. Let's see. Location, Mongolia and MPZ, 5.3 seconds to Alpha. That's Wazer of the match. Was that the one that was down towards the China border?
Yeah, it was. Both kind of thinking it was the same road. That round felt a little longer than it actually was, I guess, but yeah, it wasn't too crazy. Both kind of had a similar idea. It didn't end up exactly being right.
Lovely stuff. Well, Wazer of the match. How about Way's moment of the match? I'll go around the three of you to offer your thoughts. Jake, let's start with you.
A lot of moments to choose from, always in a best of 5 like that. I think I want to highlight, I think it was the 4th game, the second no moving game. There was an incredibly impressive guess in Turkey from Alpha. It was far southwestern Turkey. I believe Orion sent closer to the center of the country, but just the confidence with which Alpha zoomed into the map there and with how close he ended up being, that one really stood out to me as such an impressive guess, and it kind of felt like a turning point. Like, okay, if he's going to make guesses like that, he may be okay in this match after all.
Yeah, lovely stuff. That was an amazing guess. Bloom, any other options for Way's moment of the match?
Yeah, I agree that with Jake, that was a great one. Another one that comes to mind was the Krasnoyarsk from Alpha. I mean, I think we had Orion in Buryatia, which is understandable. It's some Gen 4. You saw a lot of mountains and things, a lot of like Scots Pines as well. It could have worked, but I understand Orion's guess on that one for sure. But just pulling out the Krasnoyarsk was really, really impressive there from Alpha, recognizing some niche coverage and just locking that in. Very impressive.
Loved that one as well, personally. Gelotris, any advances?
Yeah, I mean, it was game 4, right, with the Turkey and Krasnoyarsk. I think game 4 was, had some very good moments. Now I have to go with another one than those two. But I think a nice moment was also the California and Florida toss-up, or like the split, I should say. Very interesting to see how far the distance can be on those locations that look quite similar still.
Lovely stuff. Plenty of great moments in that match. Alpha taking the win. Ultimately, let's have a look at the schedule to see what else is coming up in the wildcard. Suja beats 1K. KG beats Emma. And now Alpha beats Orion to advance. And coming up next, we have Japan versus Japan. Naulo versus Kent. Drake, I'll hand to you. Anything you can tell us about these two Japanese players?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't know much about Naulo at all, but I think this is, well, it looks like it's going to be our only intra-country derby today, which should be a fun match to watch. And we have seen Kent before. He played in the World League, as we mentioned, in the previous season. So it's nice to see him back and competing once again. But yeah, I don't know all that much about Naulo's skill level, so I'm not really sure who is strong favorite in this match, but I'm very excited to see who comes out on top.
Great stuff. Bloom, any insight or any predictions on how this Japan versus Japan matchup will go?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be quite dependent on how active Kent has really been recently, because I know he was playing more in the previous season, obviously, being in the World League. And Nolo, I've heard very good things, so I'm excited. I'm excited.
Exciting stuff. Right, I believe the players may be just about ready. Bloom and Jake, back to you to very capably walk us through this match.
Well, thank you, GC. We're back. Let's do it. Nolo versus Kent. I'm hyped for this one. As I mentioned earlier today, I actually did get to meet Kent in person. He's a very, very nice guy. So excited to see how he does. I remember in the World League, the thing with him is that he had some nice pop-off moments, had definitely notable moments, but lacked some consistency overall that just did not allow him to qualify through. So I'll be curious to see how he ends up performing here in this tournament.
Yeah, this should be a fun one to watch for sure. And yeah, I'm not even sure how they stack up against each other in the specific game modes either, but perhaps, a couple rounds into this moving game we'll get a good sense for that. As we head into India with what looks like Telugu language, I think. It's definitely what Kent is going for. Currently on the border between Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, which are the two states that will use the Telugu language. Maybe looking for these towns. And yeah, it looks like Siddipet is right there, 55 kilometers, and then Jangon, I think, was what was written on that storefront at the start. I'm not sure either player has moved all that much here, but I think Nolo here is in the correct town.
Yeah, I mean, so much information directly off the bat. Snolo looking like possibly we're poised for a 5K to start us off. Let's wait and see if it's doable. Finally, Kent getting there, though.
Should be the 5K, though, for Nolo.
It will be the 5K versus the 4999.
About as good a start as you can ask for. Very impressive pinpoint there. India never all that easy to narrow down, so very well done to Nolo. As we head now into Europe, looks like Poland. We do have a town name, Ogrzebów, I think is what it was, but it's going to be difficult to find on its own, I'm sure. Although the "uv" suffix is generally found more in the southern half of the country, so we'll see if that holds true. That looks like a pretty nice sign. Maybe, although I haven't heard of those towns either, so maybe not as helpful as I initially thought.
I'm also receiving word it's Naulo.
Naulo, okay. Yeah, I wasn't, I think GC was saying Naulo and you were saying Nolo, and I was like, yeah, it could definitely be either one.
Yeah. Now, apparently it stands for now loading.
Okay, there you go.
We're learning.
So we do have Kent, looks like hedging central-south, and again, with the "uv" suffix, I do kind of like the south guess. But it's just between them in the end.
23 points of damage.
Always click Wodge in the end, I suppose, in Poland.
Yeah, it's kind of all you can do, no?
Netherlands.
Just hope for the best. Ooh, Netherlands here, yeah, we do have some decent signage here. The N351.
Road number rather should definitely be findable. Towns probably as well, although hard to say how large they are. But looks like both players will be scanning for the N351. It looks like maybe their zoom level's a little different from ours because we cannot see the 3-digit roads right now, but there's Emilord. So yeah, Nalo has found one of the towns and should be able to narrow it down that way. 14 kilometers away.
Was gonna say those towns on the bottom that are farther away are probably gonna be easier to scan for. Ends up being able to find one of them. Looks like Kent has now as well. We do both have the road. It's just gonna be a pinpointing race here now in the last couple seconds. Kent has a pretty good lineup for this off-road. I actually think Naulo's off. It's Naulo's the one on it. I don't know. Kent looks so confident. But it is going to be Naulo. A very nice start. I believe also Naulo is best at moving amongst the game modes, so...
That makes sense based off of what we're seeing so far. His moving guesses have been very, very impressive. There's Tres Lagoas, good town knowledge there from Kent on the eastern side of Mato Grosso do Sul, but there's an MS road that suggests, well, confirms that it's Mato Grosso do Sul for Naulo, and then has signs for some cities there as well. Got that area code as well. Lots of clues for Mato Grosso do Sul. So many clues that it can be even difficult to narrow down because it's hard to know what exactly you want to focus on. MS-320, probably findable, you would think. Looks like we're a few hundred kilometers away from Tres Lagoas here. I'm not sure anyone has found the road just yet here. Ends up being a little more north, but still solid for Naulo there. Bloom, are you there?
I'm there. Okay. I was letting you go.
Sorry. Okay.
You're good.
I was just making sure I didn't lose you.
No, I'm there. I was letting you cook on the Brazil with the info. Russia here now, though. Long antenna. I would love to take a look at the antenna, but I'm not able to take it.
I thought Surgut. I think it might have been blurred.
Ah, yeah. Surgut would make sense. Looks a bit sandy here on the side of the road.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can get to info. That doesn't look like anything on that particular billboard. Moving in different directions, though. Kent going west, Naulo going east.
Yeah, I feel like we really haven't found any signs at all.
Yeah, now just gonna zoom in, try and make a region guess, and Naulo is going towards Surgut there. Kent has a sign, but I don't know if there's anything actually helpful on it. Pretty much the same guess in the end.
Oh, wow. Gonna be much farther north, actually, there in the end. 102 points, though. This is just Naulo's game. I mean, look at that. Look at those round bubbles. It's just blue, 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 blue.
Yep. That is, I mean, a dominant multiplier advantage here. 3.5 to just 1. Naulo going to be feeling pretty good about where he stands, even though he's only taken 1,000 health off of Kent in total. He's been more precise for sure. Looking like Indonesia here. But it could be like maybe Nusa Tenggara with like something like Timor, maybe? I'm not sure though.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Have we seen polls? I mean, there's some, but we don't really see like pole tops. I like your kind of call because it's very dry. What does that say?
It just says Republic of Indonesia. I didn't see anything else. But yeah, I mean, I know it's quite common to see symmetrical poles in Nusa Tenggara, but it just feels like that area to me, and Kent does agree. And so does Naulo, but they're on different islands.
Yeah, Timor, it is going to be on Timor. And finally, Kent gets something on the board.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get those multis up if he wants to make this comeback, but health-wise, he's right in it, so...
Yeah.
Far from over.
Signs
here.
Yeah. Looks like it. Now, I was trying to read if we had any sort of town name on that sign. Did not see anything. Oh, here's something there for Kent. What did that say?
Just said INC and then Lázaro Aranda. I mean, maybe that's a town. I don't know. Wait.
Well, I don't mind what Naulo's doing here. He's on the water.
Yeah. Ooh, Brazil. Okay.
Brazil,
helps.
10 kilometers. Interesting.
So Lázaro
okay.
and Rio Apa. And Naulo is on the other side of the country towards Argentina.
Very different guesses now. I think Kent has it because it seemed like we were on the water.
Yeah. I don't know if he has the exact town, but I mean, he knows we're near Brazil, and Naulo doesn't know that, so Kent surely is going to take this round.
Yeah, another round for Kent.
Oh no! It's that part of Brazil.
Never mind. Never mind. Thought it might be another round for Kent. Would be good, but no. Neither player really on it. Nalo technically closer on that one. And deals a pretty decent hit of damage there. Kent on about 3k health now as we're in round 8.
Almost Eamon-esque with that one.
Yeah.
Maybe a
Similar
little bit of luck.
energy.
Yep. See if Kent can keep his head here. In the U.S., we've got, it's like Interstate 25, I think. This is
Yeah.
Colorado as well, so.
Okay.
Confirms the state. Trinidad State College. Trinidad could be a town. I'm not sure. I want to say it is actually. Yeah. Okay. Because I feel like I've heard of that, but see if Nalo can find that. I don't know if he had the same interstate info that Kent had. He's just going to be scanning for Trinidad. I imagine we'll look for the interstate. Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm not sure he has Trinidad.
It looks like
gonna go
25
central.
is just all up and down. Trinidad is in the south there. Nalo couldn't find it. I don't think Kent had it. But Kent does get rewarded for at least going on the 25.
Yep. It's a pretty big town though, so
Yeah.
definitely would have been findable. Thailand here.
Yeah. What are we gonna look for here? Probably road number, possibly. Maybe Nalo or Kent can retie. I actually am not sure.
Yeah, as you say, a road number like that, maybe.
Yeah.
Didn't quite
Those-
catch that one.
Those little kilometer markers can be good. This is helpful, possibly.
Patalung is
Yeah,
south, and he knows
Patalung.
that. It's south of where his pin is right now. Patalung is to the north. Yeah, I imagine we're a bit more south here compared to where Kent's pin is.
Now look comes
no, now
information as well.
Patalung is west. I don't know. I mean, we're probably just pretty close to the city, I would guess. So.
Yeah, that makes
so we
sense.
Ooh, okay, I think Nalo's a bit too far north right now.
Yeah, Nalo was. Kent stealing some damage. And look at that. Look at the health, Jake. I mean, it's actually quite close here now. Obviously, Kent down on rounds, so his multiplier is going to be much lower. 4x for Nalo, 2.5x for Kent. As we head to round number 10, I mean, this really could go any way at this point still. UK, by the looks of things. Looks like we have some signs here for companies, but not going to be very helpful. Going to keep on moving. It seems like
It's a sign.
there's something. There
Kirkwall.
it is.
That's
Kirkwall.
Orkney Islands, I think. Isn't Kirkwall Orkney Islands?
Is it? But Kent's
Yes,
there.
there it is.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, I don't think Nalo knows where Kirkwall is, so this is tricky because you see these A roads and you think you're probably just somewhere in the mainland, but Kent is going to be on this one. Pretty solid damage here.
Yeah, Kent should
Making his
be
way
happy
back into
about
the game.
that. There it is, 4994 in Kirkwall. That's 1,300 points of damage. Just like that, Nalo on 2k health. Kent with the lead by 1,000 points. We go to round 11. And Jake, I mean, this is anyone's game. Anyone's game.
Yeah, it seemed like Nalo was in control at the start of this game, but Kent has come roaring back. His multiplier is pretty close, and he's got the advantage in health. So it really is anyone's game, as you say. Looks like the Philippines here. Japan surplus. And the
Japan
Philippines are just going
surplus.
to be looking for the name of a province. That's always what you do in urban rounds like this. So, well, semi-urban at least.
Yeah.
Not a lot of info to be had just yet, with just 20 seconds left.
Yeah, we've looked at a couple signs on both sides here, but look, just panned off them pretty quickly. Not really finding too much. 10 seconds left to go. Signed here. Livestock, no. Could be a region
Nothing.
guess. 5
Ooh.
seconds. Oh,
Cabanatuan. That is a big city.
Does he know?
I, off the top of my head, don't remember where it is either, but...
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
there it is. Nalo deals 700 points. Just like that, both players under half health. Wow. So back and forth, as you were saying, seemed like Nowlo's game. Now it's anyone's. Health is so close, but it's 4.5x to 3x.
And we're in Brazil.
Yeah. I don't know, feels maybe northeast. Do we have supports on the poles? It doesn't look like we do.
They both went back to the start because it was getting more rural, and they know it's a town, and the best thing that they can do is look around the town and try and find an area code.
Yep.
Nothing yet, though. It is a pretty small town.
Yeah, it's
possible
just
that there's no
one
area
kind of-
code at all.
It's very possible. Oh, here's some text on this building. Not going to be helpful. Now it's going to move on. We had some big text in blue on that one building, but also did not seem to indicate much. We're going... Where is that? Is that in Bahia, or was that Piauí CR for
he is in Bahia,
Nowlo? Yeah, he is in Bahia. This is a big difference. Brazil, huge country. And it's a great guess from Kent. Out of nowhere, he takes it back.
That's huge from Kent. And you mentioned Nowlo's preferred mode is moving. In that round, there wasn't all that much info to be had, so ended up being almost a no-move round, which, it seems like that benefits Kent. It certainly did in that case. So now Nowlo is going to be, playing from behind here.
Yeah.
Using the moving game, that's his most comfortable mode, and now he has to play Kent in no move, and if Kent's no move guesses are like the one that he just made, it's going to be a tall task.
You put it perfectly there, Jake. Let's see how this plays out here on the no move 1360 panorama. Round number 1. Tough one.
In a field in Europe somewhere, but
yeah,
hard to say beyond that. One of my thoughts was maybe Croatia, but that's just a kind of a stab in the dark.
I want to
Poland,
take a
okay.
better look at those houses. We saw some architecture off in the distance, but Poland, I don't know. I don't mind, but a bit lost on this one. It's definitely going to be Europe for sure. Now we're trying to take a better look at that sign. You're seeing it from the back. You know it's not dark back a sign, at least. And that's Romania for Nowlo. Kent is in Poland. Look at those houses. Okay, Kent's taking a look at the houses. They seemed a bit colorful. But Poland, Romania on round 1 of the no move. It is Romania.
Wow.
But Nowlo picking up some points on that one for sure, but it could have been even worse.
Yeah, crazy. Round 1.
Definitely.
Not the start that Kent wanted, but it's the start that Nowlo needed. He needs to claw his way back into this match. This is like that. We'll do it.
Clearly, it must have been the hay bales, Romanian hay bales.
Is this Vietnam? Yeah. Seems to
Like
be.
Vietnam. Like Vietnam on this one. Hilly for sure.
Yeah, I don't know much in terms of regional clues, architectural clues for Vietnam. I know that there are some things that exist that help you differentiate rounds like this, but this one's definitely going to be challenging. Both of them are relatively central right now, maybe not wanting to take too big of a risk just on round 2. And a little more north right now, though, so we'll see who is closer here.
Wow, way far north. Way far north in the end. Kent can do some damage. Pretty chill even game to start us off.
Yep, both players just trading blows at the start of that game. Round 3 in what appears to be New Zealand.
Very pretty New Zealand here, as it always tends to be.
I would imagine this is the South Island with how tall those mountains look, but it's not. They're not tall enough to be sure. Like, you can definitely get mountains in the north as well, so who knows? But it looks like right now Kent is on the North Island and Nowlo is on the South Island, so
okay,
we have a divide.
We sure
They are
do.
snow-capped in the distance. I just feel like that's fairly rare for the north, but definitely not impossible.
Yeah, it's not like intensely snow covered.
Yep.
So maybe, but yeah, I do like where your head's at. We're gonna have to just wait and see here. 15 seconds left to go on the clock already. Players taking the entirety of the possible round on their hands. Kent keeping it there in the North Island. 10 seconds now. Could be some damage. Nalo is kind of keeping it north of the South Island. Let's take a look here, and it's a great guess from Naulo. 1,700 points of damage. Kent leaning back a little on that one. What a guess.
Looked like he was on the right road there. So impressive. Couple of really nice guesses from Naldo so far. Yeah, going into Colombia here. It would make sense, although I thought it could be Peru, but kind of hard to tell just from this.
I guess possible, right? But yeah, a tough one. Getting some tough rounds here in this matchup. Ooh, little something on that pole, but not gonna be readable at all. So gonna have to move right on. Black card Gen 4, I think. Kent considering moving it down.
Yeah, I have to say my first thought was Peru, maybe just because of the way that house looks, but this is a very tough round, so I could see either one. Yeah, Kent considering the move. Naulo is in Colombia and Kent now is in Peru. Wow. Well, I think it's going to be one of the two, but we'll see who's right.
Let's take a look. It is going to be Colombia, and Naulo takes the W on that one. It's 1-1.
Wow. A tricky round there, and the country was ambiguous, and Kent ended up making the switch, but it didn't quite work out for him. So Naulo, maybe favored in the moving game, loses that, and then the underdog in the no-move game, and then wins that. So
wow.
At this point, I don't know what's going to happen, but there's a good chance we could see NMPZ again.
Yeah, I mean, I think to my understanding, Naulo good at moving and been getting better at moving recently, preferring it as of late, but also like a very solid all-around player. So kind of hard to say like necessarily moving expert and not a no move player. It's kind of even all around, and I think it would go similarly for Kent. So I don't know. We have slight tendencies toward who might be winning one, but I do think it's a close matchup. We're seeing that here happen, and now we're back to move though. So it's just up in the air. I don't know, Jake. I'm hyped though.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how this plays out. Does that say Bangalore? I think it might. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that. Bangalore. Second line. Different sign here for Kent. Could have... Wait. Is that gonna... What's he reading on that? I couldn't see.
I couldn't quite tell what that one said.
Okay, leaving it in. It's good for Naulo. Great start there. A couple hundred points of damage. Takes us to the round 2. It's a hype match. I wasn't sure exactly how to pan out, but I'm enjoying this one for sure. It's been a nice back and forth. Round 2 now on the moving.
Yep. Going to the north. Naulo moving as quickly as he can, but yeah, it looks like both players heading in this direction. So highway number 21. Interesting. I feel like you don't normally see signs like that in Thailand, but assuming that that is National Highway 21, then that should be pretty findable, you would think, as a 2-digit road.
Yeah. Could sign above it as well. Tanankam? What does that say? Fat Tanankam?
Yeah, those small towns, unless they're provincial capitals, tend to be quite hard to find because of the way that the map is in Thailand. But I think he has found the 21.
Oh, yeah.
And Kent has a sign, but he's a little bit too late.
Oh,
but
okay.
Unfortunate for Naulo there. He had the road, but it's such a long road.
Wow. Yeah. Seems it spans very far north-south. Kind of is closer on that. And a chill little back and forth. We've got both players on 4,600 now.
Okay, into Greece we go.
Is that showing they're gonna like build that home that's on the sign?
Yeah, it might be.
We should move there, Jake.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
Well, we got to
Leave
find out where
tomorrow.
it is first. We'll let the players do that for us. Old Village.
Love to
Clearly.
live in Old Village.
Yeah, me too. Old Village. These all seem like pretty small towns here. You got a lot of them on the sign, so...
Yeah, I imagine they are quite small. This could be very difficult to scan for.
Yeah, should be. I mean, 10 seconds left to go already. Nalo attempting to scan for them. Kent attempting to find further information in the last couple seconds if he can. Not going to be able to, though. 5 seconds now, 3 seconds now. Does Kent have a pin?
No.
Did Kent...
Oh, no.
Kent didn't get a pin down.
Did he not notice?
And
He
that's
might not have
game.
noticed.
I don't think he noticed.
That's brutal. I mean, I do think that the, like, red flash around the edge of the screen is a little more subtle than it used to be. So it's sometimes hard to notice that your opponent has guessed, and that may be what happened
Well, he
there.
didn't even... Nalo didn't even guess. I think that was just...
Or no, he didn't guess.
That was
Okay,
just full
yeah,
time
that's-
running out. Yeah.
Okay, then in that case, yeah, I think it was just a lapse in concentration, but...
I think so.
Unfortunate there.
Very unfortunate. That should be one of those situations the admins will probably check with him and say... Just a quick, like, that was just on your end, right? And, you know, Kent's gonna own up to it. It happens. It's happened to some of the best ever, you know? Sometimes you're just so locked in you forget that timer.
Yep. I have definitely experienced it before, so I know the feeling, but he's not out of it.
Not out of it for sure.
Not out of it. Very strong no-move NPZ player. We know that. We've seen it before, so just has to lock in and see if he can get a couple game wins and carry himself over the line here. That sign, I think, says something, but
Yeah.
I just cannot read it.
I was just
from
trying
here.
to read it as you said that. I don't know. I don't think it's readable for us on our end. But let's see what they can do with it. 10 seconds now left to go.
Yeah, I think currently Nalo's a good deal further west here. Northwest. Kind of hard
Yeah,
to
wow.
tell where we are, but that's a great guess.
Wow. Yeah, very great guess for Nalo. A good start here to the no move. The second no move, I should say. Now sitting one game away from winning the match and moving on to day 2.
Yeah. Nalo has looked really, really strong.
Yeah, all
so
around.
far in this match.
All around. I mean, it must be said, even with that little NA guess, if Nalo does take it, I still will feel like it's deserved. Nalo's been playing very well. Kent's holding on, and obviously that was a bummer, but...
Here, I would think it's southwest.
Yeah.
Because those tall
Yeah.
trees are so common in that southwestern area. And Nalo, once again, right on it. Kent with, yeah, maybe a little bit of a surprising guess in the southeast, but...
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, Kent might be a little bit frazzled, a little flustered here. Needs to try and compose himself, get a couple of round wins on the board, get yourself back into the game, because this is his last chance. It's now or never.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think where Kent guessed in that last round would be a bit more mountainous. Trees would look a little bit different, more Mediterranean. So it's good work there from Nalo, getting the right region guess. We do go on to round 3 now, and we already are looking at pretty different guesses. I mean, Kent's just hedging in the center of Germany right now.
Yeah, Nalo's so far northeast.
Yeah, I mean, you have water kind of to the south there. I don't mind this guess.
Yeah, there is water. I mean, I like the idea, and also if you're ahead, you might as well go for a slightly riskier guess. Maybe see if you can knock your opponent out.
Yeah, wow. Okay, it's not the exact lineup, but it's a very nice region guess. That's 1,400 points of damage. Kent on 1k health, and Nalo flawlessing.
Yeah, and now Kent really on the ropes. You can't really afford to make even a small mistake at this point. Needs to be accurate, and Ukraine is a very, very difficult country. Depends on how much you've learned about how to region guess it, the antennas, etc. But he does have a pin down somewhat east within the country. Nalo for now just taking it in, but Kent puts the pressure on. Sends it.
Yeah, sends it in. Will it work out for him, though? Nalo going much further west, and it is west, and the multi will also make that enough. And Nalo with a very impressive final game of the match takes it 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, he just played so well all throughout that match. Kent got a nice game win, but in the end, I think Nalo was just the better player. Unfortunate for Kent to lose that third game on the lack of a guess there on that Greece round, but in the end, again, you have to give props to Nalo. He was fantastic and fully deserved victory in that match.
Yeah, I mean, Nalo was technically the higher seeded player, though it was pretty close, both kind of middle of the pack. But very nice stuff from Nalo.
Wow. Amazing stuff again. Welcome back, Gelotris. Share some thoughts on that matchup.
Yeah, quite the interesting one. Also a little bit different from the previous games we had. I feel like a lot of unusual stuff happening. We had obviously Kent not guessing. Bloom mentioned it before, it does happen. It does happen at the highest level of this game. You're so locked in. I mean, GeoGuessr does require quite a few brain cells, and sometimes you just block the time. It does happen, but it was very crucial. Obviously, that's just the game that he gave away there.
Yeah, timing of it was very unfortunate, but it does happen. As you said, many things to think about at once. Time not always front of mind. Speaking of time, let's have a look at Wazer of the match and see who made the fastest guess.
Wow.
13.5 seconds in France. Nalo.
Yeah,
I believe that southwestern
Yeah.
France round where he made a very nice guess with those trees, but 13.5 seconds is not that quick, so
No,
it
it's
really
not.
shows these are players who are very calculated and like to take their time.
Yeah, 13.5, as you said, Jake, not the fastest Wazer of the match we've seen. In fact, probably one of the slowest we've seen. Waze moment of the match, I believe it's time for. Bloom, let's start with you, if we may.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a ton of like super standout things, so I might honestly go with the NA because just Kent not guessing on that round, it seemed relatively close, and then from there on it was just kind of game over. And as I did mention, kind of after that round, Nalo did seem like the stronger player overall, so that round feels kind of indicative of, even though it was a mistake, it just kind of seemed like Nalo's game, and that was kind of an additional nail in the coffin to end it out.
I think that's fair. I think moments of the match, sometimes they're gameplay related, sometimes they're more to do with the kind of flow of the game, and something unfortunate can happen to a player. Jake, any different opinion there on Wade's moment of the match?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, kind of as Bloom said, there weren't maybe quite as many standout moments in that match, and I think I would agree. I would also go for that NA as kind of the biggest turning point there. I also think, honestly, the one that we mentioned as Wazer of the match, the France round, it really was quite a nice guess, and I think maybe by that point the tide had already turned towards Nalo, but I think that round was kind of an indication that, like, yeah, Nalo is locked in right now, and Kent maybe isn't at the very top of his game, and maybe got a little bit flustered by what happened in the previous game, but yeah, Nalo played really well, and I think that round really exemplified that.
Gelotris, any other standout moments for you, or tending to agree with Bloom and Jake here?
Yeah, I would agree. There was nothing standing out too much. I think I already mentioned what stood out the most of this match was that one not guess locking in. But as a moment, I think it was very nice from Kent in the first match. I think it was where he turned it around in Brazil with a great region guess. That was quite interesting and maybe something that's worth mentioning.
Lovely stuff. Right, more or less halfway, I believe, today. Let's have a look at the schedule to see what else is coming up in this wildcard. So, indeed, we are 4 matches down. Hosuya, KG, Alpha, and now Nalo qualifying to the next round. And coming up, we have Wafflis versus Math 56. For me, at least, a couple of names I'm slightly less familiar with here. Jake, any insight into these players? We've got Sweden versus France here. I believe we may actually be seeing in the World Cup as well. So.
I was about to say that, yes. I think that is a matchup that we're going to see in the World Cup. I mean, It's another, as you said, not players that we know a ton about from the pro scene, although Math56 has been around for a long time. He's played a lot of like competitions that I've been in as well, like moving focus competitions. So maybe a player who's most attuned to the moving mode as opposed to the rest, but I think a very, very strong all-around player. I've definitely seen him for a very long time. Waffles as well, I want to say he's participated in several community tournaments, maybe Bloom, some of yours, I want to say. Also a very, very strong player. I want to say more oriented towards no move and NPC, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Either way, again, just like all the matches we've seen so far, I think this should be a pretty even one.
Lovely stuff. Little bit of insight and background to those two players. We'll see plenty more about them soon as they face off against each other. First, quick commercial break.
Welcome to Tempodrome, where we will crown the GeoGuessr World Champion 2026. Here's what you can expect. Here's where the heart of the event is gonna be. We will pop up a few food trucks and a nice beer garden, and you can watch all the group stage games with the entire community right here. Let's take a closer look. We're gonna have community talks, costume competitions, meet and greets with pros and creators. Guten Tag. We're gonna have a gaming area as well. It's gonna have chairs, I swear. A running club with Mikella to explore Berlin. Lots of prizes and giveaways. This is the small arena where the group stage will be played in the first 2 days of the event. Make sure to cheer for your favorite player because they are gonna need it. It will be intense. See you at the World Championship starting the 2nd of September here in Berlin. There will be a bar.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Waze, get real-time traffic info powered by thousands of editors.
The most special thing about the Waze community is its people, and it's the rich knowledge that you could never get anywhere else.
Explore and build a map used by millions of people every day.
And I started editing the maps, adding whole cities, adding roads, adding everything. And the roads are perfect because I made it.
Every GeoGuessr player starts somewhere. This is somewhere?
Enough. Time to get into shape.
Download Opera GX with the official GeoGuessr mod. Hit the Geo Gym Hub to train your GeoGuessr skills with custom minigames. Grind every day to finally hit that sweet 5K. Download Opera GX with the GX Geo Gym mod. Your setup wants you to win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr Open Major, where we have 16 players battling it out that made it through competitive qualification, the in-game competitive mode. 16 players made it through after 4 weeks of battling it out just in comp, made it to this tournament. We're about halfway through the day right now, with 4 more matches still left to go in our round of 16, guys. And next up is going to be Waffless versus Math. Now, I have been hearing some talk personally on the sidelines. Some people actually think Math could win this entire thing. I've been hearing that from some pros actually as well. So there's actually been some hype I didn't realize was on Math's name. People were talking about a couple weeks ago. I saw Waffless, we've seen in some community stuff, played in the Geo Nations Cup, for instance, representing Sweden. So some good players. I'm very excited for this one. I cannot wait. We're getting straight into it. And this time it's going to be GC and Gelotris on the cast. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Bloom. Thank you, Jake. Gelotris, welcome back.
Yes, sir. Next match.
So,
well,
Waffless
Waffless Math. I mean, we both talked a bit about it previously, but nothing really happened information-wise. We still don't know that much about these players. Both not very, very well known, but definitely players that you have heard of in the community. Math 56 and Waffless, both community members that have been around for a good time, especially Waffless has been playing since 21. So been in the game for a very long time, which was a surprise to me because I know Waffless is a very young fella.
Yep.
So
yeah, I was surprised to learn that April 21 is over 5 years ago, but there you go. But both grinders, I believe. I think both on quite high game count, so a lot of experience playing.
Yep,
that is for sure.
Both have a lot of games and both very balanced throughout all modes. I mean, I've checked their stats on which game modes they play the most, but it's fairly balanced. Like, there's no standout mode for either of these players that really stands out, but we are about to find out, I would say. Starting off in a moving game. Let's see.
Yes,
how they will perform here.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit more insight into these guys' strengths and weaknesses. South Africa to kick things off.
We got 023 area code. I mean, also with the mountain ridge, we see it already. We should be around Gape.
And Waffless lining up the both players actually on the correct street there, Grey Street.
Found quite a lot of information. I mean, I've talked about it earlier, and I was not really complaining, but mentioning how it can be very hard to find the right stuff in an urban environment in South Africa. But this time around, I think there was a lot to work with. So good on these players to start off a little bit easier.
Yes, helpful there, having a nice grid to line things up, although I think, as you say, Gelotris, other urban areas in South Africa can be a little bit more difficult. Still in Africa now in round 2, in Nigeria.
Yes, correct. And we also had Ibadan on the sign there. Math locked in pretty quick. Waffless also got to that information though. Made a little bit of a region guess, didn't really get rewarded, giving over the multiplayer to Math.
Yep, even start, both players getting the correct city in both rounds. 1 multi each. We go to a Malaysia looking round.
Yes, it definitely looks like Malaysia. We have a mile marker on the side. And we got Waffless zooming into Sabah. A lot of oil pumps and a bit of a hilliness. Both does check out for that area. Kunak on the sign does help a lot as well.
Yeah, Kunak's on the map there. Yeah. So Waffless off to a good start in this round. Math yet to open the map.
And we are on the main road. It's even divided for a while, so I would assume that there aren't too many options to scam for. Math still looking a little bit further south in Sarawak. Isn't as confident on his region guess as Waffless is. But does get there in the end. He found Kunak. Lining it up now as well. Waffless definitely had way more time for that. But it seems like none of them really got to the 5k in the end. But Math actually getting closer here. Unexpected, considering that Math was still in Sarawak for a good while, but clutched it up there. Very well done.
Yep, 3 rounds in, both players close in every round so far. Australia now, I believe. Do we have yellow signpost there? I think this would be Western Australia.
Yes, we have the water to the southwest. We have the red curbs, yellow signposts, all good indicators for Western Australia. And we got some town names as well.
Yeah, Denham it says, okay.
Interesting. The water alignment also is a bit interesting. Puts us maybe more. Oh, Denham there. Matt has it.
Mind. This could be missable for Waffles here. I mean, with the coast direction, it definitely throws you off a little bit. But Matt did well to find that, and I would be surprised if Waffles gets there. 1 second left. It's not going to happen. Let's see just how big a difference that was. Pretty huge.
Very well done from Math, considering that area as well. I mean, the other direction was very, very tricky there. So you have to always also consider some bays that are possible to scam for. Math did so. Very well done and gets the first win here.
Yep, that will be game. We were talking earlier about how Western Australia is one of the biggest provinces and really proved it there, settling the game.
Yeah.
Perfect start for Math.
That was a very good start. A bit shaky on the Malaysia round there.
Yep.
But he did strike back very strong.
Now we get a slightly different insight into these two in the no move. Would expect them both to be very, very strong given their stats, and I mean, of course, just given the fact that they're here.
Yep.
We have Arizona locked in from Waffles early on, and Math opens up the map. Goes similar.
Seems like they are both going towards the 4 corners. Seems like Math is more on the New Mexico side. Waffles in the right state, but Math closer there from New Mexico. Both roughly got the right region correct, though.
Yeah, solid from both in those reservations around the Arizona-New Mexico border. Got this black car.
Very
the long antenna visible. Show we're in Russia.
Very barren and dry landscape. Does also make me think if he could be a little bit further south in Russia towards the Caucasus. I mean, you get a lot of very dry landscape, especially around Elista, for example. And Orenburg is also one of the areas where you tend to see a little bit more of drier landscape. I feel like in Orenburg you usually catch a couple more hills, especially in a very open landscape like this, where you have a good overview over the terrain. I would expect to see some elevation in Orenburg, but I am not sure at all.
We see Waffles going for Volgograd and Math. A little bit further north, actually quite surprisingly close to Moscow. I think it should be further south, and it is. That would be Waffles taking nice 1200 off Math there.
Yeah, seems like Math played it a little bit more safe, covering a couple more areas in Russia, which you can never really blame. But Waffles getting rewarded for that commit more towards the south. As we go on to the next round, all white lines, we should be in Chile.
Yeah, dry, but still a fair amount of scrubby vegetation here, so not going too far north in the dry part of Chile.
Yeah, probably somewhere south of the Atacama Desert is where you start scanning, where it's starting to get a little bit more vegetated. Is that a coastline to the north?
Yeah,
could
we see
one.
that, yeah.
Well, it being to the north will definitely rule out a lot of areas, but still a couple possibilities in Chile.
Mountainous as well.
Yep, both.
I'm ticking down. C.
Wow,
lovely
nice.
5K.
Very well done from Math, getting that 5K there. I mean, Waffles also on the right road, so Pretty good from both players. Getting the right road, using that terrain and the coastline.
Yep, very, very good 5k. Have Iceland again with these yellow bollards.
Yeah, and the valley goes east-west here. And with that I would ignore the central north parts, so I think we are maybe a little bit more west or east. Would consider more the west here though, which the fjord opening to the west.
Lines up rather nicely. This are they both looking at the same lake? They might be.
Does
yeah,
appear
the
so,
726.
yeah, the 726, and both in the same place of it as well, giving us a beautiful 10k.
Wow, that's where you hit the wave.
Very, very
Very good
nicely
stuff.
done.
Back-to-back rounds there where both players able to more or less pinpoint with no information, just a bit of landscape, use the compass.
We are in Nepal now. One of the few, but very nice to have clues to get Nepal over India are those yellow dashed lines, which you very commonly find in Nepal, but not too common in India. So with that given, you know the country, still a fairly long stretch that tends to look similar in a lot of places. Choosing the right valley can be a challenge. Waffles a little bit more east in the country, Math tending a little bit towards the center of the country as well, but still on the eastern side. But it seems like it is a matter of scanning. Players try to align the mountain ranges here.
Both players are locked in, bit of a split, and it will be Math slightly closer.
Yeah.
Multi's already building up there. Should be on a 3x now, which is quite a lot for this stage in the game.
It can be dangerous, depending on the location and the country. But for now, it shouldn't be a big issue. We are in Europe. Got a black car there, which is quite interesting. I was considering Croatia with the black car. The language does fit and the architecture as well. Don't think Bosnia has this car. So yeah, I would be in Croatia, especially also with the round concrete pole, very commonly found all over the country.
Yeah, Croatia seems more than reasonable here. Actually, this ridge towards the southwest, quite big.
Yeah, we consider more the northwest of the country, along the Slovenia border. I think it's too lush and green to be along the southern stretch, and it's too mountainous to be northeast, so that's the area you should consider. And it is Bosnia. Okay.
Bosnia.
Well, I wasn't sure if that car does exist in Bosnia because I was considering it. Some stuff really looked off, but I would also have ended up in Croatia there probably, to be honest. Up next, it seems like we are in rural Russia again.
Yeah. Well, this antenna Gelotris needs to be on the tilted side, would that be correct?
Yes, the short tilted. I know the long tilted is towards St. Petersburg, or south of it, very commonly found. The short one of the regions are in the southwest specifically, which does stick out. I mean, the vegetation looks warm, we don't really have any birch trees, doesn't really look that cold.
Yeah.
So I could see that as a possibility. Both ending up there, and no big surprise. Turns out to be correct. Not many points, but this time around Waffles gets the multis on his side.
Yeah, both players even now on multis with 3x each. Waffles with a little bit of a health advantage, nothing too meaningful. Being down one game in this match, he will want to extend that. And Gelotris, what do we have here?
Yeah, that's interesting. A very narrow road. I mean, definitely Southeast Asia. With the round concrete pole, I did think Indonesia is possible.
Yep.
Combined with the fact that we have this narrow road. White lines as well should only really be Malaysia and Indonesia in Southeast Asia. Most commonly.
Now, yeah, narrow roads in Indonesia. I know there are a couple of parts of the country that can have them, but I don't know if this is a significant clue here or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the vibes do speak for East New South, but I did consider Java Island as well, up in the mountains somewhere. It looks very generic. It's Sulawesi.
Sulawesi.
Yeah, very, very hard one. I mean, you do consider a lot of regions. Funnily enough, they both ended up in almost exactly the same place, even though there was many, many possibilities there, I would say. Next, seems like we have some Polish language on these adverts. Don't know if we really had an... It is not Is it Polish? It's not Polish, no. Oh, we have a Skoda. We have a Skoda. My bad, we are in Czechia. Surely.
Confirmed.
It looked like Polish to me, and then I was checking the letters, and I didn't really see any Polish letters, and I was like, Also, these adverts are very common in Poland. I think that's why I autopiloted. But yeah, we also have the Poles that are not with the holes in them, so...
I believe there's a place named Jaro something. I can't quite read it on our screen, but I assume our players are scanning for that.
Yeah,
could be quite small, but worth a shot. A couple of seconds left. Don't believe either player's found it. Both
also, the landscape looked
middle.
very generic, but I mean, that's a very strong guess from Waffles.
Yep, you'll take that. Almost double the health of Math now. The game he needs to win to level things out.
Next, what do we have? Is it Small Cam? Could be one of the new... I call it new, but yeah, Peru got a lot of new coverage with Small Cam. Looks very, very tropical.
Yeah, how new are we talking with this Small Cam in Peru?
I think it's been like 3 months now. 2 months.
Relatively new to me, I have to admit.
Yeah, I mean, they did release a bunch first in and around Cusco. I think that was the first area where it got released, but now you have it all over the country, which makes it less usable, the parameter here, but it seems like they're still very specific, especially Waffles scanning along the road here, the 5N. I mean, not that many roads that go through the green parts where you get this very lush and tropical landscape, but oh, math is correct, actually.
Wow,
also the 5N. But yeah, technically right road, but way further off there. Very strong guess from math, putting Waffles in a tense situation now.
Yep, that flips this game on its head, and if math closes this out, we'll be in a very, very, very strong position.
Another very tropical one. Got a lot of these colo fences, what we call them. The wooden fences along the roads. Especially it being a dirt road with this very white soil, overcast. The landscape does scream Colombia here. Kind of hard to read and guess, I must say.
That's gonna be rough. That's more than enough there for math to win the second game. Waffles. A little bit unfortunate, really. He built a healthy lead there and didn't do anything too wrong, but those South America rounds in Peru and Colombia, Math just made the better guess and kind of flipped it on its head, and it's now 2-0 in the match to Math.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not really many mistakes from Waffles. As I already said, he was technically on the right road on the previous round in Peru, but still managed to lose that much health. I mean, that's really what the multis do, and in countries like Peru, where you have this very long stretch from southeast to northwest, it can be very painful.
Going to the second moving game now. Math has a chance to close this out. Waffles would need a reverse sweep, as we saw earlier with Alpha against Orion. Looks like we're in New Zealand here.
New Zealand
there on that map on the screen.
Got water along the east, but I'm still not even sure on which island we are. Got some information about the town on this little building. Marv got his guess down already. I don't don't know what Math saw, but it's saying Akito Fire Station as a POI on his side, and I think that's also what it said on the building. So I would believe that Math is correct here. Waffle is still scanning along the coast, trying to find the place name. And the game is under review. Math's cam died there.
Yeah,
well,
similar to what we saw earlier with
the
Alpha.
French flag next to his name. So I would assume that it also might have to do with the heat wave and the camera overheating. I mean, my room is boiling as well. I was attempting or like daring to touch my PC earlier to check the heat, and it is super hot. And I'm also afraid of an overheat. Hope it will survive through the day.
Yep, check him PC for how much heat it's kicking out. Our sympathy with French viewers. I mean, this and Alpha's camera situation proving the intensity of the heat wave. Gelotris, how are you holding up in this weather?
Just barely surviving, I would say. It is it is quite rough. I mean, I've talked also about you. I mean, these degrees don't even see that high. I mean, we are on 34, 35. Yes, it is hot, but it legit feels like 40, 41.
Yeah.
It is very bad.
Agreed. Yeah, we've got 30 today in London, which not too bad. Yesterday was more like 35. That was a rough one. But I think, yeah, in certain buildings, the heat just kind of builds and builds the more days it goes on for. So feeling nice and toasty in here.
Yep, especially like how the buildings are built in France and Germany, and also in the UK, of course, with those very thick walls. They just save up the heat, and it takes so long for buildings to cool off. Yeah, so even if it's getting cold outside, yeah, the heat is just saved within the concrete.
Still under review. Apologies, no updates at the moment. I believe what we saw with Alpha was that he switched to another camera, possibly. May or may not be possible for Math. Give you updates as soon as we have them.
It definitely changed angle. I don't know if it was also a new camera. Maybe placed a fan behind his phone. Or his camera, whatever Alpha is using. But yeah, what have we seen so far? We are on 2-0. Let's talk a bit about the game. I mean, we have seen some very impressive guesses from either side. I mean, I'd like to think back at the Iceland 10K, where it was like a very rural round with no pinpoint. I think that was very nice to see. We had the Chile round, where also both guessed on the right stretch of the road, both on the right road
really
in Peru. I mean, we see a very great gameplay here so far. What do you think?
Agreed, yeah. They seem like all-rounders from what we've seen so far. Bit of pinpointing, very, very solid no-move play. And yeah, I think as we were talking about earlier, no real major mistakes, really. Just Math able to close that last game out based on Maltese rowing, Colombia and Peru being relatively big countries. But yeah, nothing too bad from Waffless. But yeah, Math done a lot right. But 2-0, maybe a little bit unflattering to Waffless based on his performance so far, I'd say.
Yeah, it is. I think Math was just a little bit more consistent on a couple guesses where it really mattered to close out the game. But overall, very, very balanced. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more games in here. I believe that Waffless could turn this around. I believe that he can take it to NPZ still, based on what we've seen so far.
And remind me, Gelotris, apologies, my memory failing me in the heat. How did the first moving game close itself out with Math taking the win there? Can you recall?
I think it was the Western Australia with the coastline being a bit baity.
Of course, yeah. Of course. Yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah, that was kind of the only big mistake from Waffless so far. But again, I think given the direction of the coast and a bit of a lack of other clues, I think very understandable not scanning further north there.
Yeah, it does take some patience or like being calm under pressure to still consider more areas instead of just autopiloting towards the south. And I think that's what was really rewarding for Math, I think, to keep his cool and think out through the round.
Yeah, impressive. I think as well, I've seen rounds like that on the southern coast of Western Australia where you have a lot of roundabouts connecting the roads that run along the coast. So I don't blame Waffless for kind of autopiloting to that area. But yeah, very, very cool, calm gameplay from Math.
Yep, 100%. And this game, we were just in round 1, right? Yeah, the New Zealand round, and it looked like Math did hit the 5k here based on the POI and is early lock-in into the round. That's what I saw from this moving game so far.
And we were somewhere on the eastern coast of North Island, I believe.
Yep.
Got my map up. I'm actually trying to scan if I can find it. I can't actually remember what the
I've
name was. But
seen them scanning up in like north and south of Napier somewhere. Saw them at some point, but I think it was way further south. Maybe I can also find it. Could make a little challenge also for the chat if someone finds it.
Again, apologies, no update yet on the camera situation. Again, we're assuming, similarly to Alpha, that hardware is struggling in the heat wave.
I found it. It was Akito, which is on this little span within the Manawatu-Wanganui region. It's like south of Herbertville on the coast, Akito. There you also have the fire station down south, and it looks pretty good, I must say. The alignment checks. Let me check the satellite view, and there you also have the building. Yeah, that should be correct. Does look very good.
Looks good. So we're reasonably confident that Math has 5k, and Waffless. Did we see exactly where he ended up? Ooh. Well, you can see it now.
Yeah, a little bit of a spoiler there, but he does end up on the 5k. It seems like we do continue with the camera being that it is what it is.
It is what it is. I don't think there's anything we can do there. Conditions make it impossible for Math to continue with the camera. Now we have this nice silvery car with this lovely architecture and these mountains. Can only mean one thing, Geoloctric.
Yeah, it should be Bhutan, with that given. I'm not sure which valley it is. I was thinking of the Paro Valley, or maybe we are just around the capital with how much is going on, especially a lot of traffic to be seen here.
Yeah. Oh, only just occurred to me that Math is not moving in the location.
We could have maybe had also other tech issues besides only the camera. That is possible, considering that we don't see Math moving. Quite an unfortunate situation, especially also for Waffles, who is still trying to get his guess as close as possible. And we are on the review again. Let's check. And make sure that everything is running smoothly before we do continue on this match.
Yep, slightly different to previous rounds where this time Math wasn't in the location, wasn't in the map, so we'll probably see this round be replayed. Whereas previously it was more camera related, so players' guesses could remain locked in.
This time around, it's going to be a harder challenge, I think, for us to find the actual location. I would think that we are in Thimphu. I mean, it was very, very, trafficked. I think there was a lot of cars on the road, which you usually don't really see too much in Bhutan. I would think we are close to the capital.
Agreed. We may not find out if the round gets reset. I think it's safe to assume it was the capital.
We've talked about the heat, so gotta shout a friendly reminder to hydrate.
Of course.
Stay hydrated, everyone.
Yeah, please do. Just a confirmation now that the round will be rolled back. So hopefully we can bring that to you in just a second. Okay.
We will never find out. Up to the next round.
Just keeping a keen eye on Math's screen here, and again, it's not actually moving.
Nope.
Again, we'll probably have to watch Waffless play this round out.
Put a Bainty Montenegro sign there. Let's see. curious if it's the client and Meth is actually maybe playing, because I would believe that Meth told the admins that everything works fine for him. So I could imagine him maybe moving around, but it just doesn't get over to the client. That is very, very possible. Yeah, very unfortunate for Waffles. I think it can be a little bit frustrating trying this hard on the rounds just to find out that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Maybe for the good though.
And
He doesn't seem too confident on that round, so maybe it's good.
And again, I think in the back of your head, you're always thinking, is this round actually real? Is my opponent there? Is this one going to be reset anyway? So it kind of takes your focus away a bit.
Yeah. Let's hope we get it sorted out quickly. We can also talk about the rest of the day for a little bit. I mean, after this one, we have Kiribati for live playing against Gonçalo. We have Starlex, Yannick playing Aterawok against Pan. Still a lot of great matchups waiting for us today.
Very much agree. Some quite big names in there, people we've seen before in this kind of competitive environment.
But yeah, seems like
been around for quite a long time.
Is moving. That's also great to see. So we can continue with the game, hopefully. Seems like we are in. It did look like Austria, I think. It should be. Lackenhof is the town, or the village, I should say. It's like 4 or 5 buildings we are passing here. That actually continues a little bit on Mav's side. Seems like Waffles did drive to another direction. There was actually a very good sign on spawn. I don't know if Waffles missed that one, but Mav is on it. We got the 71 intersecting with 25. And a sign to the A1. With all of that given, it should be fairly findable. But Waffles is also deep in the map.
Yeah, it's great info, but didn't really have a huge amount of time to narrow it down, but he does end up closer based on that. And that is an extension of the lead. 5,000. Retaining his full health. Waffles on 3.8 and 2 games down. So Gelotris, at some point, Waffles needs something.
Yeah, he does need something. I mean, he is from Sweden. You would think maybe he has an upper lead on any Sweden rounds, which can also be quite difficult. Can also be a long stretch. Definitely can decide a good amount of games. Don't really know his strengths in terms of like single countries he's practiced. Maybe he has something there as a joker.
This could be in Winchester, actually.
We are surrounding all of these towns. I am not too familiar with them.
Waffles is in Winchester.
Yeah, for Waffles. Both of them, actually. So it's a matter of pinpoint. We have the roundabout right next to us and the Shell gas station. 2 clues you can use to pinpoint this one. I would believe that the gas station POI would show up fairly early.
Yep. Let's see where it is. I would be 99% sure this is an IRL one for me. A fair bit of time around here.
Oh, cool.
Good find from Math. Staying on 5k. Health-wise, very good.
Continues the flawless. And we had a moving round as a decider in Australia earlier in Western Australia.
It does
seem like we are back. But Waffles scanning along. Kalama and 3 Springs.
CBHPIN.
That's abbreviations for use that, could use that, but the fact that it is on the lower end and in blue instead of green, I would believe that it is a smaller town rather than Kalama and 3 Springs. I think those are really the towns you should scan for. Also got a railway here, pretty helpful if you nail it down to a certain region.
Yep, fair few clues about, but realistically with 5 seconds to go... Ooh, actually...
Math has something really good. That looks very, very nice.
That's gonna be significant. Wow. Almost enough. Waffles just not really able to get his foothold in this match.
I was pretty far outside the region that you usually consider scanning in Western Australia. So once again, similar to the first Western Australia round, Mav got rewarded for thinking a little bit outside the box and scanning the surroundings. But now we have a middle pits border post. So middle pits.
Yeah, it could be a moment for Waffles. He found it quickly, but he hasn't locked. And Math is looking significantly further east. Surprised Waffles didn't try to lock here.
Yeah, I would believe that he thinks that this is a matter of who gets the 5k first. I would believe that Waffles expects Math to also be on it. Fairly knowable town, and given that we are on the border, you would believe that your opponent might also be on trying to get the 5k. But he's getting punished. He's getting punished because I found it now, just now.
Yeah. Waffles had a great
pressure
chance there.
play. Yeah. And he gives it up as well. That is very unfortunate for Waffles.
Yeah, little bit of a mistaken approach here, I think. I think it's somewhat fair to think your opponent will get there, but I think when you're that far down, I think sometimes you've just got to opt for speed. Not much else you can do.
031 was their scenario code. I mean, we are in South Africa. 031. I mean, the 03s are south of capital, I think. I'm not that sure, actually.
So would 3-1 be Durban then?
I believe so.
No.
03s, because you have all the ones in the northeast and the 3s in the southeast. I think. So yeah.
Oh yeah, because the 2s are around Cape Town, right?
Yeah, correct.
It's coming back to me now a little bit.
So we should be somewhere in the southeastern parts, but we have Waffles in the northeast. I don't know where Mav ended up being. Waffles definitely in the wrong area code region. He did switch.
He's coming back. As he saved the game. Wow, they're both.
Wow. That is a relief. That is a relief for sure. Staying alive here, that would have been a game.
Very good 5k as well.
Yeah, not only for this game, but the whole match would have ended there with a 3-0. So very important switch for Waffles. Go on next Thailand. He's doing a pressure play, trying to turn things around. Definitely the type of location where you can attempt to get a lucky guess down.
Yeah,
Thailand is
one of those countries where you can make a play like this, and with the multis,
that will be
just enough for Matt.
Wow,
that's game.
A game. What a game! And turns out to be a 3-0. I did not expect it at all. I mean, if we look at how the games went and how much of a back and forth it was, this looks very wrong, but very well done from Matt. Very well deserved as well. I think we did clutch a couple situations, did play very consistent. And yeah, congrats to Matt to look further.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, wow, what a game. I mean, obviously had some technical issues, extended things a little bit, made it feel like a little longer of a game, which might make you feel like it was closer, but no, that really was just math all the way. And just reminding me, like a couple weeks ago, Blinky had said to me, everyone's gonna sleep on math, but he's so good. And there it was. And there it
Blinky's
was.
word. Blinky's word. You have to trust it.
Yeah, and at the time, I'm thinking, this math guy's just French, so clearly it's just some bias. But no, math is insane, and that was absolutely incredible to watch. It was a fun game all around. Let's take a look at the Wazer of the match. What was our fastest guess? I'm actually not sure what it's gonna be. 5.3 Thailand. Lost in moving Jello.
Last round.
Wasn't the? It was literally that last one.
Yeah, it was the pressure play from Waffles. He knew he's behind and he has to try something to turn these things around. Didn't quite work out well, but I still think that was the right thing to do there in this situation.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's a tried and true method that we do see quite a bit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Worth going for. Anyways, let's take a look at the Waze moment of the match. What's our moment? What's our biggest thing? What happened? Let's go down the line. Jake, I'm going with you first.
Okay, I've got a few I could choose from, but I think in the no move game, game 2, there was an Iceland round where both of them were able to line up the exact lake correctly, and Gelotris was saying, oh, it's like maybe a fjord and stuff, and they were both just zoned in on the exact lake. And there's so many bodies of water in Iceland that can be. The way that they were both able to do that, and you could kind of see that both of their thought processes were super similar there. That was just incredibly impressive to me.
Yeah, fair enough. GC.
I'm actually going to go for the one where I think Waffles had a chance to maybe turn the tide a little bit. That was the Botswana-South Africa border round. I think Waffles kind of second-guessed everything a little bit and just allowed Math to come back into it. And actually, an Insta-Send might have just done something there to turn the game around a little bit.
Yeah, I like that too, because you even add in on top of that nail in the coffin that he ended up being further away. Waffles ended up being further away, only getting the 4999 after all of that and losing out to a 5K that wasn't even a pinpoint. It was just kind of pretty indicative of everything that did go down there. Jello, any other thoughts from you to close it out?
Other than that, I mean, I also really like the Botswana round, especially from a viewer perspective. It was fun to watch. It's always nice as a viewer to see how they are thinking through the brain of the opponent. They try to think of what the opponent does, but don't really have it then, and you see it as a viewer. It's great. But other than that, I would say the Western Australia one, where Math did consider the western parts, even though we had the water south. That was a great play and a good start in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Math had 2 very impressive rounds on Western Australia in 2 different games of the match, so I like the shot there too, Well, guys, let's take a look now at the schedule, see where we're at today, see what's still yet to come. So, what's up next? Kiribati for life. Jake, talk to me about this one versus Gonçalo.
Yeah, well, we know Kiribati for life, KFL. He's been in a lot of competitions before, and he is an absolutely phenomenal player, particularly in the moving mode, but in all 3. Definitely one of the favorites to win this entire tournament. I must say, I know very, very little about Gonçalo. I don't know if anyone else in the call has a better idea there, but I think definitely going to be the underdog coming in against KFL, but I'm excited to see how Gonçalo plays and stacks up against him.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one. And guys, I also just want to say we're battling it out here for the last spot in the World Championship. It's just one more player out of the 16 that are here this weekend will make it through at the end of tomorrow to the World Championship. And you can get your tickets to the World Championship. They are out. You can either get a 4-day ticket, come to all 4 days, or you get a final day ticket if you just want to see that final day, the big action. I'd say all 4. It's going to be a great time. We're going to have a bunch of fun stuff going on. You've seen the Lenley video a couple times today at the Tempodrome. Venue looks sick. Vibes are going to be sick. We'd love to see you there. We always have such a good time at our World Championship. So grab some tickets if you like. But anyways, guys, without further ado, we can keep on with the matches. Kiribati for life versus Gonçalo. Yeah, as Jake said, I don't know, do you two, GC, Jello, have maybe some other thoughts on Gonçalo? I know a lesser known player up against KFL, who is another player many people think might win. I'll put it over to you guys if you have anything.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't know a huge amount about Gonçalo, but I think KFL, somebody I've known for a very, very long time, and just so much skill in moving and no moving, so quite unassailable as an opponent in theory. But Gonçalo, I mean, we'll find out shortly. Gelotris, I don't know if you have anything else.
Yeah, I mean, as you already said, Kiribati for life has been around the community, is very known. Gonçalo more of a newcomer, I would say, but a very strong player. I know Gonçalo very recently won a LAN tournament in Portugal with a lot of Portuguese GeoGuessr player. He did turn out to win that one, and that speaks for himself. I mean, best Portuguese player maybe currently?
Maybe.
So, yeah, based on the LAN event, he's the best for now.
Yeah, I believe it. I forgot about that LAN that just happened. That was cool. I was tapped in a little bit to what was going on there. Shout out River. Some people might know River. He was there. Another Portuguese player. They've been in the community a long time. But yeah, so Gonçalo, Kiribati for life. I mean, Math showed some insane moving prowess, but a lot of people going in were kind of saying Kiribati for life, best moving player in this tournament. So we'll see if Kiribati can kind of one up that. I guess also maybe I should be calling him KFL because that's what his name is listed here, but I'm used to calling him Kiribati. But yeah, I'm very excited for the moving. I'm sure we're going to see some beautiful pinpointing action go down. probably going to be pretty dominant. I mean, obviously we have the pinpointing mode that is sometimes played. It's not played in the official esport, but sometimes pinpointing tournaments do go down. Jake has talked about this earlier too. And when you put him in a pinpointing competition, Boss for Life is just unstoppable. He's up there with the greatest of all time. I mean, Jake, if you had to put him in a moving position, top 3, top 5, top 10 something, where do you think you'd put Boss for Life?
Are you talking pinpointing specifically, or just kind of moving in general?
Moving. Let's go moving in general.
Moving in general. I would say, yeah, I'll put him top 5. I'd say he's somewhere around 5th. Yeah, he's that good. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a bold shout. We'll have to see if he can hold up to that here. I believe our players are getting ready, should be ready to go soon, but not quite yet. But yeah, guys, this will be our 6th match of the day. And then, of course, 8 total today, leading into tomorrow, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals tomorrow. I was looking at the bracket earlier. I know some people think it might be a Alpha Boss for Life finals. The bracket could work out that way. What about we're actually gonna take a look at the bracket, I'm hearing, because we're waiting. We have the time. We're gonna take a look. Might as well also just go over what's happened today. If anybody's missed any of this, we can see how some things are starting to play out, I should say. We do have quarterfinal 1. Battle of the Frenchmen, Alpha versus Math will be happening, the first quarterfinal. Quarterfinal 3 is decided, KG versus Hosuya. Nolo yet to decide who... KFL or Gonzalo? I don't know. What are you guys thinking about looking at this? Jello, talk to me about everything you're seeing here.
I mean, even just looking back, not even looking forward, but like looking back, it looked like we have 2 3-0s, right? Waffles, Math, and Emma, KG. That always looks like a stomp if you look at this leaderboard, but it wasn't at all. Those were like all very close games, so I would highly suggest if you missed out on these games, they're worth rewatching. They're worth going back in the vault because there was some very good games, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually been a really exciting day. I mean, I know it's some lesser known players to many people at home, but it's definitely allowed for quite a bit of excitement. So I'm sure this next one will deliver as well. Players are finally ready after our little yap session. It's time for Boss for Life versus Gonzalo. We'll see if Boss for Life can live up to Jake's title of top 5 moving players in the world, or whether or not Gonzalo can fight back. GC, Gelotris, take it away.
Bloom, Jake, thank you very much. It's time for Sweden versus Portugal, KFL versus Gonzalo. Very, very exciting one. I mean, as we've mentioned several times, KFL, an absolutely world-class moving player, which Gelotris, I think, sets him up pretty nicely for the overall best of 5 format.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially in a best of 5 format where moving is being tested in 2 times in the first 3 game modes. So being a moving player gives you an extra advantage in moving in best of 5 modes. So I think it's looking very, very good for KFL based on these stats.
Couldn't agree more. Round 1 dropping into 312, which is, that's the area code for Colima. KFL, of course, knowing that.
It was a very quick set from KFL as well.
Yeah, one of the more knowable Mexico codes because it's an entire state. Quite rare. Oh, it says, I think it said Colima there on the side of the screen, but I think it was just too late.
Too late, yeah. And as you said, it's the whole state, so KFL went for the coastal vibe there, I assume, that he had instead of clicking within Colima.
Yeah, I believe that's right. Someone may correct me, but I believe that's right.
That does make sense then. It seems like we are just back.
Webler.
Had a lot of white bricks here, still on the screen for KFL.
Yep, white bricks, great clue for the kind of area east of Mexico City.
Yeah, and that's...
KFL is there. I mean, he's in the right area for sure.
Yep, that's what I was about to say. It seems like KFL did also use maybe that information, but he seems like to scan for something specific, so I would assume that he found a little bit more than that. Gonzalo also going a little bit southwest of CDMX for now.
It said it on the side of Gonzalo's screen there. It's Tepe something. Started with Tepe. I think.
Scanning fest for both of these players. Seems like they both have the region down. Or the rough region, I should say. Oh, there. KFL did find something. Looked good. And it is a 5k. Very, very last second good fight.
Yeah, exactly what we expected to see so far from KFL. 2 rounds in, played them both more or less perfectly. Going into round 3. KFL straight into the map in Kenya.
Yeah, very classic red soil. But I'm not even sure if it is west. I mean, the western side of Kenya tends to have a little bit more of these dirt roads where you have this very, very red soil. You also get that a little bit around the capital, especially north of the capital. But usually these parts in the west are a little bit more flat. And that's why I assume that we might be in the west, possibly. But obviously there's something more we need to find rather than just trusting the vibes. Looks like there's a huge bridge and like some buildings that look very developed. So maybe we are in the capital or around the capital.
Yep, would make sense. The other thing worth pointing out, KFL, one of those players who is able to do that thing where he can kind of scan the map while moving down the road, which definitely something we see from some of the very, very top moving players. And again, he's really close.
Yep. Very, very strong and definitely a skill set you should have if you're considered as the top 5 moving player, as Jake did rate him, and I will take a Jake rating, especially for moving players. By my heart, I mean he knows them all very well. Did host a couple tournaments as well, especially moving based. Atanga City, okay, that's the east, southeastern province of the capital. Or southwestern, or I mean south central, pretty much.
I think it said it on a poster on Spawn, poster at Spawn as well, but I think both players missed it. Both players should be more or less on the money. For the east, KFL. Yeah.
Really no point in going for the pinpoint there. I think it's always the right play to send it out quick if you have that information this early into the game.
Yeah. There's a lot that goes into being a top 5 moving player, if that's what we're going to call KFL. Again, as you said, if Jake says so, I think we'll be inclined to agree. But that decision making of when to send, when to pinpoint, definitely a huge part of the game.
Yeah. We had the Yuma given very early here and a huge bridge, which should make pinpointing this one a fairly easy task for these players.
They're right on it, I believe, yeah.
And Shadow takes some extra adjustment and time, double checking to secure that 10k. Beautifully done by both players.
Yeah, good for Gonzalo to get into the game there, getting a multi, getting a 5k. Not an easy game, this moving one against KFL, but you just need something to get your mindset in the right place.
Dos Lagunas. Yeah, back in Mexico once again. I would say this time around it does give me a lot of Yucatan vibes with the vegetation in the background that we see.
Yeah, agreed. Top right of the sign there, we do actually have the state, and yeah, I think KFL is already narrowing it down. We are going to be in Campeche.
Really have a hard time on pronouncing those town names, but we have them given. That's for sure. Good thing you don't need to be good at pronouncing them, but you need to know where they are, or you have to find them, and that's what these players try to do right now.
So Dos Lagunas, both players, I think, we might see another 10k possibly.
Seems like should do, definitely. Yeah. B. Very good game so far. I mean, the real big mistake was maybe Kenya for Gonzalo. But besides that, I think he's keeping up very well against KFL, considering that he is such a great moving player. And we are in Bhutan, and this time around, I hope we get to see the end of the round.
Yeah. Gonzalo locks in there, finding the town. I would expect a 5k from KFL again. Yep.
Did the pressure play there? Did cost
Definitely
him
the right move.
a multi.
Yeah, cost him a multi, but probably the right move on balance.
For sure, you can't blame him at all. The next round looks like Czechia, Slovakia to me off the bat. We have an SK domain on that. Edward, I believe, was it SK?
It was.
I start for a split second. Slovakia, not too mountainous, I must say. So probably not north or center of the country. Actually, there's a little bit of elevation now towards the north. Oh, there's actually a good amount of elevation. Well, that makes it a little bit harder to get a region guess down just based on that, but we have a sign here for Gonçalo with the road numbers as well. Should
Bratislava
definitely...
actually only 21 kilometers away.
Yeah, I would say Gonçalo definitely has the better sign to work with here. But KFL also not too far off.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very well done. Almost a 5k there for Gonçalo. Did see the sign, did try to make use of it as quick as possible and sends it out. Definitely the right play here. Gets a couple health points out of KFL's health bar.
Yep, nice for him to get on the scoreboard. Again, just get that feeling from KFL that he's not really the sort of player who's going to make big mistakes in this game. You never know.
I'd say Macedonia Baptist Church. Macedonia could be the place name. It's very likely that it's named after the town. Not necessarily, but worth the scan. Both in central Nigeria. Definitely valid. Doesn't look very lush green, so I would ignore the southern parts of Nigeria. Yeah, both really only had that sign as a source of information.
Yep.
KFL trying to line up the town here. It's very specific. And he got there in the end.
Yeah.
Very, very nice 5k. Not the easiest ones to 5k.
No. And a string of 5Ks there on the board, as you can see. Just shows the level we're talking about here with KFL. But Gonçalo, very, very respectable performance in this game, but just, very, very hard when you're against a moving player like KFL.
For sure, and we had quite a lot Mexico rounds.
Yeah.
Not only in this matchup, but today in general. This time around, once again, a very dry landscape. Makes me think that we are a little bit more south, at least, north, I mean. At least the northern half I consider here. Could see something like Tolima, or maybe even a little bit further west. What do you think, GC?
Yeah, Chihuahua, something could work. We saw both players zooming towards there. Haven't really seen anything that useful yet, other than the landscape.
Yeah, I also didn't really see that much. A lot of golden grass. Is very commonly found along the northern parts.
Yeah, Bahula especially, but it could be Chihuahua as well. That's a bit further south, it's actually northern Durango. Gonçalo hanging on.
Next, what do we have? Actually, not sure. I was thinking of some coastal Brazil. Seems like we had some ladder poles.
Oh, yeah, it is. You're right. Yep.
What else do we have? I mean, ideally, these players do want to find an area code, obviously, to narrow down the area to scan. Seems like
I think they may have had one.
Okay, I didn't see it on either side. Okay.
But they both zoomed into the same Paraná coastline. There may have been a poster earlier that had an area code that we couldn't see.
Yep, definitely possible with how they ended up in that region of Brazil. Going on to round 12 now. It's looking very good for KFL so far with the multis and the health bars. But it's still not over. Honorópolis could be the place name here. Back in Brazil.
Big country. That's what Gonzalo needs.
Yep, definitely. A little bit of sugarcane on the side. Does make me think that we could be around Sao Paulo maybe. If I am correct, I think there was some round poles in the beginning as well, if I didn't see it wrong. I don't see them anymore. So, not too sure about that. Still possible though.
34 Western Minas. KFL's locked in. See they're both in a similar area, but Gonzalo's health here is scarily low against a 5.5x multi.
Yeah. Even if you are in the same state, it doesn't really mean much. Even the same area code region, I think there's still room to lose. And that's actually what's happening here.
Yeah. The game for KFL.
I must say, Gonzalo did put on a good fight there against KFL, considering that KFL was really on it. On and on and on. Not really much Gonzalo can do against that here. Going over to no move. And I think the win condition here for Gonzalo is really he has to win this no move now. I really think he does need that one.
Yeah, agreed. Respectable first game from Gonzalo for sure. Didn't do a huge amount wrong really, but as we said, against that level of moving player, very hard task, but agree with you here. No moving. Basically a must-win now for Gonzalo.
Yep. We are in a winter coverage. Makes me think of Czechia. With the hilliness and winter and antenna. Do we have antenna?
We do.
I mean, Gen 3 winter is usually Czechia and Bulgaria, what you do consider. But I think the road just looks too nice to be Bulgaria. So I think Czechia might be the right move here, and that's what KFL does. Plugging it down metal, not bothering to reach against that, which is very valid.
Yep. I can see Hungary on the solid map.
Hungary. Maybe considering some hilly region of Hungary. But yeah. Good start for KFL.
Yep. Gonzalo just needs to maintain the composure, just hope and wait for that one round. Just hopefully get a few multis to his name.
Yeah, interesting mountain range. Is it the West Konya mountain range? I mean, I do consider Konya here, especially with the landscape, the tree rows, everything does scream like it. It could be a bit further north. I'm just very unsure which two mountain ranges these are, because they don't look big enough to be that one where KFL is, but I think it's the only reasonable guess with such a long mountain, range. But yeah. Seems like both players are there and pick up that vibe. And it's actually, further south are good, and that does make sense, I guess. But yeah, a lot of ridges there that you can consider.
Yep. Strong work from both players. On your guesses. Ooh. Oil palms?
A lot of oil palms, actually, yes. The road, however... I'm not sure. I mean, Malaysia is a valid guess. I think southern Thailand is a valid guess. Sun seems to be south. Indonesia could be a valid guess on Sumatra somewhere.
Gonzalo going with Real. KFL locking in South Sumatra.
Yeah.
A lot. I mean, this kind of landscape spans quite a big area in Southeast Asia, but they're both on Sumatra in the end. And it was Johor in Malaysia, which was your first call.
Yeah, really hard to pick one. I could have seen anywhere along these sides, from southern Thailand all the way over to Sumatra, and considering all of Malaysia as well. Really hard to pick one, especially in a rural location like that.
Good for Gonzalo. Takes about 900 health off KFL there and gets his multis up a little bit, which is essential, I think we'd have to say, if he's going to stay in this match.
We have them both in Colombia now, both east of the Andes, if I saw it correctly.
I believe so, yeah.
Very valid with the flat landscape, very lush green, doesn't look coastal. So I think finding the right town in the east of Andes, maybe lining up the grid, what the attempt for KFL was here as well, could work. He does lock it in. Gonzalo takes a little bit of extra time. Not too sure, doesn't really pick one, but playing it safe. I respect that play. Covering a couple more cities. Turns out to be very far south, actually. I think that's the furthest south it can be with Gen 3.
Going into round 5. Right into Bolivia for Gonzalo.
Yep. Doesn't look too green, so maybe considering more of the southern regions. So yeah, Sucre could be a possibility with this landscape. Maybe Oruro in the mountains that leave Oruro. I would believe you could see that. Potosi, maybe also possible. But yeah, should definitely be somewhere along the lines of these 3 towns.
Yeah,
cities.
KFL has actually zoomed into Peru here, I believe. We have a bit of a split. Solo locks it in.
I did not.
Yeah, you were right.
That.
Let's
Wow.
see, and that's a very, very nice moment for Gonzalo.
Yeah, also very important for Gonzalo. As I already said, this no-move game is very, very important for him. Because he has to face KFL on a moving game again after this one, which will be a very hard task. So this is very, very important.
Yeah, exactly the moment he needed. We have a slightly tricky round here in what would have to be North America.
Yeah, we have the diamond-shaped slow sign on the tree. Very random placement there, I can't lie, but it does help you get the country at least.
Yeah.
So it does have some purpose at least.
Forest round like this though, Gelotris, definitely not the kind of thing a lot of players like to see in the US. You can really be thrown by these.
Yeah, it does seem like we have a lot of like thin threes. They almost look like birches, so I would consider a little bit more of the northern regions, northeast. It does look a little bit more cold. But that's all my insights I have to this round. Besides that, there's really not that much to work with.
Yep. And
so yeah, I guess the North call should have also included the country north of the US.
Yeah, Quebec in the end. And this game looking pretty even now. And Solo slightly up on health, AFL slightly up on multis.
Wow, is this the US again? Because I would say the vegetation does strike me as it. And it definitely this time around looks more southern with these southern pines. I cannot tell you how far south we are though. I think out of the southern states, we should be in the middle or north of it, I feel like. If we are. Because there's like some mixed vegetation, which doesn't really confirm anything. So Kentucky is a great guess for Gonzalo, almost closing out the game there.
Yeah, very nice guess. Always a good moment to get the right state with that kind of round. And Gonzalo takes KFL's health down to 175. He just needs one more moment. And then he can afford to lose the next moving game. I mean, he always has a chance, of course.
Yep, that will mean that he will still be in the race, especially with how hard the next game mode is going to be for him. But now we are in Brazil. Good chance for either of these players. I think there's room for KFL to turn this game around, actually. With 3x multis in Brazil on a random field like this. Very possible. Very, very possible.
Yeah, we're seeing Gonzalo slightly more east, and that would pay off.
That's a strong guess. Yeah,
wow.
That is a very strong guess.
Great guess.
1 in this matchup now. Makes it more intense, makes it more interesting to watch for sure. Love how this game went and how this matchup is going so far.
Yeah, impressive from Gonzalo. He was shut out a little bit in the moving game. Didn't do anything particularly wrong, but kind of what you expect when you come up against KFL. But in that no move, very composed, pulling out good guesses when it matters. So absolutely deserving to be 1-1 at the moment. Going into another tough game, another moving one against KFL. Again, we would consider KFL the favourite. But let's see.
I mean, with how well he played the first moving game, I would not be surprised to see another win.
Yeah.
But it all depends on the locations, of course. You could still land in some very rural locations, even in moving games. And if Gonzalo strikes on these and sends out quick guesses, I think there's still room, considering that he made some very great region guesses in no move match.
Yeah, KFL's right there already. Right town, is it Saskatchewan or Manitoba or something? He found the town. He knew it instantly.
Yeah. Had a couple of signs. I could not really make out what was written on them. But KFL locking it in should indicate that he is on it. Gonzalo plonking it down in Winnipeg in the right state. But that is a very, very far northern town, which will deal a good chunk of damage already.
Yeah.
In the first round.
Good town knowledge. Found it straight away.
And it seems like we are in Paraguay now. Got the front of the car visible there. Oh, we are on the border actually. Right? There was a Brazil flag as well on the roundabout. There was a Brazil flag and a Paraguay flag, which should be a border. We're on the Paraguay 06. It appears. The 6. What is I think it's south. It's leading Ciudad del Este.
Yeah, he's got it.
So.
Ooh, Gonzalo has it. Possibly. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Helpful to have both flags given here. And that is the 10k. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, another 10k. Gonzalo, again, doing well to keep up in some of these rounds. But yeah, already took a fairly significant hit round 1.
Round number 3, moving in South Africa.
This is
once again fairly urban, suburban.
Yeah, this is the kind of round I expect to be very difficult for any player to pinpoint.
Interesting polls. Kind of forgot, but I think those are regionals with the sideways insulators. Don't want to make any wrong calls now, but I know for sure that some of the polls in South Africa are definitely regional, and I believe this is one of them. Looks like a fairly flat landscape.
It does.
Very
dry.
dry.
The last 10 seconds, I don't think either player's found any particularly useful info. So we're kind of forced to landscape guess a little bit here.
Yep, I mean, with the very flat landscape, I think capital or west of capital, anything all the way to Bloemfontein, I think that's pretty much the last bit of span where you get this landscape, because everything after that tends to have more mountains or hills. And we are in the Nordics. Sweden was my first thought here.
Same.
Let's see if we have anything to confirm. I mean, should be a good round for KFL.
Yep.
Reinforcing the Ajanta Kayani.
Now Kayani.
Skati. Don't know if that's a place name.
Yeah.
Got a map again with a lake or something. But next to it, Kayani, there it is. KFL has it on his map.
Oh yeah, I
Kayani.
thought that was quite big. It sounded familiar. Okay, good find for KFL.
Seems so. But I didn't see anything on Gonzalo's side to work with, really. So I would assume that he needs to put down a region guess based on what he did spot so far.
1 second left. I think he makes a... No, he's...
Okay.
And the Maltese will hurt Gonzalo there. but not too badly. Still got 1600. Still got a chance, but yeah, down significantly.
I had Kayani way further north in mind. That's why I thought he's way further off. But
I had the opposite. I had it a bit further south. I thought it wasn't too bad for Gonzalo, but
yeah.
Okay, so the eyes will be. So yeah, roads in Chile ordered alphabetically, so you can make a guess and find the right part of the alphabet. You zoom into the map.
Yeah, I think I should be somewhere around Santiago or south of it.
Again, time and time again, we've seen this speed from KFL just locking in very, very accurately, very, very quickly, and that's what's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, especially now that pinpointing and 5K gets rewarded with the multiplier on your side. So even if your opponent is also maybe in the same city, same area, same road, if you pinpoint it and chip off just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I agree. I think the new
just so nice.
The way the multis work now really, really make it even more comfortable for dominant moving players because they just rack up those round wins and they have the multis, their opponent doesn't. You don't get that ability to suddenly multi-merchant, as they say.
Yeah, for sure. We had a beautiful sign to start off here. We had Bintulu, Miri, all the big city names on the Borneo side of Malaysia given. Senadin is the next biggest, or not biggest, but the next town we would enter. Don't really see it on the map for them. Could be a suburb that's unlabeled, that's very possible. Especially with terminal being written out on the signs, I would assume that we are very close in downtown and not far outside. So, yeah. All the way now, and once again a 5K for KFL. Playing a beautiful game here.
Yeah, extremely impressive stuff. No matter the country, no matter at what point in the round he finds a clue, he just finds a way to get those 5Ks. And in Australia now for the 7th round, Gonzalo.
I mean, these are the rounds where he could, these are the rounds where he could turn things around with a quick send. But KFL got to something. Seems like he does manage to make something out of that sign because he's super hyper focused on it and zoomed in pretty quick for a good reason. Hey, that's a great region guess.
Unbelievable. Almost enough.
Something for sure, but Gonzalo stays alive barely with 72 health. I mean, he just has to pray for many more rounds like we had, where you just end up in a very rural location in a big country. That's really his win condition right now, I would say. Coastline visible towards the north here.
Ooh, a nice. I know. Sorry, no, I thought there was a good sign on Gonzalo's screen there, but it was the same one that I just saw.
Let's say Red Lake. Not sure if that's something they can use. I'm not familiar with a town or lake that's called Red Lake, but we should be in the US, that's for sure. We got the speed limit sign.
Yep.
I mean, landscape vegetation looks like Midlands. Maybe somewhere in the plains is something I could consider. Illinois, Indiana, Iowa. Something like that. Red Lake, KFL has it. It is a fairly small town, but definitely found it. And that will be game outstanding. What a performance from KFL. Nothing Gonzalo can do there. I mean, it was to be expected that this game would also turn out similar like the first one. We are not too surprised about that one.
No, we're not. He 5K'd most of the rounds there. I mean, as we said, really, really is one of the top moving players. I mean, it's very few players we see in the World League stringing that many 5Ks together. Very, very few. And
beautiful stuff. I mean, it's far from over for Gonzalo. With the first no-move game, he did secure him to stay in this battle. And if he pulls out that performance again, as he did on the first no-move game, I would say it's looking very even now.
Yep. 6-7 area code.
6-7. On the sign. Not quite sure which one 6-7 is. It might be Mato Grosso do Sul. A fairly big one, so you would hope to find even more than just the area code. And those players are scanning. I don't know if they have a town name written somewhere that they scan for.
Yeah, Gonzalo seems quite set on the border with Paraguay. I wonder if he's seen something.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it is a very committed guess, but I would believe there is some reasoning behind it.
Nice. Yeah.
Yes, nice. Very good. Got that border vibe correct. Couple points to chip off from KFL. A good start in this no-move game as we go on over to the next round. Round 2 it is in his game 4.
Yeah, and we're not ruling Gonzalo out at all. I think the way he managed the last no-moving game was excellent, really. So it wouldn't be that surprising to see him do it again. Romania now.
Seems like a 2-2-3 or 2-2-2. Definitely starting with a 2.
Yeah,
I would believe that the second number is also a 2. I can't really make out the third one, but yeah, that's really what the players are scanning for here in Romania. Having the road number written on that milestone right next to the road.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for the part of the country they're in as well.
Yeah, the slight hilliness does check out. And now they are lining up the road. Seems like they are both on the 224A. Actually, KFL scanning along another road, the 222, I believe he's scanning on.
Times up. And KFL will be slightly closer.
Yep, both picking up that it is the 2-2s though. Moving down the region to scan. And now we are in a very rural location. Seems like we have a bollard on the side. And that bollard, is it a Vietnam bollard? I would believe so. Fairly hilly green, mountainous landscape. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. That round did leave some room for someone to pick up good points.
Yeah, it's a difficult commit to guess that down there, but it was on the table.
Yeah, we didn't really have anything that you usually want to see in Vietnam. I mean, I mentioned the regional polls that usually help. We didn't really have anything there besides the landscape, and I think if you have a very mountainous green landscape, it's always good to go up north.
Yeah. So yeah, Gonzalo's
now
committed towards Izhevsk. I didn't quite catch KFL's map zoom.
Yeah, I mean, both seem confident on the road, but trying to find up an angle that works. I mean, it's curving up north, down in southwest. That's something you can use, but still a very long stretch of a road, and I think there are many possibilities within the road that could line up like this. And it's just around Ufa. Happens. Happens, but once again, I think someone could have picked up decent points there, so definitely 2 rounds back to back where these players might look back to. Try to figure out how they could have improved their guesses on these ones.
Brazil
Stubby antenna. Yeah, it should be Brazil. It seems like there's no support on the pole. It probably just looks like it because it's Gen 3 and alt coverage. I mean, based on the landscape, I do like the rhyme, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just in between KFL, a little bit closer, dealing 470 damage and picking up the multi once again. I mean, look at these blue dots on top.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate
He's just
thing.
collecting them. Yeah, most
they've
definitely.
been neck and neck in this game, really, but KFL's just pitched these rounds out and really, yeah, you can see it in the multis.
This time round, I'm a bit more. Oh, we have a regional bus stop. I know where the region is, but I don't know what it's called. It's like north of the big, like, is it Mora? I think it's called Mora region.
I think we've got a possible. Ooh, no.
Very nice guess from Machado. He seems a bit surprised about that one. I think he just blocked it down. But hey, you'll take it. I mean, he didn't get really lucky with all the plug offs so far, so I guess he does deserve to also get a little bit lucky there.
Incredible location.
Seems to be like some forest fire type of coverage, maybe just a sandstorm, but definitely does look very unique. But also makes it a little bit harder to figure out how the landscape looks. I see a couple hills, but overall very, very generic. And if it's looking generic, I would probably go with somewhere around the capital again. Maybe a bit further out with how hilly it is. But you have to pick a side, and KFL did pick the right side towards the east of it.
Yeah, and that hurts Gonzalo.
Yeah, definitely playing very strong. I mean, KFL did have some very nice guesses in this no-move round now game. Yeah, Namibia now. KFL inspecting all the smudges on the car. Very valid. Also a very long stretch of the road, so definitely something you could scan for, and that's what both players do right now, both facing down, looking north, trying to figure out the alignment. Definitely a little bit of a harder task on a dirt road, because you can't really see any road lines that guide you and tell you how the road aligns, but still you can somewhat use the car and hope that the car is driving straight.
Yep, we see KFL lock it in. Gonzalo's committing quite far south. I think KFL slightly less so, although we'll find out in just 5 seconds. So actually inching further north.
Wow, beautiful guess. Once again, not the first time we see it in Namibia today. Seems like some of these players have been really cooking Namibia. That is a wonderful 5K. Really only had the curve to our west to use as a pinpoint, but still getting the right distance is very impressive. Well done.
And I think it's fair to say now, KFL's on the verge of winning the match.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's looking very, very well for KFL, especially because he has also been playing just very good on this no-move game as well.
And he's going to be slightly closer, but that won't quite be enough.
He will survive. Yeah, he does survive, but looking very bad. Looking very bad. I mean, the multis are just as scary as they can be. Even if you are plunking off in a fairly big city or same road, I think there's still an easy amount of room for KFL to close it out just because of the multi advantage.
Yeah, at this point, Gonzalo needs multiple big mistakes from KFL really to win.
What do we have?
We may end up with an island split here in New Zealand, because I thought Gonzalo went straight for North Island.
Yeah, he's in North Island, and it's also really only where he's getting right now.
Yeah, and KFL I think went straight towards Christchurch. So, if Gonzalo's right, this could be the moment he starts to turn things around. But actually, no, KFL goes back towards gold. 2 seconds to go. Does Gonzalo survive?
See where it ends up, and it is actually very far north. That is a very strong guess. I mean, if he somehow wants to turn this around and win this game, I think that's a very good start here to get KFL to half HP.
Yep. Looking slightly more possible now, but still very difficult. Indonesia and Bali, of course, with these roofs, etc. And
yeah. The decorations on the roofs, which you see all over Bali. A good indicator for Bali as well as usually white stickers on the poles. I don't really know if we have them here, but definitely also one of the many clues to get Java. But there is room for KFL. There is definitely a possibility to close this out here, even though both are on Bali.
Yeah, that's the horrible thing for Gonzalo. 100 health is not enough to guarantee survival. And
wow!
It's an incredible lineup from KFL.
What a guess. I mean, KFL just played beautiful. I mean, the first no-move game was a bit shaky. Made me think that Gonzalo still has a good chance in this match. But on the second no-move game, I would say KFL played just as good as he did on moving. So, yeah, very well played.
Wow. That is some way to close the game out.
Yeah, beautiful.
It certainly is. That was insane. I mean, what a way for that to end. What a match. Gonzalo seemed like he was going to be kind of able to maybe take it back on no move. And then if he could take it to NPC, it was anybody's game. Absolutely anybody's game. But as you guys were saying there, KFL really did lock in on the second no move game. A very impressive performance, especially that last guess. But guys, let's take a look at the wager of the match. What was our fastest guess? What was our very fastest? I feel like there weren't that many that would be fast. Yeah, 12.7 seconds, GC.
Yeah, the Bhutan round. Yeah, we had a town name on the sign. Both players found it pretty quickly. Yeah, 12.7. Again, not the fastest ways of match we've seen, so maybe shows it was a relatively patient game with both players doing what they needed to do to work out the clues, etc.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I think it makes sense. I wasn't expecting anything too fast after watching back that game, so makes sense. What about our ways moment of the match? I feel like particular moments, I already just want to go ahead and say that final round. I mean, that was just insane, but if you guys have any others, Jake, what about you?
I mean, maybe not a particular moment, but to be honest, I think that Kiribati's moving gameplay as a whole just deserves a shout here. I mean, he 5K'd, I think, about half of the rounds, which is just crazy, and many more than we've seen from any other player today. And I did hype him up before the match. I was like, yeah, he might be top 5 in the world in moving, but I think he probably showed that he's there, or at least very close to there in that conversation, because that was a heck of a showing from him.
Yeah. GC, Jello, any other thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Jake there. Just the string of 5Ks is something we only really see from the very, very, very best. So KFL is one of them for sure. Agree with you on the Bali one, but I guess I could throw in the Namibia 5K as well. That was impressive.
Yeah, that was a great one. Jello?
Yeah, I mean, the overall performance was great, but also gotta, of course, mention some very strong guesses from Gonzalo, especially in the US. We had a forest location that considered a lot of places, and he got the state right. It was Kentucky, he did guess Kentucky, so that was a very impressive guess. So, yeah, that's one of the moments that I kept in my mind.
Yeah, Gonzalo did definitely play well. I'll be excited to see him play and stuff in the future. I mean, he got the win at the Portugal LAN that we talked about as well, but hopefully we'll see him again, and fair play to him and for KFL for moving on. But guys, let's take a look at the schedule, see where we're at today, see what's still yet to come. We're getting through it, guys. There's only 2 more games left to go today. Salax versus Yannick, and then a Tarawak versus Pan. Should also be some very exciting ones. I'm excited for this. It's certainly been a day. 3 2s, 3 0s, 3 1s. It's been a mix. It's very unlike the play-ins where everything just seemed to go like there was no NMPZ. We're actually getting a mix of games, a mix of length of games. It's been very fun, very entertaining for sure. But guys, the next up will be Salax versus Yannick. It's actually another French versus Germany battle. But before that, we are going to go to a quick break to thank our sponsors. So go get a snack. Maybe use the restroom if you need to. Do whatever you need to do. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome to Tempodrome, where we will crown the GeoGuessr World Champion 2026. Here's what you can expect. Here's where the heart of the event is gonna be. We will pop up a few food trucks and a nice beer garden, and you can watch all the group stage games with the entire community right here. Let's take a closer look. We're gonna have community talks, costume competitions, meet and greets with pros and creators. Guten Tag. We're gonna have a gaming area as well. It's gonna have chairs, I swear. A running club with Michela to explore Berlin. Lots of prizes and giveaways. This is the small arena where the group stage will be played in the first 2 days of the event. Make sure to cheer for your favorite player because they are gonna need it. It will be intense. See you at the World Championship starting the 2nd of September here in Berlin. There will be a bar.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Waze, get real-time traffic info powered by thousands of editors.
The most special thing about the Waze community is its people, and it's the rich knowledge that you could never get anywhere else.
Explore and build a map used by millions of people every day.
And I started editing the maps, adding whole cities, adding roads, adding everything. And the roads are perfect because I made it.
Every GeoGuessr player starts somewhere. This is somewhere?
Enough. Time to get into shape.
Download Opera GX with the official GeoGuessr mod. Hit the Geo Gym Hub to train your GeoGuessr skills with custom minigames. Grind every day to finally hit that sweet 5K. Download Opera GX with the GX GeoGym mod. Your setup wants you to win.
Welcome back, everyone. We are inching ever closer to finding out who our final World Championship player will be in Berlin in September. The Wildcard. Great matches so far. We just saw KFL produce some of the best moving and pinpointing gameplay we've seen in these kind of tournaments. Next up, we have another France versus Germany matchup, Salex versus Yannick. Slightly more familiar names, I think, than some we've seen today. Gelotris, any insight on these two?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have Salex and Yannick. Yannick, we have known from the World League. Salex also played in the previous wildcard. Did perform very well. I mean, I have some very good guesses from Salex in memory. I do remember that I was very impressed by a couple guesses of him. Don't see him playing much other than that. I think he likes to play on his own, probably. Maybe he took a break, I'm not sure. But ever since then, I didn't hear that much from him. But I know he was a very strong player back then.
Absolutely. I think we're actually almost ready for the players to face off. So, Bloom, Jake, I think it's actually a fairly appropriate time to hand over to you guys.
All right, GC. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's time. Salex versus Yannick. I'm hyped for this one. I mean, as Gelotris was saying, and GC, better known players. They've been seen before in the official esports scene in their own respective rights. Salex in the Open Major, Yannick in the World League of the 2025 season. I think this will be a fun match. I'm ready for this. I have honestly no idea which way it's going to go, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be an exciting one. How you feeling, Jake?
Yeah, feeling very good. As you said, slightly more familiar players this time, but I think they're very evenly matched. Both have just, they have such strengths. They're so strong overall player. I don't know if either of them is much of a moving player. I'm not super sure. I mean, we saw Yannick in the World League, but I do think moving was his weakest mode. Salex, I don't know a ton about him, but I think he's also more of a
He's a no move. He's a no move main. Yeah, Salex is a no move main.
He's particularly good at Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sounds right, I believe.
Awesome.
Yeah, be a fun one.
Yep.
All right, well, we go in round one here. Looking like some India. Salex kind of zoomed in on Maharashtra. Yannick and Jharkhand, actually.
Yeah, very difficult first round here. Just no signage or anything whatsoever. But it looks right now like they might guess on opposite ends of the country.
Would be an interesting start. Let's see. Wow, Salex actually pretty far south now. Just in Andhra Pradesh. No, moves up. Moves up.
He sees the
Madhya Pradesh
language.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I mean, even still, that's 1,500 points of damage. India can be deadly even on round one. And there was, yeah, no information at all. Salex got to some language at the very last second. Kind of helped him. Would have been a bit worse, but even still, Yannick closer. Very nice start. We go to round two.
Yeah, very good job by Yannick, I think, getting the correct state there. And here we go into urban Brazil. We've had a good amount of this already today, but as always, players will be looking for an area code to try and narrow their location down, and possibly a town name as well.
Yep. Some round concrete pulls, which is a bit interesting. We're seeing quite a few of them.
Yannick is moving very slowly compared to Salex right now.
Maybe his CPU's overheating a little bit.
Could be,
Well, then
because it almost looks like he's trying to move and then he's just not really able to.
We do have
35.
I
want to say that's like southern Minas Gerais.
Yeah, we do have an
Sal
MG
da
there as well.
Aparecida is probably a town name, I would think.
Yeah, Yannick's scanning for it.
Yeah, I don't think either has the town here, but similar guesses in the end.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure if it is a town name. Maybe, but if it is, we can't see it, so.
Yeah.
Decent start for Yannick, even if his moving has been a little bit slower. He's won the first two rounds, so he's in a solid spot.
Yeah, good position here. 2x multiplier now for Yannick. Salex wants to get something on the board here if he can. Couple signs there.
Might have been an area code for Yannick there.
Yeah, I was gonna say feels very coastal. We do have coast, but coast is to the west. It's probably a bay or a
Could
lake
be
or something.
like a barrier island, yeah, because we've got a state highway shield that is a circle, which suggests, well, there's a few states that have that, but I do believe New Jersey is one of them.
Seaside Park?
Seaside
Yannick
Park.
has it.
There it is, yep. Very nice start for Yannick here.
It makes sense there with the water and everything, as you were mentioning. Salex looking totally lost.
Yeah, he doesn't have
less
much.
than 10 seconds.
Probably has seen the plates, so yeah, he is going to go for New Jersey.
Well, but he's not lining up water here.
Yeah,
just
a
a
little
hedge.
surprising. Oh, he was go Staten Island in the end.
Wow. That's the 5K from Yannick. Not a ton of damage, but it's great for Yannick right now. Really solid start.
Yes, Alex maybe looking a little bit flustered here. I mean, he's only lost 2,000 health, so he's certainly not out of it, but Yannick has definitely looked in control these first few moving rounds. 8 and the 5, those are Saskatchewan-specific highways.
Yannick's got those signs, but now has town names, which I don't believe Salex had.
Yeah, I didn't see those on his screen either. But the 8 and 5 might be enough information on their own.
Salex has it. He has the intersection between the two, I believe, because he was right by Kenora, which is on that sign for Yannick. Oh, he has
He has
Match
the
Lake
5.
and
Does he have the 8?
Petty.
Where's the 8? Maybe they're the same road here, or?
Wait, no, I think Yannick just got it. Yeah. Intersection of 5 and 8 right there for Yannick.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
And Silex. We could see 10K.
Looks like the 8 maybe ends there or something, because I thought the road to the north was labeled as something different, but either way, looks like they're both in the correct town in the end. Let's see if they can 5K.
We got the 10K. Technically, Silex a little far off, just 74 meters, but enough to be the 5K. Okay, on to round number 5 now.
Definitely going to be British Isles here. Looks like the UK. Chill.
Yeah, feels like far north too.
Yeah, I think that's Scottish
Chill.
Gaelic, I want to say, is that
Yeah.
the first language on that sign. So should put us in Scotland, and given it's the first language on the sign, yeah, I think further west, kind of where Yannick is scanning, I think there is a lot of Scottish Gaelic spoken. So they would probably lean west with that, but we'll see. Wow, he's very zoomed in. I'm not sure he has the town, but he's looking for it.
Yeah.
Oh, he has it?
What?
Wow. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
wow.
That is impressive. I don't know
Very
why he was so convinced it was this specific area, but he is on it. And
Yannick is looking
Alex,
strong.
Alex just going central Scotland, but again with the Gaelic, yeah, it's not going to be that area. So very well done.
Wow. The 4999. Yannick is looking so dominant in this game.
Yeah, and again, things can completely reverse once we get to no move, but it has to be said, he definitely looks like the stronger moving player. Okay, Are, that's far east. That's near Mount Ararat, far east. And yeah,
Yannick
instantly Yannick knows it. Well, he knows the mountain. The city is a bit west of it, but there he's got it.
Oh,
now.
yeah, there it is.
I assume that Salek saw the bin too, but maybe doesn't, off the top of his head, know the city.
It doesn't seem like he does, yeah. Got into some snow coverage for a second there, now he's gone, but I always love a little bit of snow coverage. Let's see if we can find it. He is going east now on the map. But can he find it? It's right there on his screen.
He's very close at least, maybe.
Salix is south of it.
Still isn't quite sure, but if this is a region guess, it's a pretty good one. It's going to keep him alive at least.
Wow. But Yannick with the 5K again. I mean, I'm counting the previous round as a 5K too. It was a 4999, but I want to count that. That was basically the 5K as well, which kind of makes it 4 in a row.
I gotta say, I did not expect Yannick to come out with this many 5Ks.
Me neither.
He has really impressed me with this moving gameplay so far.
Yeah. Looking very strong.
Janarka, there it is, southwest of Karaganda. It's right there on Alex's screen. Again, I think he was looking at the monument there, but maybe just didn't spot the town name or didn't make the connection. He's right there.
Oh,
it's
wow.
just southwest of his bin. I think he just doesn't quite realize it. Sign for Karaganda for
Karaganda.
Yannick, so that'll definitely help him narrow it down. He's currently downtown. But yeah, Janarka, it was also on that sign as Salex exited the town, so definitely has the info he needs, he just doesn't see it. It's right there. He's got it in the end.
There it is. There it is.
And Yannick just doesn't have the same information, so.
Wow.
It's good.
Okay.
Alex, he needs to get off the mark. It's a good way to do it.
Getting something on the board finally. Bouncing back a little bit. It's good he had a multiplier from the 10K. So it dealt a little bit more damage.
On we go here. Looks like both players are going to move to the north. Looks like there is a settlement here in the distance. Hopefully have some information. Alex turning around. Oh, that's interesting, actually. I'm surprised by that because there's very clearly a town in the distance, but he decided to move south. Oh no,
Yeah,
Yannick's doing this. Oh, it might have been a dead end.
Maybe coverage ends.
Yeah, that must be what it was, because there was clearly a town there, so there's no other reason they would want to turn around.
Yeah. Well, okay. Bosnia for both of them. Kind of western Bosnia. It makes sense. Can be kind of some flat pockets over there.
Yeah, similar idea, but yeah, this is effectively a no moving round, which maybe this benefits Salix, if anything. That is where his greatest strength is. But it's Yannick closer, and he's going to win there.
Oh, he does. Deserved win there for Yannick. Squeezing it out on Bosnia just barely, but it was enough in the end for Yannick to take it.
Maybe not the most satisfying way to close out a game, but definitely deserved it, as you said. Played very well in the previous rounds, got his multiplier high enough that he was able to win on that round, so it really was the result of the previous ones that got him there, but very nicely played by Yannick there. We'll see if Salix can bounce back in no move.
Yeah, as mentioned, going in, Silex is a no-move main, so, you know, maybe this evens things out. But, I mean, the Yannick that we're seeing is so strong right now. I mean, obviously, as mentioned, Yannick was in the 2025 World League. Didn't have the greatest performance, to be honest, comparatively. I mean, of course, he made it to the World League, which means he was a top player at the time, but, you know, not the greatest performance in the World League. And here we're seeing a different Yannick than I think we saw last year. Very impressive. We'll see if we can keep it up in the no move. Round one is off to the races, and Salix with an insta-guess here in Peru, pretty much.
Yeah, I think he's found a road he likes. Definitely going to be Peru, but lots of green areas to choose from. Looks like they're in the same area, I think. Pretty close.
Wow, it's just in between them. Yeah, very similar guesses. 31 points to start us off, though.
Very precise guesses. A very high quality gameplay. Both of these players, I imagine, in the no move. India.
Back in India, round two. Do you have boxcar? I don't mind this Rajasthan idea. Gujarat could work too, but I didn't see those poles. Are they Gujarat poles?
They don't look like them to me from afar, but a little hard to tell. Yannick is trying to figure out that exact thing.
Yeah. That one could, maybe? Look, it has holes in it, but it's really hard to tell. He's committing, though, to Gujarat. I don't mind it. Not thinking about the pulls, this Gujarat can totally look like this. Eastern Rajasthan can as well. Kind of where Salix is. Timer's going to run up, though. Let's see who actually has this, if it's anybody. Nice. It is Gujarat. It's way far west. Gujarat, very nice guess there from Yannick. Recognizing Gujarat, and he was kind of hedging, but he was a bit western in Gujarat.
Yeah, maybe he was able to see the poles just well enough to convince himself that they had holes in it.
Yeah.
Very well done. Like
Brazil.
Yeah, we've got those classic black signbacks here. And yeah, I would agree the landscape looks relatively southern here. But a lot of round poles, which is interesting. Although it looks like there's a ladder pole there too, so a bit of a mix.
Yeah. Do we have... Yeah, I mean, we have Yannick in Paraná. Same with Salix.
Yeah. I mean, landscape-wise, I would definitely believe it. But see if either decides to switch. Oh, Salix thinking about it. And now Yannick into Mato Grosso do Sul here.
Wow. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Alex locks in first. Yannick keeps it there. And it is Mato Grosso do Sul. That's 1,000 points damage. I was going to say we have a bit of a lack of Paraná Pines. Right? Which made it seem a little weird. But otherwise, things did look like it could be down there. So Yannick opts to go a little further north. Works out quite nicely. Yannick looking really strong still. Going around number 4. Tough one here. Don't mind Turkey at all. Looks like we have no car, or maybe it is the white Gen 4 car. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always fun to see pros converge on like the exact same guess on a difficult round like this. Really shows how strong they are and how they just on the same wavelength. So what a guess from Salix there.
Yeah, like apparently that was just a bit outside Istanbul, of course. Like, my bad.
But Salix is going to be feeling some pressure here. I mean, with how Yannick played in that moving game, he really is going to feel like he needs to win this no-move game to keep himself alive. And if he does, if he evens it up, he's going to feel okay. But going down 2-0 is not something you want. Of course, you know, it's not insurmountable. We saw Alpha come back from 0-2 to 3-2, but still, it's not a position you want to put yourself in if you can avoid it.
Yeah, you never want to be in a position where you have to reverse sweep to win. I mean, not a fun feeling. Salix is locking in first on this one. Yannick taking his full 15-second guess timer. Gonna hedge, I think, yeah. In the water, possibly. Maybe he put it on land. No, he's in water. And it's a great guess from Salix. Did he see something? What?
It might have been the tuk-tuks, the trikes there. I think maybe they were regional, but Yannick definitely didn't seem that sure of himself. It's a phenomenal guess from Salix, and he's right back in this.
Yeah, I was a bit busy. Yannick had a sign up, and he was reading it. I was reading it along with him, but nothing was really on there. I didn't see exactly what Salix had.
Salix looking at Tripura here. I mean, it should be India, but it does look sort of unusual, so I definitely could see it being northeast. Andaman Islands is a bold guess. Oh my goodness. I mean, it
Andaman
could
Islands.
be, although
It could
I don't
be.
know. I mean, I guess I would assume they would have more palm trees there than we see here, but I'm not sure of that at all. So, maybe, but it's a risk. It's either right or it's very wrong. And
Salix sees that Yannick is doing that and doesn't know. Is it gonna be Andaman? It is! Yannick!
Wow!
What are we seeing from Yannick?
What a guess to take it, and that is huge. And you could see Salix's reaction as soon as he went into spectator mode. He realized, oh my goodness, this could be the Andaman Islands, and it was indeed so impressive from Yannick there. It's a risky guess. I mean, it's either right or it's so wrong, but he was on it. He wins the game where he was probably not favored, if anything, on paper, and now Salix has quite the hill to climb.
Yeah, we were literally just talking about it. Salix does not want to be in a position to have to reverse sweep. Nobody wants to be in a position to have to reverse sweep. And now Salix is sat in that position up against a Yannick who's playing the best we've ever seen him. What do you do if you're Salix?
Yeah, you just got to try and lock in, hope for some rounds that are, you know, maybe favorable, play to your strengths, and just settle down and play the best that you can play. But Yannick was 5K'ing so many rounds in that first moving game that he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, back on India here again. Yannick started the first moving game with quite a nice India guess.
Is that a district there in the parentheses? It might be.
Oh, is it?
He's trying to... I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't read it, but it seems like Yannick can. Certainly doing his best to.
Yeah, I mean, they both have a very similar guess, though, I will say. Kind of regardless, we're just in Uttar Pradesh. Oh, it's actually way east of them. Salix not looking too happy about that. Felt like maybe he could have gotten that one, but didn't.
Yeah, he might have had a piece of information at the end that he wasn't quite able to use, and then he just kind of realized after the fact. But still won the round. It's a good start for him.
Round 2 here in Brazil. Some signs right off the bat. There's also a pizza place, making me hungry for lunch.
Yeah, same. They both have the town of Independencia, though. Yeah, so they're definitely both in the right area here. Yannick already lining up the exact town, and it looks like Salix is there as well. And now they've both got the road. So I'm guessing we'll see a 10K here, although it might not be that easy to find the cross street.
Yeah, 15 seconds left to go, and nobody's really looking for the pinpoint at this point. Salix had to go up the road a bit to see the way the road curved to try and find something. That doesn't look too bad. Yannick actually considering a different city now. But I think it's where Salix is. And he does move it. Yannick moves it. And it's Alex, the 5K, pulling it out. A good start now for Alex. I mean, this is what he needs if he wants any chance of bringing it back.
I think maybe what happened was Yannick was scanning along that other road that had the same angle and maybe didn't find a lineup he liked, so didn't really consider that it could be the other road within that town, so he decided to scan the other town.
Understandable. See if they can line up on this one as well. Maybe we actually finally get that 10K. We're in Bosnia with some great signage off the bat. Salix finds it first, locks it in. Yannick in the map
10K.
now. They are both there. That's the 10K. You love to see it.
Yep. Signs for nearby towns. They're fairly large towns in the northwest of Bosnia, so well played by both players. At least Yannick now off the mark in terms of multipliers. As we head into round number 4.
Ooh, taxi there.
Looking for information. Looks to be Ecuador. Taxis can help. There's a lot of things that can help in Ecuador, but doesn't look like there's been anything that helpful just yet.
Yeah, Yannick had a taxi, but it wasn't close enough that he could get the information. Wait, he clearly has something on there. Nueva Loja.
Send, yeah, he must have seen that. There was a taxi with a K code on it, which I forget if that is the province of Sucumbios, which is where Nueva Loja is, but they both seem to be converging on it, so...
Yeah, seems like
a little more of a hedge now from Salix.
Salix moves. He's gonna regret that. Yannick gets the 4996. Deals some damage finally.
It looks like Salix was just unsure of himself and decided to play it safe, but you can see him a little frustrated because he knows he was close and then moved off of it. The Philippines,
yeah.
Got that black and white car. You don't see that a lot these days, but
You don't. It's a classic.
Yep.
Gen 3 classic. Now, I do want to make note, I believe Salix is on Palawan. I don't know if this means he wants to guess in Palawan, but he's got that up. He has come across a sign, though.
that, interestingly, yeah, that sign Bazal in presumably Tagalog. Kind of unusual. I feel like most of the time you see some English signage like that, but we are surely in the Philippines with this car, so...
Yes,
any curveballs, but Salix having trouble moving, not really finding much. Still hovering over Palawan. Yeah, I just don't see info on that sign for Yannick. Ooh, he's going Zamboanga.
I don't mind Yannick's guess, though. It felt a little more south and dry, but it's not. It's gonna be North Island. It's Manila, and that's actually enough. Salix takes a game on Yannick. We get game 4.
Wow, I did not expect that to be enough, but the Philippines is a really large country, so if you're on the wrong end, it can hurt you, especially because Salix was able to rack up a couple of multipliers earlier on in the game with a couple of nice 5Ks. But very well played. He gets the win in the moving game, and I think kind of like what we said with Alpha before, of the 3 games that he has to win to complete the reverse sweep, that moving game was probably the toughest hurdle for him. And so now that he's over that, he might have a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum, and we know how good he is in no move and NMPZ. He definitely still has a chance to pull this off.
It's doable. It's most definitely doable. But Yannick was just looking so strong at the start of this matchup. We'll just have to wait and see what finally happens here in the no move. Yannick closes it out. Salix takes us to NMPZ. Salix prefers the no moving. I'm hyped, Jake. I'm really enjoying this match.
Yeah, me too. I cannot wait.
They're in on the round 1. Looks like the US. Iowa. Kind of insta zoom and click for Yannick, but Salix is considering what seems to be a very different idea. Yannick has locked it in, though.
Yeah, he has. US, never easy to region guess. Salix taking his time. He's going to go for Illinois in the end, it seems like. Words now goes into Missouri.
Hedges a bit more. It is just Iowa. Wow. I mean, Yannick's very first thought was on the text Iowa, and that would have been an amazing guess. Round 2, here we come. UK here, probably England.
Steppingly is the most UK town ever.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Flitwick, we got Hogwarts professors on the signs. Oh my goodness. Yep, this is definitely England. We do have the A507, that might be findable. The A roads are relatively well ordered.
We have the M1 south as well, but the M1 is a long road.
Very, yeah. I mean, A50, A610, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you do just see Yannick scanning across the M1 to find these towns or the A roads. Wait,
Does he have Flitwick? He does, yeah. Very nicely found by Yannick there. Be a solid chunk of damage for him. Second round win in a row, it seems like.
Yeah. There it is. 426 points, nothing crazy, but 2 rounds combined, he's dealt almost 1,000 points of damage. It's a very nice start here as we head into round 3. Can Yannick close it out?
Back to Brazil we go. Insta-zoom into Pará, and I think, yeah, he's seeing those acai palms, those sort of thin-leaved palms that we had, I think, to the south here, and those are very, very commonly found around the city of Belém. So that's why Yannick is there, but it looks like he's not super sure of himself. And I think that Salix is maybe a little further east, maybe towards the other area that Yannick is considering.
20 seconds left to go now.
They are, for the moment, they are both around Belém.
Yeah, seems like they're gonna keep it there. Yeah. Oh, Salix with a bit of a move actually as well as Yannick, to be fair.
Yeah, both hedging a little further east towards Maranhão.
I mean, this is just the same guess. That's a wave if I've ever seen one. That's a wave emoji if I've ever seen one.
Santarém is crazy. Yeah, I never would have expected it to be that far west, but that's a hard guess to commit to. But Salix is on the board with a multiplier.
True. True. Those individual multis coming into play here. Salix finally having something. Sign here. Seems like just some sort of like privacy sign. Looked like Polish. Yannick thinking that. Salix thinking the same.
Yeah, definitely Polish. We've also got that green town entry sign to the west, confirming Poland, but Poland always a very country to region guess. We always mention that when it comes up, but Salix going very central. And yeah, just click Woods. Never fails.
Click Woods. That's all you gotta do. It's somehow the perfect hedge. That's 2 rounds for each of our players here, so multiplier tied at 2x now.
Looks like a Japan here, but not a lot to go off of here. A little bit of landscape. The northeast, but mountains all over the country, so very, very difficult to narrow this down.
Yeah, very, very tough one. No polls, no signs. Salix probably just hedging here in the middle. Yannick thinking the same in Gifu.
Yeah, very similar guesses at the moment.
I don't mind it as a guess or as a hedge. It kind of just works both ways. Salix actually opting to move a little further away, decides not to.
Yeah, he was moving a little towards Shikoku there, but he just wants to play it safe, so he's going to leave it there.
Yeah, both pretty much hedging in the end, but it's Toyama, and Yannick's hedge works out real nicely. It's almost another 1,000 points of damage here. Yannick, looking good.
Yeah, just needs to win one more game to get him over the line.
So much on the line here. Single elimination, and this is only day 1, the first round matches. But from the get-go, the competition is tough. We've been seeing it all day. We're seeing it right now. Yannick wants to close this out, make it to day 2. Vietnam right now on the round 6. Both players actually now in a pretty similar spot here in terms of guesses. Will they keep it there? Less than half the round to go.
Yeah, another round, kind of like the Japan one. That's like we're in the mountains somewhere, but there's not a ton to go off of. So once again, the players playing it fairly safe, going pretty central.
Yeah.
Wow.
Once again, pretty similar guesses, but this time it's Salak's gonna be way closer. It's a phenomenal guess. Put some points on the board.
Yeah, and sometimes I default to assuming that when they click middle, they're just hedging because that's what I do. But realistically, I mean, these guys know so much. I mean, it's not always a hedge. Sometimes it's just they know exactly where they are. Is this Pamut?
We have some Greenland. I think
maybe this
hedging?
car was Pamut or maybe Asiat. I want to say it's Pamut though. I'm not sure. Do they? You gotta know your Greenland car meta just in case it comes up. It's
Just in case, yeah.
It's been major decider at tournaments in the past. I feel like you just gotta learn this, but they don't seem to know the car meta, and I want to see where it was. It may have been. I'm not sure, but
I think that is on the map. Yeah, that's right about where it is, or at least something close by.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was. Yeah, you gotta know your cars, just in case. But
I mean,
move on.
regardless, Yannick on 2k health now.
Yeah, it's still a solid hit for Salix there. Looks like we have the Karnataka pulls here. It's Trident pulls.
Yeah.
Interesting, like, is that a railway or some kind of overpass over there in the distance? Not super sure, but...
Wow, ends up being north on the border. Yannick slightly closer on that one. Gonna get a multi and a tiny bit of damage dealt.
Very even game here. 4 round wins for each player.
Yannick was feeling a little stronger up until a couple rounds, but wait a second.
Salix
what do we have
is
here? Salix insta-lock too.
Very good at Indonesia. He's known for that. I mean, we do have North Sumatra pulls, so we should be in North Sumatra, but Salix went for Nias, which is the island off the coast, and he looked very confident.
Yeah, I mean, did we have something? No, it was okay.
Wasn't even North Sumatra.
It was an island, but it was, yeah. I mean, wrong island. That is crazy. I didn't see any Nios thatches, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think, like, yeah, I just assumed we had North Sumatra pulls because they both zoomed so quickly into it that I was like, oh, that must be what they're using. But
yeah,
Alex
not.
looked a little unhappy with himself after the fact. He was, maybe thinking, I should have known it was there, but didn't quite get it. I think we had a sign here for Newcastle, so assuming they can both read that, then I don't imagine the game will end here. We'll see if either's able to line this up, though.
Yeah, both here on the 11, looking for something that works.
Yeah, just trying to line up that angle.
I don't know, maybe Salix has something that kind of works. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, we'll
Yannick's
see.
angle doesn't look too bad either, though.
Either way, I don't imagine we'll see the end of the game here.
Yeah. No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Very close guesses. And it's even further south. Yannick chips away a little bit more damage.
And gets that multiplier just a bit higher up. Salix on the ropes here, but definitely is capable of winning this game in just one round if he gets something favorable, and we could see that here in Turkey. Got some mountains in the distance to the east here. Otherwise just rolling hills here. Not an easy one. Yes.
Not at all. Antalya here for Salix.
It'd be nice to have Jalotris here, but
I know.
Hard for me to provide too much insight on this, but they are both going relatively west within the country. Sort of west central. Actually, Yannick is pretty far west right now.
10 seconds to go.
I don't know. I mean, we'll see if their guesses are different enough to end the game. They definitely could be.
Yeah, Yannick's a decent bit further north. Let's see. Wow, okay. I mean, that's going to be 1,100 points of damage, still giving Salix the lead here in the health, but nobody really on it there.
That's a tough one. I am now very curious whether Gelotrus knew that, because I don't think I would have been clicking on Donna there either.
I'll ask him. I'll ask him right now. Did you know? He typed yes.
Goat.
Or he said freebie, actually.
Ooh.
All right, Gelotrus.
Okay. Both of them kind of along this New South Wales Victoria border here by the Murray River. Would make a lot of sense with the polls that we see. New South Wales definitely would check out. But now, Alex maybe considering a bit more north. Australia definitely a big enough country to end this game here, so players want to be as precise as they can. And Salix maybe debating whether to go south or central New South Wales. Yannick seems pretty set right here. In the end, it looks like we're going for very similar guesses.
Yeah, they definitely are. Salix will be closer on that one. So we head into round 13. We're going deep in this game.
Yeah, this is a crazy one. This match feels like maybe the most even of the day so far. These players are just, they're both so strong. Wow, now we've got a Lake Victoria around here. Or I was looking at Lake Naivasha, although it looks pretty big. I mean, is there land on the other side? I would have just thought Lake Victoria here, but yeah, Yannick now is deciding that's the better guess. I think I would agree. But still, I mean, there's a good amount of area here along the lake, good amount of coastline. Yannick's still looking at other lakes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, wait, Salix could have... I don't know, it's hard because Salix's road he sees here doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's water like straight west. I kind of like what Salix just found. Yannick's not looking in the similar area.
That looks decent, yeah. I mean, he's at least on Lake Victoria, but he might still lose if he's wrong. Oh!
Wow, Salix does have it, and he has the game. What? We get NMPZ. Who would have guessed it? Salix now actually in a position where he can reverse sweep after Yannick had such a strong start. You know how NMPZ goes. It's anybody's game.
What a way to win a game as well. With the 4999 lining up that road on Lake Victoria. So impressive. And you wonder, maybe if Yannick had been more convinced that it was Lake Victoria, he might have had more time to try and scan for that road. But in the end, just kind of had to hedge, and it just wasn't good enough. Salix precise enough and had a high enough multiplier that it just got him over the line. And we now maybe have lost his camera, but starting in Indonesia, which I think is Salix's favorite country, and we are on different islands here.
Whoa. There's Salix, he's back. There's his forehead, I should say.
Wow, I mean, these are... I think Yannick, is he still in Sumatra? He's on Nias, actually.
What?
And Salix is in Sulawesi.
But also, isn't that water to our east? And he's on the wrong coast of Nias too? I don't
Okay,
he's
know.
looking around. He's looking around.
I mean, the poll didn't remind me of North Sumatra, but I mean, we kind of had a poll mix-up in the last game too, so I don't even know. But Alex seems like he's gonna stick with Sula. He doesn't look that confident, though. I have no idea who's right here.
Me neither. I mean, these are opposite sides of the country, but Salix with the 4,900.
That's insane.
That's how you start a game.
And I said Indonesia is his preferred country. We're seeing exactly why right there. I mean, that is a crazy guess on a very difficult round. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for Salix.
Wow. And wait, what's happening here? Okay, Salix in Bulgaria now.
Yeah, where did Yannick I think he was he also in Bulgaria?
I think
so. It was so quick that I didn't even catch it.
I mean, we're gonna find out. Yeah, they're both just in Bulgaria. Oh, it was Crow, and Salix was up there at first.
Oh my goodness. What a start to this game.
Wow, this entire match has been insane. We were seeing the best Yannick I've ever seen, and now Salix has just taken the reins.
And we could see the second reverse sweep of the day here.
Yeah. It's very possible. All right, we go to Turkey here on the round 3. Feels very eastern, northeastern. Kind of near Georgia, maybe, but we're going not too close. Yeah, actually probably not that close. But I kind of like the area they're in. East Turkey.
Yeah. No chance it could be Georgia itself, right? I mean, I guess 2025, would Georgia have to be 26? I don't know, but...
Oh, it's actually further south.
Oh my goodness.
But that's Alex closer again. He's flawlessing.
Hanging on by a thread here.
Wow. Okay, round 4. Can Yannick make a bounce back? It's a tough one. We're zooming in on Greece already. I do quite like Greece for this.
Yeah, it looks like
very
we got
Mediterranean looking.
Double white lines, I think.
Oh, Cyprus.
Oh, Cyprus. Oh my goodness.
Salix is in Cyprus.
I mean, they look like double white lines, faded, but...
Does he think we're driving on the right? Is that the front or the back of the car?
I don't know. I can't tell. I just thought they were double white lines, so I would just default to Greece, but I don't know.
I think Salix thinks that's the back of the car and we're driving left. I mean, we're gonna find out. Let's see. Timer up, and it's it's a Greek island in between.
Was it, or was it even Turkey? No, surely it was Greece. I don't know. It's so close. Right? I can't even tell if it was Greece or Turkey. That's crazy.
Gotta be. That was insane.
I think it has to have been Greece, but like, if it had been anywhere else in Greece, Yannick gets huge damage there, but it happened to be so far southeast.
Was it Rhodes? I'm trying to remember exactly where that was.
I don't think it was Rhodes. That's the thing. It might have been a smaller island, but it wasn't Rhodes.
Okay. Wow. A crazy round nonetheless, though. Yannick, the only one in the country, and only deals 150 points, because it's basically in between them.
And here we go into New Zealand.
And some separation in the guess. It's actually Yannick moving a bit closer as we go on longer.
Yeah. Both, in this sort of northwestern part of the North Island, but Yannick, with his health this low, he still can lose on a round like this. He needs to try and keep himself alive.
5 seconds to go. Both these players really taking their full time when they can.
Their guesses are similar, but not the same. Oof, wow.
Wow, Salix was considering up there, didn't do it. Yannick technically closer, multi on the board.
And that doesn't look big for Yannick in terms of health, but it is big in terms of multipliers. You need to get yourself back into it.
Yes.
He needs rounds like that.
He's at 2x now. That is exactly what he needed. Oh, wow. Kind of tough one here in round 6. Thinking Southern Ecuador for Yannick and locking it in very fast.
Where is Salix right now? He zoomed in on a different area. I don't know if that's just a map thing or if he's considering a completely different place, but...
3 seconds to go.
Where's he gonna go? It is Mexico! Mexico! No.
Salix goes Mexico!
Which is it?
Who has it in the end?
It's Yannick!
It's Yannick! It's Peru, actually! And Yannick wins on that! What a game!
What? Oh my gosh, the drama. Are you kidding me?
You are joking. What is that?
That is a crazy ending. And it looked like Salix had it. He went from 2-0 to 2-2 and then he was up. I mean, Yannick had like 500 something health left in NMPZ with no round wins. And he comes back.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Stunning.
Wow. Hello, Cinema.
I love GeoGuessr, man.
I'm lost for words there. That's easily one of the best matches we've had in 2026. And maybe one of my favorites ever. That was absolutely incredible. I thought we were about to lose Yannick there. I was going to say we've had some great players have fallen by the wayside. I thought it was about to be Yannick, but he just turned it around in that last round. At 2-0, it looked like it was his match, 100%. Salix, massive credit, massive shout out to him for starting to turn it around like that. But then the final twist at the end. Lotris, any thoughts watching that one?
Yeah, I mean, I've told Bloom and Jake in the break how blessed they are to cast this game. I already expected a banger. Salix versus Yannick just has to be a good game. But that it's gonna turn out this great, I didn't expect. What a story. I mean, so many great plays. I don't even know what to mention for the Razor. I'm already there, man. I'm like, there's so much that happened. Really a great game. I mean, I love watching it. And I think you guys had fun casting it.
Oh, yes.
I believe you did. Well, guys, you can be thinking about moment of the match. First, let's have a look at Wazer of the match. Of all those incredible rounds, which was the fastest? 4 seconds, Croatia and MPZ.
Oh.
Yeah, and he said Bulgaria, I believe.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Is that the one where Salix was looking at Croatia but ended up in Bulgaria?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that would have won him the match, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
a worthy moment there for Wazer of the match. Now, moment of the match, how long have you got? I mean, I'll go in order. Bloom, you can kick us off.
I mean, man, like, there's so many. I have like 18 in my head. I'll pick one, maybe not as obvious, maybe it is obvious. I don't know. Let's go with the Salix, Sulawesi, and MPZ, because that was just, I think, one of the top level guesses we had overall. Obviously, Salix not getting the win. Still want to highlight him because what an amazing performance from both of them. Salix could have easily been the winner of that game. I think that round really showed it.
That was high up there for me as well. Jake?
And what's tough for Salix especially is because if he had won that round with anything but 1x multiplier, he wins on the spot. But anyway, yeah, for me, man, like you said, so many good ones to choose from. I think I'll choose the final round of the first no-move game, I believe it was, when it was Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and we had Salix, he sent in, I believe, Tripura, and then he went into spectator mode, he saw Yannick spin in the Andaman Islands, and he just kind of put his hands on his head like, oh no, what have I done? And it did end up being there. So it was a bold guess from Yannick committing down there, because, of course, if it's not there, it's going to be very far away, but very impressive guess that won him that game, and you know, he eventually won the match largely because of, well, that was really what got it started for him.
Absolutely. Geolectris, any other thoughts on moment of the match?
Yeah, obviously also many moments, but I think one of the ones that I think is considerable as the moment, the Wazer moment of this match is the Lake Victoria 5K, because he really needed that one to stay in the game. If he would have lost there, he would have been out already. So yeah, staying in this match with a very impressive lineup there at Lake Victoria was a very good moment for me.
And of course, there was drama right up until the end, that very last round. I think it was just over the border in Peru, actually, but we had an Ecuador and a Mexico guess. Hard round, but a worthy final round of such a dramatic matchup. Yeah, I mean, this is why it's such a pleasure to cast these games and host for you. Nearly at the end of this day of matches, though, let's have a look at the schedule. Quick recap. So, qualifying through the first round of games, we've got Hosia, KG, Alpha, Naulo, Math, KFL, and now Yannick. Final match of the day, a Terawak versus Pan. I think we're relatively familiar with these players. Pan, got to know him a little bit last year at the EMEAs. He played really well, actually. And then a Terawak representing Canada. Somebody I believe has been around the community for a little while. And this is how it's currently panning out in terms of the quarterfinals. So, French matchup, Alpha versus Math. That'll be a huge one. Both those players played really well today. TBD versus Yannick, so the winner of a Terawak and Pan. KG versus Hosia, and then Naulo and KFL. And of course, we have the semis and final. After that, join us tomorrow for all of that action. Right then. Incredible stuff, exciting stuff coming up. A Terawak. Jake, I think somebody who maybe you know a little bit about.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a Terawak, it's not a name that I've seen a lot recently, but it's a name that I saw quite a lot several years ago. I think way back when I was doing my Road to Rank 1 YouTube series, a Terawak was one of the perennial presences at the top of the leaderboard. And when I eventually did reach Rank 1, I think a Terawak took it back like a few hours later, and I'm not sure I ever got it back. So Tarawak has been in the community a long time. Very strong player for sure. Interesting and cool to see him end the pro scene this much later, but we'll see how he performs. And then Pan was, of course, in the World League last year and has been on hiatus apparently, but now he is back, and it's exciting to see him back because he is also an excellent and well-rounded player. So this should be a huge, not the best, bad word choice. This should be a great match.
Very, very exciting indeed. Nice bit of backstory on both players. We'll find out a little bit more about their current form very, very shortly. But before that, it's time for another quick shout out to our sponsor, Opera GX. Kay is going to show us some of the game modes available in the GeoGym mod. Let's have a look.
So if you haven't downloaded the GX GeoGym mod, do it today, because now we have launched 2 out of 6 games, and I will show you 2 of them right here. One is you're riding a bike and you have to figure out which side of the road is this country, Guatemala, riding on. I think it's right hand side, and we'll see. Yes, I was correct. Next one is Lesotho. So should I go right or left? If I play a lot of GeoGuessr. Oh, that was bad. Cool, that was an awesome game. The other one that we just launched is called the punching pads. Basically, you have to read a text from a certain country in a certain language and hit on the right flag that that text belongs to. It's a bit up-tempo. 3, 2, 1, let's go. So, first one. Oh, that's hard. It's got to be Ukraine. Oh, cool. So this is a new way of training GeoGuessr in a GeoGym. So download the mod today. Pretty cool games.
Thank you, Kay, there for showing us the GeoGym mod in Opera GX. Still reeling slightly from just how exciting that match was, but time for the next one. Very, very shortly, a Tarawak versus Pan. Jake gave us a lovely bit of background on both of these two players. Canada and Greece facing up against each other. I believe the players will be ready quite soon. Bloom, any thoughts on either of these two? Anything to add on Jake's background?
I mean, I'll just say it's exciting for me to see Pan again. I really liked some of his games in the last World League, so exciting to see him back.
Lovely stuff. Right, I think they're ready, so over to you two.
All right, thank you very much, GC. Let's do this thing. A Tarawak versus Pan, our final match of the day, deciding our final player in the top 8 for tomorrow. Who will face Yannick in the quarterfinals? Tarawak or Pan?
Cannot wait. Another interesting thing to note here is that a Tarawak is the only North American player in this open major. We don't have any Americans and just one Canadian, so see if he can do the Americas region proud. I say only North American. He's the only Americas player at all. So should be interesting to see how he plays. And yeah, it's been a very long time since I heard much about a Tarawak or saw him play. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. Round 1, we're off.
Into Kazakhstan we go. Moving around, not Karajal maybe is a town name. I don't know it myself. I'm not very well versed in Kazakh towns, but maybe there it is. Southwest of, sort of in this bottom left of Pan's screen, you see Karajal. That is where we will be. It's not spelled exactly the same on that sign. Tarawak is in the right region, but not quite in the town.
Yeah, it seemed like a hedge on that one. Doesn't seem like Pan's gonna get it either, though.
Yeah. Unless he sees it last second, but no. Ooh, there it is. Doesn't see it, though.
Dang. Does not end up seeing it. That will be a Tarawak closer. Just slightly there to start us off.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether a Tarawak had that same sign that Pan had, or whether he would have found it if he did, but either way, good start for him getting off the mark with the multipliers as we head into what appears to be Estonia.
Yeah, nice little .ee there. Level 1 meta. Find your country domain and call it a day.
Yep.
Now, can we get anything past that? hoping to arrive at some signs. We're both moving west. I believe I might have cut you off there as you were going to say that.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. You're on it.
So we might reach the same information, but we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like a Tarawak right now is a little bit ahead, distance-wise. Oh, but maybe he didn't see that sign. We're exiting a town, although I didn't quite see what the town name was.
Something R
or something? Yeah, I can't quite tell. Just a central guess from a Tarawak.
Yeah, probably a hedge here from Pan as well.
It either. Oh, there's Raka. It's right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
May have been findable, but once again, a Tarawak just a little bit closer.
Yep. Good hedges coming out here from a Tarawak to start us off. Very chill first 2 rounds.
Into the United States.
Looks like it.
It's a pretty warm climate, probably fairly southern.
Yeah. South, southwest, maybe.
Yep.
Nearly have Midland Medical Supply. Yeah, nothing too helpful so far. Did we have front plates? We do and we don't.
Midland, Texas, right by Odessa,
Texas.
right? Yep. There you go.
There it is.
Send it in. That's a smart play. Tarawak does have the same. I mean, he has Midland right there on that sign, and he has the water tower too.
Okay, into Texas. He has Midland on his screen.
He's near it, but yeah, he's not going there. Maybe he doesn't know the town or doesn't realize it, but very nicely done from Pan. Good way to bounce back.
Yeah, great way to bounce back there. Takes the lead in the health as well. Round 4.
I don't know these days what Tarawak considers to be his strongest mode, although it's worth noting that back when we were doing the road to rank 1 and all of that, the only competitive mode was moving. He was very, very good at that, so he, at the very least, has a lot of experience playing moving duels.
Okay. I know.
Sent it in southern Ecuador.
To my understanding, at least going in, I thought Atera was a bit more of a no-move player, at least recently, but I don't know. I could be going off old intel. But clearly well-rounded.
Certainly, yeah. Ow. Nice guess from Pan there.
Or it's all Pan all day on the moving. I mean, great guess here from Pan. And finally, a huge hit. Our first real big hit.
Yeah, now it has a very solid lead in terms of health here. Back into Eastern Europe. Very quick guess here in Ukraine from a Tarawak. Does look like we'll be in Ukraine, but man, probably not going to have much info. Oh, wait, Romania? Oh, no, okay.
Okay.
A little scared for a second, but it does go for Ukraine in the end.
Wow.
Oh wow. Romania might have been better.
Yeah, Romania would have been closer. Unreal. Well, Pan's on a roll now, though.
Tarawak maybe just needs to slow it down a little bit. I mean, that was a fairly urban round. You might just want to take your time and take it in rather than guessing so quickly, but this TPHG. Tin something, is it like Hagyang maybe? It might be Hagyang. Oh, it is. Yeah, it does say TP Hagyang. Yep. Which I think is far north. I always forget them, but I think it's like the farthest north one, maybe, in the country. The problem is it may not exist anymore because they changed the provinces, so they're very hard to scan for on the map. You kind of just have to know them. There are several ones that end in Gyang, but I want to say Hagyang is the one that's like very far north within the country, but it looks like a Tarawak does not know that. It may just end up going central. If it is indeed north, Pan is going to be able to take the game here. Unless we see a switch.
Considering it moves up a little bit.
Oh,
moves it.
Wow.
Wow. Gonna be very happy clutch. We made that switch. Still gonna be 700 points of damage though, putting a Tarawak at 672 health.
That was incredibly clutch. Last second move. I mean, if he'd stayed there, he would have lost
would have been
sure.
Over. Would have been over.
I feel like I've seen this location before. In like a pinpointable map, roundabout in Kampala.
I'm gonna say it looks very pinpointable. It could be doable. but we'll
Weirdly
see.
enough, I want to say I did a blank map video where there's like no map labels, and I think this may have been one of the locations that I had. But I'm not 100% sure.
Well, Pan getting the 5K, just talking about how it looks pretty pinpointable.
Yeah,
And
Pan
it
is
was.
on fire now. Took him a couple rounds to get settled in, but he's looked flawless since then.
Yeah. See if we can close it out.
Norway location.
Yeah, typical Norway.
It's actually ridiculous how pretty Norway is every time.
Yeah, it's insane.
Never get over it.
It's insane. I have to go one day.
Yeah. Okay, we've got some info
sign.
here. 13 and the E134 for a Tarawak here.
It's got E136.
There's
13 here for
Woodad.
Pan.
Yeah, he may be in the right town. He looks confident. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Tarawak's right there. He's on the 13, but I think he's not sure what town he's actually in here. I think he's close enough, though. I mean, he would survive at least. But I think the direction of the water was better for where Pan was, so...
Think so, yeah. There it is. 5K again for Pan.
Yeah, he's on a mission. Really impressive, honestly, from him. And into Japan.
To Japan we go. Tarawak, 236 health. Needs to fight back.
Shikoku pull plate there. So they'll definitely put us on the island of Shikoku.
Yeah.
A little harder to see, I think, for a Tarawak than it was for Pan. I wonder
Yeah.
if it could be worth Pan just sending it in,
no.
but it's actually a Tarawak
Yeah.
who sends it in quickly.
Gets Shikoku as well, so Pan should know too, but 10 seconds left to go now as the Tarawak's put the pressure on. Pan using the full time to his advantage. Is it going to help him out, though? Just kind of hedging here in Shikoku. And it's west.
That's going to do it.
That is going to do it. Pan finally closing out the game. I mean, he took a look at those round bubbles before they disappeared. It was a Tarawak round 1, a Tarawak round 2, and then it was all Pan all day.
I have to say, a bit of a strange decision from a Tarawak if he was confident that it was Shikoku sending that far east on the island. I'm not super sure why he would do that. But it seemed like he didn't even really zoom that far in, but it's a risky guess. I mean, if it happens to be there, then it works, but if you're Pan and you just send middle of the island, I mean, he just wins on that because a Tarawak was a little off-center there, so kind of surprising. Maybe a Tarawak just needs to take his time a little more. We saw it on the Ukraine round too, where he just maybe rushed it a bit too much, but No Move is a totally different game, so we'll see if he's able to bounce back.
Yeah, No Move time, and already a Tarawak with a lock in at that in Sarawak. A Tarawak, Sarawak.
Japan, Pan.
Wait. Wait.
Japanos winning on the Japan round, very, very fitting.
Oh, and it's Saba.
it might have been Sarawak actually.
Wait, yeah, no.
I think it's right near the border.
It is.
Either way, good job by both of them even figuring out that that was Borneo, because it wasn't obvious. This is not obvious either. My gosh.
No, it's not. Wow, we got a Croatia. Is this some old Croatia coverage? I don't know. Pan's in Latvia.
Yeah, this is a totally different... Wow.
Okay, it's old Croatia coverage. Fair enough.
Maybe he saw the mirror thing. I think there's like a mirror meta for like old Croatia. I don't know if it was that or if he just kind of had the vibe, but I mean, again, a Tarawak having been a player for so long, that's definitely the type of thing he would know.
Yeah. Well, we're back in Japan. Trying to look at some pull infrastructure. Nagita for a Tarawak.
Yeah, Pan towards Tokyo for now. Tarawak does lock it in. Pan seems fairly confident on the Kanto region here. And yeah,
Okay.
not bad.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever.
Japanos strikes again.
Japanos. Wow. W nickname.
Now he's got to become the best Japan player just so he can call himself that.
Yeah, he has to. It's required. Alright, round 4. Seems like northern Mexico. Kind of near Monterrey, I don't mind. Feels like the area. Maybe Nuevo Leon.
And really searching for a road angle. Tarawak goes ahead and locks it.
Okay. Pan really likes to take his time, much more than a Tarawak.
Yep. Tarawak almost shades of MK with the way he's playing. But Pan, my goodness.
I mean, is that the right road? I think it is.
That is crazy.
Wow.
On a road that small, that's incredibly impressive.
Very nice work there from Pan, but a Tarawak still in the lead here in health. Pan does have the multiplier advantage, 2.5x to Tarawak's 1.5. Turkey here on the round 5. Similar guesses, but a Tarawak this time. It's his turn to be right on it.
Oh my goodness. We're seeing some crazy guesses here. And now we have what appears to be India.
Yeah, looks like it. I like kind of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan border area. Both players thinking that area.
A little bit of a switch towards Gujarat, it seemed like, from Pan. Southern Rajasthan is the send from a Tarawak. And Pan, yeah, he is in Gujarat right now.
Gujarat now. It can look like this in Gujarat. Let's see. What? It's Southern Maharashtra. Gujarat for Pan is 1,500 points of damage. Pan has the lead.
Yeah, he's got a pretty solid multiplier lead as well. See if he can bring it home here. Looks like... What does this look like? Greece, maybe?
Yeah, I would say North Greece. I mean, it's all wood poles. Fits pretty nicely. A Tarawak kind of just going central mainland Greece-ish. Yeah, it's very green, nice and mountainous. We shouldn't be too far south in Greece, at least.
3 seconds.
Okay.
Peloponnese.
Yeah. And it's further up north, 832 points of damage. The Tarawak takes the lead back. Jake, this has been a crazy game.
Yeah, I mean, you thought maybe there'd be a little bit of home field advantage there for Pan, but not so. Nice guess from a Tarawak.
Not so, not so, not meant to be. It's because Pan is a Japan expert.
Yeah, the signs look UK to me, and I think that with how flat it is, I think this eastern area definitely makes sense. Yeah, the signage looks very UK.
Looks very UK. Pretty similar-ish guesses. It's actually going to be Pan closer, though, on that one. Multi makes that almost 500 points, and now Pan with the lead. It's back and forth and back and forth.
Yes, so close. So hard to separate these two right now.
Round 9.
Looks like we've got a turkey round here.
Yeah, we're getting so much turkey. Gelotris is probably so jealous.
Yeah, for real. Put him in. Both very close to each other, although it looked like a Tarawak maybe switched a bit further east there. And still around Kastamonu.
Tarawak's
Yeah, I think
locking in near Samson, I think, if I saw that correctly. Pan
there's
further
enough
west.
spread that I think this will end the game unless it's between them, or unless Pan changes.
Let's see Pan! An amazing guess to close it out. He goes up 2-0.
And Tarawak gonna regret that because he was near Kastamonu, I think, initially, and then switched further east. But excellent guess from Pan there. Definitely deserving of the win there, and now he's just one game away.
One game away. But with how today has gone, the match is just not over till it's over. Tarawak could fully come back, reverse sweep, or take a Sen busy and still lose. I mean, we've seen both of those two outcomes already happen today.
Yep, absolutely right. As you say, far from over. Lucindale maybe is the name of a town. We've got these Stobie polls, so definitely going to put us in South Australia.
Yeah, can we get some further information and possibly get a pinpoint going? That's going to be the question. Feels like it's near Vic, yeah. Like where Pan is going. Oh, Lucindale.
Oh, wow.
He has it?
Yeah, he does. I'm just looking for the pinpoint. Tarawak moving. It doesn't look like he's going to get to anything, though. And just trying to be as precise as he can. Now it's down below 15 seconds, so you may as well take your time.
Yeah, he's...
Tarawak's actually just going to lock it in.
And that's the 5K for Pan. A great start here on the second moving game. Already dealing almost 1,000 points of damage.
In round 2 here, we've got another Japan. We've had a good amount of Japan. See if Japanos can take this one home as well.
Japanos.
Looks like we have horizontal plates, suggesting we'll be in the Tohoku region, which is the northernmost part of Honshu. Maybe a sign there for Tarawak. Oh, and there was an area code for Pan, but I didn't quite catch it. 022, I think it's either Miyagi or Yamagata. I don't remember which. But there's a send in Sendai from Tarawak there. Ishinomaki. There's Ishinomaki.
Oh,
yep.
wow.
Pan is on it once again. He's going to be very close here.
Yeah, good find. I remember Pan being a pretty solid moving player in the World League last year, so nice to see him keeping it up here. Good work. I mean, that's the 4996, dealing even more damage, putting a Tarawak less than 4k health.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he's been working on his moving, and it is paying off so far for him here. So it looks like the US roads right now. Ooh. Mountain Home, Bennett Road. I didn't see
Skyview
much there.
Apartments. I got like a Utah vibe or something, but I don't know.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, or like Idaho or something, yeah.
Yeah, Idaho too.
Idaho,
Oh,
yeah, Mountain
Idaho.
Home, Idaho. That is actually
Mountain
the name
Home,
of the
Idaho.
town. So
There it is.
I feel like I've heard of that, but I'm not positive. There it is, right there.
Wait,
bottom
yeah.
of Pan's screen, he had Mountain
Pan
Home.
had it.
Didn't see it though.
Tarawak
There it
in Idaho
is.
now too.
Still just going Boise.
Mountain Home, it's pretty
He
big too. He
doesn't
just went
see
right
it.
past it.
Oh no.
Nobody getting it. It's right in between them. They all looked over. Or I actually don't know if Tarawak had that, but Pan just looked right over it multiple times.
Yeah, unfortunate there. But he still was closer, so he's won 3 rounds in a row. He's in a pretty commanding position so far.
Going around 4 in Kazakhstan. Looks like some fall coverage, so east makes sense. That's where Tarawak's looking.
Yep. And he is going to send it in Seme here, so see if his vibe guess is correct. Pan's going to have to do the same. He is also going to go for Seme.
He's going a little outside of the city. Wow. It's Oskaman.
Yeah, that's kind of the other option when it comes to that sort of coverage. So,
Yeah.
reasonable guess from both, but a little unfortunate.
And hey, it must be said, neither of them got the town, but Pan was closer again. He's on 3x multiplier now.
Yep. Now immediate zoom into far northern Kenya. Trying to line up the road. think he has a town name. I think he's just kind of guessing based off of the landscape and all that. So we'll see if that works out for him. Tarawak currently looking for info, but man has found a curve that he seems to like.
Wow, very different guess here from a Tarawak, zooming in near Nairobi. Going for the north now. Oh,
wow.
Tarawak has switched.
Yeah, and now
I think
they're
he
in
had that on a
pretty much
sign.
the same area. Oh, but his man.
Pan with the 4999. And he even made a little face about that. He wanted the 5K. But man, you gotta be happy.
The last second switch there, again, it looked like he was a good deal farther away, so definitely keeps him in the game at least. And a quick Vietnam guess, but that's so risky because if you get a province, it's huge if you're Pan.
Yeah, I mean, big sign there. Didn't seem like it had anything on it for him, so he's gonna take a look around. Region guess.
See if the insta guess does pay off here for a Tarawak. Does not.
It doesn't. And Pan will be closer again. The round history, the bubbles, they are all red. It's just Pan flawlessing here. Tarawak needs something on the board or he's going to go out 0-3.
Sumbar.
Round 7 now.
Sumbar is Sumatra Barat. That's West Sumatra. I don't know your province abbreviations. I don't know if there's anything else written there, but I think there is. There's a couple like city names down there at the bottom, but Tarawak is in the correct province here.
Okay.
Is that a lake over there? I think it may be a lake, yeah. There's a couple lakes in West Sumatra that are reasonable here. That's one of them. And there's one other one to the southeast. Not sure which one it is, but looks pretty good. Oh, they're split the lakes. Pan is on fire.
Pan's on the right lake. What are you supposed to do?
Not much a Tarawak can do right now. He just needs to try and get a couple of rounds to go in his favor.
Gujarat insta-send here. Boxcar works out. It's flat. There is a pull in the distance. Can we see what it is? Is it a Gujarat pull? Is that? It's hard to tell.
Seems like the lower his health gets, the faster a Tarawak plays.
Pan and Gujarat as well, though. Very similar guess. It's Pan a little further south, and it's Pan closer again. And it's Pan winning, flawlessing the moving game. The second one, he does it. He 3-0s. Pan looking very strong right now.
Yeah, that's some good momentum to take into the next day. Pan was dominant in that match from start to finish. Played absolutely fantastically, especially in that last moving game. Definitely deserved to take that one. Very, very well played. And we'll see if he can beat Yannick in the next round tomorrow.
That's going to be the question. It's going to be a nice battle tomorrow of two players who played very well today. We're going to have to wait and see how that one goes.
Another great match to round off this opening day of the wildcard. Pan, he's back. I mean, he took a little hiatus, I think, but that was a dominant performance. Gelotris, any thoughts while watching that game?
Yeah, I mean, that was my expectation really from Pan. I didn't know how much he is in practice. I haven't seen that much from him. But I was always thinking about his past performance from what I've seen from him previously. And I thought if he's doing that, if he's keeping that up, I think he has a very good chance in this whole tournament. And he just, provided what I expected. He just played almost flawlessly. I mean, literally a flawless to end off. So yeah, very great gameplay from Pan.
Yeah, very good to see. Great guy as well. It's time now for our wager of the match for the final time today. Let's see what the fastest round was in that one. 5.1 seconds, Vietnam moving in game 3. Bloom Jake, anything special about that round?
Not particularly. I don't think it was towards the end of that last game. He was starting to just play faster and faster when he went down in health, trying to claw his way back into the game, hoping that Pan didn't get to any info, which, to be fair, he didn't in that round, but Pan's region guess was still fantastic, so this wasn't enough for a Tarawak.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, he was guessing faster and faster and faster, making very quick guesses, even early on as well. Guys, moment of the match for that one. Again, I'm going to go through in order. So, Bloom, if you have one.
I mean, it's not an exact moment. It just has to be the flawless. No, I think that was our only flawless of the day, and it was a deep flawless too. It was a very deep run. So, just I think very indicative of Pan and his skill. I remember in the last World League, Pan was kind of like a sleeper pick to me as someone who has a very high upper potential. You know, didn't end up doing the greatest, but he's back and he's still clearly showing he's very good. And I think that flawless was very, it was a very good indication of that whole game and how good he still is.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, really good in so many different countries. Both game modes that we saw, yeah, really strong. Jake, any standout moments?
I think I will probably choose... I'll give some credit to a Tarawak. There was a round in Croatia where he was very, very close in central Croatia, and Pan was up in Latvia. And even though the multipliers weren't that high at that point, so it didn't end up being consequential, I thought that was a really impressive guess from a Tarawak.
Yep, nice guess from a Tarawak. Gelotris, anything for you standing out?
Yeah, I mean, that was literally the standout that I wanted to mention. I mean, he played pretty much flawlessly and made that one big fumble. I think he just trusted the car meta there too much. So that was something that did stand out. Now I have to go with something else, and I'll give it to the custom one, I guess, of course. The turkey guess in the North Coast from Panos, that was very great.
That was very, very nice indeed. Right, we've had all 8 matches today, so that means we know who our 8 quarterfinalists are tomorrow. Let's have a look at the bracket. So, to run through again, quarterfinal 1, all French matchup here, Alpha versus Math 56. Quarterfinal 2, Pan versus Yannick. Quarterfinal 3, KG versus Hosia. And in 4, we have Naulo against KFL. Bloom, anything standing out to you there as a match to pay particularly close attention to?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, a lot of really exciting ones. I think the French matchup is going to be insane. Alpha and Math both performed insanely well today. Pan, Yannick, you know, they faced each other in the World League last year, and somehow we're here in the wildcards and they're facing each other in the quarterfinals this year, which I think is so fun. Now low KFL, I think, is also going to be a really exciting match. KFL just showed the greatest moving game of the day, for sure. An unbelievable amount of 5Ks was very impressive. Hosuya really surprised me today. I'm honestly very, very much looking forward to every single quarterfinal we get tomorrow. I hope everybody's there. I hope everybody locks in. It's gonna be really fun.
Absolutely. Jake, standard today, what are your thoughts on the level we've seen from the players?
Well, it was excellent all the way through. I mean, so impressive to watch these players play, and it's only going to get better tomorrow as the level increases. But yeah, I mean, Bloom already shouted out how good KFL's moving gameplay was, but I do want to say that again. I mean, as somebody who enjoys the moving mode, it really is so fun to watch somebody like that at the top of his game. But yeah, all around, the gameplay was fantastic. We had a reverse sweep. We had a near reverse sweep as well. We had just some crazy moments, especially that second to last match that we had was just absolute cinema. But so much to look forward to tomorrow as well. I can't wait.
Speaking of high-level gameplay and exciting matches, I'd encourage you guys watching, if you're interested in seeing this kind of action in person, to get your tickets for the finals of the GeoGuessr World Championships in Berlin. That'll be in early September. You can get tickets on the GeoGuessr website or using the QR code there on the screen. Having attended a few of them myself, the gameplay always delivers. Great to see people. Atmosphere is always brilliant. So if you're interested, highly encourage you to get your tickets. Gelotris, one more question of you. Of all the great players we've seen today, any standouts we can look forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, you have mentioned the Salex Yannick game, was it? Where you said it was one of the greatest games you saw, and I would say that will continue tomorrow with Yannick facing Pan, because I know they also know each other very well. So having this personal connection with each other and also being the most looked at players currently in this tournament, I think that's going to be a banger.
Thank you very much. Well, it's almost time to wrap things up. We had a great day of matches, more to come tomorrow, so don't miss it. One last special thanks to our sponsor, Opera GX. do check out the GeoGuessr mods in their browser. More action tomorrow. Bloom, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, it's going to be quarterfinals. They're all going to be insanely exciting. And as we saw, we'll close out the day tomorrow, too. We'll go semis and we'll go finals and we'll crown our final ticket, that one final slot we have for the World Championship. A lot on the line. And if what we saw was today was any indication of what we'll get tomorrow, it's going to be so hype. I mean, I think obviously we said goodbye to some people already, but the level of play across the board was super high. And I think it's just going to keep getting better tomorrow. It's already exceeding my expectations, at least for this event. So you're going to want to make sure you tune in same time tomorrow.
Agreed. The standard's been absolutely excellent. Right, some closing words and goodbyes. Jake and Gelotris. Jake, starting with you.
Yeah, not too much for me to say as always, but it was a pleasure to cast this one. And like Bloom, I am so looking forward to tomorrow because I think it's going to be even bigger and even better, so you won't want to miss it.
Gelotris.
Yeah, I really love the wildcards actually. It's pretty much they write the first chapter of their underdog story here, trying to get the win here. So it's always exciting to be a part of it. And actually the wildcards was also with Bloom together one of the first tournaments I casted in Andorra, the wildcard. So I always have a special thing with the wildcards. So, you know, I love them and I love Bloom. I love Jake. I love you. We are a great team. I love the viewership. All good vibes. So yeah, really love to be here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can just echo all the words my lovely three co-hosts have said. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. It's been a pleasure. The standard's been excellent. The matches have been brilliant. More to come tomorrow. Don't miss it. Take care in the heat. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Tempodrome, where we will crown the GeoGuessr World Champion 2026. Here's what you can expect. Here's where the heart of the event is gonna be. We will pop up a few food trucks and a nice beer garden, and you can watch all the group stage games with the entire community right here. Let's take a closer look. We're gonna have community talks, costume competitions, meet and greets with pros and creators. Guten Tag. We're gonna have a gaming area as well. It's gonna have chairs, I swear. A running club with Mikella to explore Berlin. Lots of prizes and giveaways. This is the small arena where the group stage will be played in the first 2 days of the event. Make sure to cheer for your favorite player because they are gonna need it. It will be intense. See you at the World Championship starting the 2nd of September here in Berlin. There will be a bar.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Waze, get real-time traffic info powered by thousands of editors.
The most special thing about the Waze community is its people, and it's the rich knowledge that you could never get anywhere else.
Explore and build a map used by millions of people every day.
And I started editing the maps, adding whole cities, adding roads, adding everything. And the roads are perfect because I made it.
Every GeoGuessr player starts somewhere. This is somewhere?
Enough. Time to get into shape.
Download Opera GX with the official GeoGuessr mod. Hit the Geo Gym Hub to train your GeoGuessr skills with custom minigames. Grind every day to finally hit that sweet 5K. Download Opera GX with the GX GeoGym mod. Your setup wants you to win.
What's your best tip for Asia?
Hokkaido snow arrows and cabbages. I was gonna say snow cabbages. One more time.
Hokkaido. It's, the snow arrows and the cabbage in Hokkaido, so northern Japan.
If you see a Jollibee, go the Philippines. Kind of.
It's the Kabupaten names in Indonesia. So if it starts with Chi, CI, that's usually West Java.
The currency, of course, that is rupees.
Rupiah.
My bad.
If you see poles with black stickers, that means you're in Malaysia. But if you see poles with thin white stripes, then you're gonna be on the Malaysian part of the island of Borneo.
In Japan, the phone codes go from 1 in the north to 9 in the south.
As we move into our game 2, which is going to be our tic-tac-toe board. And we're going to have 3 tic-tac-toe boards to show. And the third one might have a little special twist, which I'll explain before we hop into that third one there. So, if we want to show our first tic-tac-toe board here. For this one, we will let Lenley and Lero go first. And then in our second board, we're going to let the red team go first. But the blue team will start this one.
What would be your strategy, Lero? For tic-tac-toe, usually the middle square is quite good.
Right, yeah.
So